就是能证明自己价值的地方。
But it's TPA coming out on top. Have they got the damage? They damn well have. It is going to be an ace.
Bir League of Legends oyuncusunun en büyük hayali dünya şampiyonasını oynamaktır.
I think Worlds is a good opportunity to show how good of a player you really are.
It's Team Solo Mid coming out with the victory.
딱히 압박감은 없고 저희 팀이 제일 잘하는 것 같아요.
Pentakill! A complete shutout coming in for Samsung White.
也是一个展示自己队伍风格的机会，然后
They just surprised AHQ by showing up behind them and starting the party.
Welcome to Day 3 of the 2014 League of Legends World Championship. Our live coverage continues from the National Taiwan University Sports Center as 8 teams from around the world battle for a shot at the Summoners Cup. Moments ago, Samsung White were busy preparing in their ready room before they take to the stage to face off against Turkey's Dark Passage, who were doing just the same. My name is Trevor Quickshot Henry, and joining me to lend their League of Legends knowledge to our special Worlds Analyst desk are Evil Genius's Mitch Crepo Forspulls, welcoming to the desk Counterlogic Gaming's Double Lift, Peter Double of Ping, and of course on-game netcaster Christopher Monte Cristo Michaels. And at the end of the table, David Freak Turley from the North American LCS. Guys, before we head into today's matches, let's take a look back at some of the highlights from yesterday when we hit the halfway mark, starting with, I think, the obvious stories of Group A. Both Samsung White and Edward Gaming, far and away the favorites, the David and Goliath group. They are definitely close to punching their tickets. Monty, Samsung White, are they living up to what you expected?
Well, you can't live up to the hype more than you can a perfect game where your enemies take 0 kills, 0 towers, 0 dragons. It was incredibly methodical, fast-paced. They controlled the enemy buffs from the get-go. It was a very, very impressive game. And we've seen their caliber of play improve, and we're probably going to see a similar game here up first.
Yeah, it definitely looks to be the case. And of course, the other group, which is a little more contested in Group B, Taipei Assassins and TSM, both coming out and surprising a little bit. TPA not really living up to quite what we were expecting coming into the tournament.
Yeah, I was super disappointed because I had predicted TPA to do well against TSM. I thought it would be a close game, but really TSM turned that game into a stomp pretty quickly. I mean, mid lane and jungle 2v2 killed them. At the same time, Dyrus killed top lane 1v1, and TSM's bottom lane killed their bottom lane 2v2. It was like a 13-minute ace across the map with no team play. It was just all of their lanes getting mechanically outplayed.
And is TSM impressing you considering the other 2 games that they've played? You know, 1 win, 1 loss?
Yeah, definitely. I think TSM plays a faster game than I had expected, and they learned a lot from Korea. Mechanically, I think they're the same, but strategically and in terms of just like how confident they are coming in, I wasn't expecting that.
And I want to talk about SK a little bit as well. They did look incredibly shaky in their very first game, but they've actually improved significantly since. And now they're at full power with FLICKR as well. So SK, as well as TPA, I think, can make a run, and they're definitely still in the playoff race.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they perform today. Yesterday, of course, we did have a little other fun off air where Crepo, you actually spent some time with Imagine Dragons, playing some games with them, streaming with them. How was that despite costing you sleep?
Yeah, when initially the news came out that they made the single for Worlds for the team song, I was like, yeah, do they even play League? And apparently they do. They play a lot of League of Legends apparently on tour, and I played with them, and they were actually pretty good at the game.
How good? Come on.
I was actually a tired Crepo. I actually ended up killing them, getting them killed more than they got me killed. But it was really fun. They were really cool guys. There was no celebrity status. They were very humble. It was so much fun to play with them, and they were enjoying Twitch chat. So I got to explain to them what Kappa was and Kipo, but I left the dongers and stuff out of there.
Well, I'm glad you had some fun with them.
Yeah.
All right, since these matches are being played on the world stage, that does, of course, lead to some world-class plays. So here are 3 of the top moments from yesterday that you guys highlighted as hashtag world's big plays. First up comes from the Starhorn Royal Club versus SK match, where at 227 Gaming tweets, Insec, Undertower, Flash, Kick, can you ask for more? Here's your number 3 world's bigs play.
Whoa! Oh! Well, the Zillion ultimate's on him, but...
Can he leap away?
You were talking about extraction.
Yo! That's the aggression that Starhorn Royal Club have been looking for, and it was all, once again, the insect kick. It finally worked. Big problems for SK Gaming.
The beautiful thing there about the Lee Sin kick is not only does he get behind them flash kicks, but the Yasuo ult gets broke at the end of the animation of the kick.
Yeah.
Sometimes Yasuo's will just be spamming R and immediately go up, but no, they wait for him fully kicked out of tower at the max range. He'll get knock-up extended even more. It's just beautiful CC chain, and sometimes you don't really admire the real beauty in that. Sometimes Lee Sins have to kick and Yasuo has to follow up immediately, but this time the best choice was waiting as long as you could, and yeah, perfect.
Yeah, and what was so good about it as well was that it allowed his team to kill the Kazakhs while outside of turret range.
Exactly.
And once he revived the leap, still couldn't get him to safety, so there is a real reason to wait as well.
Yeah, it worked out in their favor. Next up is from the Taipei Assassins vs SK Gaming match, which featured that mid-game inhibitor feint into the Baron. From at the working... He tweets, yeah, I don't know, the rotations from TPA. What a move. Here's your number 2 big play.
And SK actually starting off the Baron, doing about half of the health bar. Haven't finished that one off, and TPA have not only done the damage to the big tank, they've managed to actually stop them doing the Baron. They're going straight on mid.
So this is a completely different phase for TPA. A decisive move when their backs are against the wall. Baron's going down with this level 18 Tristana. They force it. They engage on the move. They'll pull them off of Baron. And now they've run SK all over the map, shoving mid and switching over to Baron. Teleport the other trap.
This is really risky. They've got to take that Baron down very fast there. And they are doing the damage to it. The TPA are going to get it. They've taken the Baron. And SK are just too slow to the party.
If ever there was a rotation to throw to the king of rotations, I think that's it.
It was a really good rotation. Just that feint down the mid lane. Of course, if they lose the inhibitor, then they lose the Baron as well. So they just kind of fake him out, go for the Baron anyway, and then they're able to push into the open inhib. And Ryze and Kazakhs, they're going to burn it down real fast at that point in the game.
So Monty, what's the counterplay here?
Yeah, all right, let's move on. All right, your biggest play comes from the Samsung White Dark Passage game, where we did see that pentakill. And for that, we go to @Chunami. He tweets, that was impressive. Let's roll the penta.
Oh man, they are still going for this fight. A little bit of rush control is going to be good for this one. Double kill coming in for Imp. He keeps the shots coming. The triple kill for Imp. Looking for the quadra.
Where is he?
They are going to get it. The pentakill to come in for Imp. Pentakill!
Double, if you got to talk to me about that one.
Well, to be honest, they were 16k gold ahead at 23 minutes, so there wasn't a lot of mechanics going on there. But I can't attribute the mental game. I hate you. It's really great to get a pentakill, even if you're the clear victor of the game or whatever, and you're playing against an underdog. If you get a pentakill, you're just gonna feel really confident throughout the tournament. You're gonna feel like, wow, I can do this. And then anytime you see a play that you can make throughout the tournament, you're gonna be able to do it instantly because you just have that mental game.
Talk to me about the other AD carries. It's the first time we've got you on the desk for Worlds. What's your take on groups A and B and how the AD carry play has either impressed or disappointed you?
Probably the biggest disappointment was Name, because I didn't expect him to lose 2v2 so hard to Impinmata. I mean, yeah, he might be slightly weaker in lane, but they got 2v2 killed, I think twice. So that's just really disappointing to me, and it just shows how far ahead Samsung White is, just in terms of their bottom lane 2v2 play.
Well, we'll have to see if they can keep that up. All right, sometimes avoiding what could have turned into a world's big play against your team and escaping with your hide intact can actually be just as important as that flashy string of kills. So this is where we highlight and salute the players who have narrowly avoided the jaws of death in a play we called them Jukes. From EDG versus AHQ, this is a great dodge of the spear.
And really the big thing about this is that he's got such a little window to do this, but right here spots it, turns around just in time. And thankfully in the Nidalee rework, the width of the spear got reduced, otherwise he would have definitely gotten hit there.
If he got hit there, that would have tilted the matchup really hard.
Yeah.
Well, same game. This is the invisible Name. What do you think of the ward placement there, Crepo?
Yeah, very optimistic. I would probably place it in the brush. But then again, I'm not a world, so.
Once he saw he was gone, he should have just hooked through the brush anyway and be like, oh, we went this direction, and just tried for a random hook.
Yeah. All right, so this is from TSM vs TPA. It's a trio of Jukes. It's wins Dyrus and Bjergsen. Dodge, dip, duck, dive, and I guess dodge. But it doesn't help Dyrus.
Because he dies.
Yeah.
Goodbye,
but it's not a bad try, though, to be fair.
It looked cool.
Yeah.
He had fire and everything.
I mean, look at that. He dodged the Zenith Blade as well. Dodges the Rango, you know?
At least he gives the kill to Leona. It's actually a little bit useful that way.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so almost got away. Gyrone not lucky enough in that attempt. There will be plenty of opportunities for both big plays and Jukes today because we do have 6 more matches lined up. The action will start with Samsung White facing Dark Passage in a rematch, and the day will conclude with SK Gaming facing the Taipei Assassins once again. For the complete schedule, head over to lolesports.com where you can vote on the teams that you think will win each of today's matches. While you're there, you'll also find features, articles, stats, VODs of past matches, and much more to keep yourself informed throughout the entire World Championship. We'd also like to keep us informed, so we're going to head over to Twitter and tell us who has been the most outstanding player in the Taipei group stage and why. Freak, who's it for you?
It's got to be Mata. Double, if you talked about the fact that Name got 2v2 killed repeatedly in lane, that is all Mata. He is an incredible player, and I can't do anything but fanboy over how good he is.
Double Lift, any reply? Who's your pick?
Probably runner-up would be FCZF, because when I feel EDG makes those game-winning plays, FCZF is always the one to initiate it, or set up the vision, or just, he does everything. He is the playmaker for that team, in my opinion. I think Clearlove has been slacking a little bit. FCZF is always the one to make those game-winning plays, which I think you should watch out for.
Well, we will get chances to do so. All right, we want to hear what your answers are, so send them to us at LOL Esports along with that hashtag Worlds, and we'll share some of our favorites on air later in the day. Guys, we are going to a short break, and as we head out, it's going to be a quick look at our hard-working production staff who's busy putting the show together. So thank you for making us look good. We will be back for the first game of the day as Samsung White and Dark Passage take it to the Rift. So stay with us. The 2014 World Championship continues right after this.
算是我也不知道为什么，就是我们在游戏中的表现就最近不是很好，我们要想办法去改善这个问题。
然后也需要很长时间的训练嘛。
We're overconfident. We thought that there's no way we could lose to them, and then we lost.
We've adjusted a little bit in our pick and bag.
We know now which picks we shouldn't fall back upon just because they're comfort, especially something like Z blind or like let's say Rise blind.
我们以前在国内打比赛，基本上都是就是看自己喜欢的拿，然后到了世界大舞台，就是拿出了一些自己该打的体系。
我应该会回去再讨论详细一点，然后再跟他们做对抗这样。然后还有就是很多的选手就可以参考，像刚刚打完 TSM 的蓝宝，然后我就去学习。
I don't think we're adjusting too much. We basically play the game that we've been playing throughout the whole boot camp and everything.
Some teams are weaker than I expected, and some teams obviously are stronger than I expected. Next time we'll be prepared.
Welcome back, everyone. It is time to get into our first match of the day, where Samsung White will go up against Dark Passage. Some interesting quotes there throughout the video that I think we'll be referencing through most of the day, but let's get to the game. This, first and foremost, is a rematch between the two teams who played yesterday, and quite frankly, Dark Passage was just strategically outplayed, mechanically outplayed. They gave up a perfect game, and if they don't want to do the same, they need to make plays. Yesterday, they sat back and almost allowed Samsung White to roll over them, despite the fact Samsung White had very little kill pressure or lane pressure with their team composition. What do you think about that, Double Lift?
Well, yeah, I definitely think that Dark Passage tried to play Samsung White's game, which is very standard. Just play into exactly what Samsung White has been doing for an entire year. I think they should try to do something crazy, something Samsung White has never seen before. Maybe they have some cheese, maybe they have some pocket strategies or pocket picks that Samsung White will never have played against in Korea. That's what they should do.
I mean, I think that... where do you go with this? Because AHQ tried to blitz cheese them at level 1 and got level 1 aced. So I think they're going to be highly ready for whatever anyone has to throw at them.
I wanna go hardcore for the strategic, interesting stuff. Remember back when it was in NLB, the 4-man mid Heimerdinger jungle, shove turrets down, Olaf teleports top, like something actually crazy, something strategically different, not just champion.
I would love to see that.
I would love to see that too.
It's actually a really cool strategy that was birthed around, I think, 2 years ago at World Finals. It involved a 4-man proxy around the tier 2 turret. A certain team tried to do it, but they only got they only got purple side and it only worked for blue side.
Let's briefly talk a little bit about Imp and Mata. It's the two players we've been talking about extensively. Imp, in particular, got that pentakill yesterday. He's got a ridiculously high KDA. Along with his support, this duo has been crushing. And, you know, Double, if you were saying in the matchup against Name, you were disappointed Name, impressed by Imp and Mata. Imp, is there anyone that can stop him?
Let's be honest, Dark Passage's bottom lane has no chance, but I do think there is a way that they can win. Just randomly all-inning at level 2 or 3, if you're both at full HP, it can honestly go either way. No matter how mechanically gifted Imp and Mata are, you can't really predict the randomness, the chaos of a 2v2 all-in level 2, level 3. So if they don't get poked down enough, they could potentially kill them 2-on-2, I believe. But
well, we'll see. We will see. Guys, I think the teams are already on stage, so let's send it over to the casters to kick off game 1 of the day.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. And hello, everyone. I'm Joe Miller. And joining me once again on the Casa Desk are Martin DeFiscio Lunger and Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler. Gonna be a pleasure, guys, once again. Some great games we had on day 1 back together. Hopefully you remember to talk after the team fights this time.
We're with you, Joe. We're here.
Good stuff. And of course, we're here to bring you the next 3 matches. Let's get right to it with the starting lineups for both teams. On the blue side for this game is Korea's Samsung White, with Looper in the top lane, Dandy in the jungle, Pawn in mid, Imp the AD carry, and Mata on support.
And on the red side, representing Turkey, it's Dark Passage. Up top is Fabulous in the jungle, Crystal. Mid, Naru, AD carry, Holy Phoenix, and support, Touch.
So, we've already heard the guys on the analyst desk and their thoughts on how Dark Passage could possibly win this game, what they have to do for it. Let's talk about champion picks here. What are the specifics and what are these two teams looking for?
So that's an interesting thing because they just got... you know, not only a perfect game, but they got aced at the end of that game yesterday too. And so then they surrendered. And it was very recent. It was just yesterday. So that kind of changes your mentality. And you have to think they're going to come into this game trying something new. One of these, you know, higher risk, you know, high probability of going badly strategies, but something surprising. You know, they're going to go for something where they invade early, or they use some, you know, champions like Heimerdinger or something to shove down turrets. They could do anything. I mean, you got to do something else against Samsung White here. They just got a perfect game.
Honestly, just you have to run comfort picks and just try and do the best you can in laning phase and hope it's enough. I mean, that's pretty much your option in this game here.
Well, let's find out, shall we? We are going to head into Champion Select, and we see that Samsung White already taking away Nidalee. A big pick there for Fabulous. We've also seen him bringing out that Kha'Zix in the solo lane, which, fair to him, he actually did pretty decently on. Lucian also taking away other side Tristana, Yasuo banned out.
And again, talking about comfort picks, Samsung White targeted Nidalee. Fabulous used it in the wildcard tournament, and he was really, really strong on it. And the team actually worked really well around this Nidalee pick, put a lot of resources on getting him hit, so won't be an option. Alistar, however, is open for Samsung White. Only second time he's not been banned, I believe, maybe third time.
Well, 10 out of 13 games, it says right there at the bottom of the screen for you. 79,
well,
76.9.
All right, third time then.
Yeah. So, other side then for Dark Passage, and this is the big question. Do they go for those comfort picks and try to just play their game and hope that they can come out on top of this one? Do they go for something a little bit crazier and high risk, high reward, all in at level 2, as we heard from Double Lift?
Well, nothing crazy just yet. I mean, Lee Sin is their #1 jungle pick for Crystal, so that's definitely a comfort pick here. And also taking away the Ryze. The cool part about Ryze is he's very good in these like skirmish fights, and he's also great in late game team fights. So it is a pick which, if you do manage to get to late game, which obviously is going to be very, very tough against Samsung White here, which can do some damage at least.
Well, we'll see what they have learned from yesterday, because this is definitely a big opportunity for them. Teams really, it's hard for them to get scrims against Samsung White even.
Right.
But every game that you get to play against them is definitely worthwhile.
I'm really happy to actually lock in Braum here, because during the wildcard tournament, it was the best champion for touch. And him and Holy Phoenix down the bottom lane, they were extremely aggressive early on. Doubles, again, he just talked about this level 2 all-in. Braum is one of the best supports to do it on. If you manage to get onto them, land a stun, you have a lot of damage then, and you can actually surprise someone like him.
And if they were to lock in that Jinx as well, you know, that's one of the champions he's definitely comfortable.
Oh, yes.
Talking about comfort picks. Ezreal, though, he does have some good all-in potential as well.
Early on?
Or when he gets level 6. A lot of people underestimate the burst that the Ezreal combos can have at level 6. If it doesn't have to go through minions, the ultimate does a tremendous amount of damage.
It's definitely a burst comp here early on from Dark Passage, and they're just gonna try. Surprise in lane, get a kill, maybe get a dragon, and you can start rolling here. Samsung White may be looking for some different picks.
Well, if it's Urgot, Gnar, or Teemo, I will buy a hat, because I currently don't have one, and then eat it afterwards. That's not going to happen. It's actually going to be Janna and the Zed locked in here for Pawn in the mid lane.
So once again from Samsung White, they're not going to have fun in Champ Select here. This is dead serious all along. They want to show how good they are. Because keep in mind, if they can get more perfect games, get more pentakills, I mean, it's going to look great on paper, first of all, but also the teams who's going to face them in the quarterfinals are going to look at these performances and say, this team, they know exactly how to play.
So what is the final pick then for Dark Passage? It'll be for Naru in that mid lane up against Pawn Zed.
This would be great.
And that's the thing about Naru, and we said it before, during Wildcard, he played a different champion every single game, one of which was Fizz, and he locks that in here.
Yeah, so Fizz into Zed is pretty tough early on, but you will outscale him both in one-on-one and also in team fights. I mean, you can dodge his ulti completely with your E on Fizz, and you will always build an hourglass anyway, which works perfect against the Zed here. So as long as he can survive the early stages, which, funny enough, is going to be the hardest part for him and for Dark Passage against Samsung White, he will actually be able to outscale.
All able to jump in. So he's going to have to be very quick on that pole to be able to dodge.
And I just have to say, respect to Dark Passage for actually coming in here, bringing some comfort picks, bringing some strong champions for them at least to try and surprise Samsung White, and not just pick random champions and try and run around and have fun. I mean, they want to come in here.
We heard rumors. We heard rumors that they were crafting some crazy thing.
But this right here is pretty serious.
The rumor was basically that they closed their door to talking secrets. I'm not sure.
That's enough.
I'm not sure whether we can gather from that something crazy was about to happen from them. Obviously not this time around. Going with those comfort picks and respect to them. Obviously saying, you know, guys, we can pick a strong team here and hopefully come out on top. But guys, now the players have decided on their champions. Who do you think's going to win? Let us know by tweeting hashtag SSWWin or hashtag DPWin to @LOL Esports. And we'll check out your votes later on in the game. Actually, Dark Passage been getting some big percentages despite the fact that they've been losing games. All power to all you guys in Turkey that are watching and supporting your local team right now. But we are going to get into game. It's Samsung White versus Dark Passage. A very, very tough game for Dark Passage, who, well, lost in a perfect game from Samsung White yesterday. And they're obviously just going to come into this one and say, let's show them what we can do.
Right, and yesterday Dark Passage played 2 games. They had EDG, #1 seed from China, of course, and now Samsung White. And they actually managed to hold their own in the laning phase for like the first 10-15 minutes. Were fairly even in CS. There was a lot of action, especially in the bottom lane yesterday against Samsung White here. Nobody died. It took like 16 minutes, I believe, before the first blood. And Samsung White simply just took control of the jungle instead.
Yeah, like we said, the longer you can last in this game, the more that you can take away, the more that you can learn from playing Samsung White. I mean, even the teams that did go over to Korea to boot camp didn't all get scrims with Samsung White to be able to play them. They have to test you out, and you have to prove yourself to be able to get multiple games against them. Dark Passage get another one here.
And it's pretty funny actually with the way scrims for Samsung White works, because they will, at least from what we've heard, they will kind of troll in the first game just to see what you're doing once you get the lead and how good you actually are at like closing out the game. And then they kind of test you, and then the next game they just go in there and destroy you.
Yeah, when you request scrims with them, they give you exactly 2 to prove yourself.
And if you're not up to the bar, well, you don't get to play Samsung White.
That was the problem, man. Me and Kobe, we failed.
Yeah.
Do it.
Well, that's again why we have you 2 guys here, you know. Old school pro players playing your trade now in a different way. That's all good for us. This bottom lane, we already talked about the fact that Holy Phoenix and Touch, they may want to be aggressive early on. And look at that, Imp already down to around about half HP, was just 1 auto attack away from being stunned up.
And you have the Relic Shield here on Braum, so you just have to fast push early, get the level 2, and just try and jump onto Samsung White.
Exactly. If Ezreal gets Arcane Shift plus Mystic Shot, it is so easy for them to instantly get the Braum passive on a single target. He can do the Q flash from Braum into an auto attack, and then 2 hits from Ezreal. It's going to be procced on somebody.
Only problem is they're kind of losing the push here early on. Their range from Janna and Corki is too much for him to deal with, so they've actually been taking a lot of poke here and won't get the early level 2.
And that mid lane starting to be a problem already for them. We just saw their pawn hitting level 2, going pretty much all in. Didn't use his ignite there. Could have possibly, I think, got that kill, but Touch in the bottom lane going to take a lot of damage as well. That phosphorus bomb just landed onto him into the end, and the way that this is looking, as they burn through all their pots, they might have to be thinking of recalling home soon. I'd say that Crystal almost definitely needs to come down this bottom lane to relieve some pressure.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he is on the bottom side. He did start on his red buff and then just went all the way down. He's actually going to find Vander here.
Things
just looking at each other.
And Dandy actually going to be there as well. That's a nice little hop over onto his trinket ward just to make sure that he doesn't get caught out. We did see Mata coming up there from that bottom lane. In terms of the early CS, Pod's starting to run away with things in the middle, but that's exactly your point in this matchup, that he has to somehow get through this weaker early stage.
I do actually wonder if Crystal is going to pay a lot of attention just on the bottom side, because you just talked about how the bottom lane could be an option because he wants to get Holy King instead. And we have seen Crystal use a lot of time in the bottom lane, especially yesterday. Both games, EDG and Samsung White, he would just sit bottom lane even when his buffs were up.
And he is on Lee Sin. The lane gank is always available to him. But really, I do want to go back over to the... Oh, never mind. He's jumping in for it.
Touch going very aggressive from this one. And Impact using an early Valkyrie manages to get away from a lot of the damage that could have come down there out of Dark Passage. And to be honest, they're pretty much tied on CS there. So despite Dark Passage taking a lot of poke in the early stages, doing well to keep up in the farm.
The junglers were mirroring each other too, both heading up topside, but it looks like Crystal head swords mid and Fab gets under the turret.
Oh, this is bad news for him. That's a good flash over, but Dandy will follow through. The Rune Prison's not going to be enough, and that is first blood. Crystal came to mid. They didn't get pawned though.
And Fabulous on his top lane, he had one job. Don't get close enough to the tower so the Alistar can flash Q you and then headbutt you back into the tower range. He did so good in the start. He was poking well, he got a lot of farm, and then he just got a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah, he did do a good job of taking advantage of the early range advantage on Alistar, and he bullied Alistar, got him down in CS, and earned enough money at least for his tier on the first back. That's important. If you ever get shoved back without enough money to purchase tier or catalyst, then you have a rough time. It's very cheap to get.
Yes,
so
that's a really bad start. Basically level 1, you just die instantly and you get absolutely no gold here. So luckily for him, or good enough for him, he can get his tier, go towards the catalyst.
Something I did want to point out earlier though for the mid lane was that Naru, he started with the cloth 5 start instead of the classic crystalline flat start for a lot of Viz players, and it makes it so that he can build really easily into that arm guard. So now he's stacking towards it very quickly here. Now the only problem is that he did have to go back to base because you run out of mana without the crystalline flash.
Exactly, and it took a lot of poke as well. We did see him actually try to all in the mid lane and just in the end took too much damage. And another problem, obviously you want the early armor. You're also gonna delay your Sheen, which is gonna be like your main damage also early game. But Fabulous though, he has no flash.
Dandy coming in the back. Will they decide to dive this one? Both of them at level 5 there, and they won't dive that one, but it's going to at least force Fabulous to back away once again. Although there we see Crystal coming in. Dandy down to less than half. Can they get the Rune Prison? There it is. Comes in range. Can they get the kill? There's the jump over. The Q doesn't land, and Dandy will be able to walk out.
Look at that ward he plays too. He hops over and then plays the ward so that even if the Q's heading at him, he has the time to dodge it.
Now we're doing a very good job here in the mid lane trading. He even got the minions with his E and managed to hit one at the same time. But he is one level behind. Touch though, want to go aggressive again.
Needs to be careful how aggressive he goes with this one. We see him just trying to dodge around. Has 3 hits there, but that will wear off, so no stun onto him. Holy Phoenix going to get exhausted. Imp will be exhausted as well. Mata being forced to flash away. The slow comes onto touch. He will actually jump off there to his minions. Another phosphorus bomb comes out, and just not quite enough damage to finish off kills. Oh,
Crystal might be in trouble.
Yeah, wise move, I think, there away from those Void Spikes. The slow possibly could have been the end of it.
And down this bottom lane now, no flash for Mata. It opens up for Crystal to move down and go for the gank. A lot of action here. Dark Passage want to fight, same goes to Samson White.
Yeah, concentrating down here, this probably should be a point of focus for the junglers, especially with the Braum Ezreal, so much kill potential there, because Janna, as you said, no flash left, and you don't want to go for Corki anyway. He's got the Valkyrie, still has his flash. Dandy, though, he takes that opportunity. They chased off Crystal, and they're going to take away this red buff here. Should be a pretty easy deal. That was also Crystal's first back, by the way, because there was so much constant skirmishing. Finding the time to return to base to purchase items.
Instant side stone. So want some wards early on here. I mean, he could have gone for like Elder Lizard straight away, or at least try and rush it and just be like really, really strong in these 1-on-1, 2v2 skirmish counter ganks we might see. If he wanted to really try and snowball, get some OP boots as well. But going with the side stone is a safe way. Want some wards here early on.
Uh-oh, the camp top looks real.
Still no flash.
Andy and Luke were coming into this one. There is the slow, and he is going to land. The combo comes in from Alistair. Fabulous here. He's going to go down. Rune Prison is not going to be enough for him, and that is kill number 2, both of which have now gone to Dandy. This is good though from Dark Passage, realizing what's happening, going straight to Dragon.
And it's just good timing as well, because the bottom lane from Samson White, they were back in base, so it's going to be a safe Dragon here. Nobody to try and stop them. Dandy actually took the red buff from Dark Passage here, and there were wards from them, so they knew he was in there. And yet Fabulous, because Alistar is so good at diving towers, couldn't really do anything. As long as he doesn't have to flash, so he can't flash the headbutt, you pretty much die.
Mata interrupting both of the recalls there. And if you look at the gold, 1,000 difference basically in favor of Samsung White. Obviously coming from the big farm difference that they have. And of course the couple of kills as well. Ooh, Crystal might get caught out. No, not quite. The Howling Gale too slow to stop Crystal from going back. This mid lane, 68 to 44 CS. Once again, Naru was knocked away, and There are those Turkish fans again coming in strong. 73% the vote for DP.
I don't think it's just Turkish fans, though. There's a lot of people that are fans of the underdogs, and a lot of people from around the world would love to see Dark Passage do well.
It is pretty fun, though, with the way Samson White actually plays these games here. They never really want to be like over-aggressive and just like tower dive you early on. They want to actually play the laning phase fairly safe, and then it's up to Dandy to run around and make the plays, or up to Samson White to punish a team like Dark Passage if they make a mistake in the laning phase.
Speaking of that laning phase, Pawn here is doing a great job beating up on Naru early. And they even fed the blue buff over to Pawn on Zed for the extra energy regeneration and cooldown so that he can continue to shove him into lane and force Fizz to use his pull to actually CS. Because that's his main skill. You're leveling that up for us. Oh!
Oh, Holy Phoenix going a bit deep from this one. Phosphorus Bomb comes in. Corki plus level 6 here. Didn't have much mana left, though, in the end, is Imp. And that means that Holy Phoenix is able to get away. Use Summoner Heal. Actually managed to keep a hold of his flash, though. So just that one Summoner spell used on his front. Meanwhile, Fabulous has gone back home once again. Now got that tier. And is... Catalyst to protect, I'll remember the name in a second. And yeah, come back into lane from that one. Is still ahead slightly in farm despite those 2 deaths.
Look at Dandy here, actually. Might spot Naru once he actually hits the ward. If he's gonna hit it, there we go.
Oh, Fish coming out though, and there is the jump away. Dandy gonna be caught from this, but here comes Deathmark going down onto Naru. Can he time it properly? No, he can't. A little bit too late on that one, and Pawn will pick up his first kill.
And he was already used here, trying to actually get the kill onto Dandy. He flashed away, Pawn instant reacts, and managed to pick up the kill here, and just making it even worse now for Naru in the mid lane. I mean, also just look at the items. He did actually manage to get a Sheen now, which is very huge for him. It's going to be a lot about the Sheen in the early game for a Fizz with the damage. But there's an instant Hex Drinker for Zed. I mean, just making it even harder for Fizz to do anything.
Yeah, you could tell Naru was having second thoughts about going all in on Dandy, even though he caught him in such a good position. Down bottom, though, another trade.
Look at him, not scared of getting involved in this one. Touch gonna go low, Howling Gale comes through. Are they gonna dive this one? Holy Phoenix is at less than half HP. Touch only had a slither of health remaining. And once again, Imp and Mata, or basically Imp if we're honest, managing to force them both out. And there's a 50 CS lead there for him. He's dominating this bottom lane.
Yeah, it's all about the kills for Dark Passage. I mean, they've already lost on farm, so they just have to keep trying and fighting, but they're falling too far behind. There should be a Trinity Force for him fairly soon as well, and just making him even stronger in these small trades here. I just want to very quickly go back to the point with Naru there. He could actually kill Dandy if he didn't hit the ward. If he just sweeping against the ward, so he deactivated, he could have tried to surprise him, jump in with his E first, then his Q, and fish him once he flashed.
Mata does get away with his life here. Good little roam by Naru. Maybe we'll see more roaming from Naru to try and create something else. You know, sort of shake things up for Dark Passage. As you said, the lanes are very hard for them to salvage at this point. So this is when you start thinking about trying to move people around the map. Try and change them up.
Look at the damage coming out from Pawn there, though. No, down to half HP. Hex Drinker was followed up by a Cutlass here. And big CS lead opening up in that lane. And look at Dandy's waiting off to the side. Deathmark coming down. Nice little dodge from it. But what's going to happen? Wow, Naru flashing over the side. He's going to try and run around, but they're going to keep chasing here.
Crystal's got his back. Let's see if he can get back over this wall. Dandy by himself.
Oh, going in on Sweet Crystal, going to come around the side. Pawn actually flashed over the wall. Dandy, is he going to fall? Oh, there's the shield.
Oh!
Soon as well. Crystal going over. He gets exhausted. They're both going to go down. Mata picks up that kill. Now Imp moved around the side as well. Holy Phoenix in touch with Looper coming around the side. Misses the combo, but there is a Howling Gale. And just like that, 3 kills going over to Samsung White.
And the entire Samsung White team instantly react to the fight here. They all go through the mid lane. Missed it here. Dandy just survived. The shield come in from Mata there as the kick came in from Crystal.
Beautiful.
Stayed alive. But Naru dodging around, dancing around there in the mid lane. That was beautiful.
I have to say, just the way that Samsung White played that fight as well. I mean, Pawn went and took the Q from Crystal so that Dandy survived that as well. That should probably get away from this. I don't know, there's flash up for Looper as well.
Zed is coming.
Oh!
Boom. Yeah, Sheen in there, headbutt into auto attack, which of course still in at this stage, making Alistair still so very, very strong. That leaves Samsung White 7-0 on 4,000 gold. yet to give up a kill or a tower, looking to replicate that perfect game from yesterday.
Well, Dark Passage already got a dragon. So
that's true.
If we're saying that a perfect game includes no dragons, then yeah. So this is beautiful play by Naro. Pawn wanted to blow his Playful Trickster with the ultimate, but then they didn't expect the flash over the wall. And now he gets into the bush where they already have the ward, waits for Crystal, and they try and collapse on Dandy. It's a good call, but look at Pawn. He flashes over, takes the Q. That saves him once. Then the shield saves him through the kick, and he's able to escape. Mata as well. He saves the exhaust until Crystal flashes over the wall for the chase.
And if you're actually looking at the minimap, you could see Fabulous up in the top lane. He wanted to teleport down, but because Alistar was still in the lane and could just interrupt him every single time, he had to run back to his own tower. And by the time he was at the tower, it was too late. The fight was already over. He couldn't teleport down. Looper did instead. Managed to pick up another kill and also get the tower.
Poor Looper, that Trinity Force is done, and he goes straight in there onto Fabulous as he's clearing out the ward. Just the headbutt will send him packing back off to that turret. He's going to go home, probably finish up that Rod of Ages here. So that can start itself stacking. And Dark Passage here, of course, took Dragon number 1. They're going to go for it. TP coming down from Fabulous. Can Samsung White stop them? I think they can here. Imp's coming around the side. There's the Frostless moment to touch. Crystal super low. Ulti comes out and touch, but Pawn in the back here is going to be wreaking havoc. They finally get rid of him. Naru trying his best, but he'll be surrounded by 3 men. Over the wall. Dandy will pick that one up, and Imp is still going here from the side. He's got a lot of damage to come from that next Frostless bomb. There is a kill with the auto attack. This is going to be an ace for Samsung White, surely. Holy Phoenix tries to get away, but Dandy chases with the red buff, will finish it off.
And Dark Passage, they knew that to just try and go for this dragon here, but look at the items for Samsung White. You have Trinity Force completed on Corgi, so strong. Of course, the Z pick got a brutalizer as well. Like every single member from Samsung White had just been back to buy, and even though there was no teleport from Looper, they could win it.
Yeah, that was the idea. They want to try and take advantage of their window where they could possibly have a 4 versus 5 and rush down the dragon, but the 4 members of Samsung too strong. Chase them off, plus they get the dragon in the end.
Touch coming in there. Just trying to disrupt them somewhat, get a bit more vision down there, but all just a little bit too late. Let's watch that one again.
So first of all, Dark Passage already taking a lot of damage from the dragon itself. Im comes in with the Trinity Force, and Pawn is just running around in the middle of the fight. All the attention from Dark Passage onto him, so Imp can just do whatever he wants. Naro said just a little bit too close to the wall, and he tried to jump over.
Yeah, Imp with the Trinity Force and the Janus shields right now. They're almost maxed out. This is a huge point for him. You could tell just the damage he was dumping out over there. Dandy does end up cleaning up the last kill as well.
So, at least Samsung White 12-0 up in kills. Over a 10,000 gold lead in place for them now as well. Still, 3 towers have gone down. All of the outer ring is dead here. If we look down some of those items, Zed, Pickaxe, Brutalizer, that Hex Drinker, and the Cutlass from earlier on. Sorcerer's Shoes are in there for Imp. Got himself a Vamp Scepter as well, and there's still no Trinity Force on Holy Phoenix. That's how far behind he is currently. If we look over towards Nara as well, got his Arm Guard and the Sheen, so splitting between 2 items there.
We still have to give credit to Dark Passage. If we go back to like the start of the laning phase, in every single lane, they played aggressive. They tried to go for the fights. Up in the top lane here, Fabulous was controlling Looper. Bottom lane, we saw a lot of action between Touch and Holy Phoenix. Sadly enough, as they didn't get any kills early on, they never really managed to get a lead and just fell further and further behind.
Yeah, right now, you know, they've got this ridiculously strong Zed split pushing up there. Nobody can even get to the turret to try and defend. Woo!
Flash from Crystal back into the base. Had to use that one, otherwise it would have been curtains for him. That turret is going to go down. I actually mentioned, how do they stop Pawn here, who's 2-0-3, 60 CS ahead of his lane opponent, and they're just going to go straight through onto this one. Got a few minions with them, and there is a flash in from Looper. They're going out towards Fabulous. He gets blown up instantly. Touch there at the front, trying to block out as much damage as he can, but Samsung White have done enough for the inhibitor turret and the inhibitor. 18 minutes and 50 into this one. You're going to be seeing the first inhib of the game going down.
Yeah, that one's definitely going down, and they very well could swing. Oh, never mind.
He's dead.
They might just finish the game here.
Yeah, looking maybe for an under 20-minute victory, which, you know, they lost that one dragon here to stop the perfect game, if you like, but they've not given up a kill, they've not given up a turret, and they're looking to finish this one off here as quickly as they possibly can. We do have Fabulous back in. Crystal will be up in 5 seconds time as well. Oh, big burst there is Looper diving in. They're going to go straight on top of this one. Touch falling low. There's a dive into the bottom.
Oh, can they get him?
He survives with the monsoon. Unstoppable.
They gotta get Holy Phoenix.
Finish him off. Holy Phoenix gets the kill there for Dark Passage. The fish didn't connect, but they've kicked Samsung White out of the base.
And they managed to defend the base. They didn't actually lose under 20 minutes here. Samsung White, they were pushing up. Greedy play. Wanted to go for some more kills and then try and finish the game. Dark Passage respond. Get a kill onto Dandy.
So, big lead here for Samsung White. I think we expected it deep down that this was going to be the case. Dark Passage, though, picking up that kill. Holy Phoenix will be happy about that one. Still, however, not got a Trinity Force. Imp has now added in another BF, so the last Whisper was done after that push by Pawn. Hydra for Dandy as well, so terrifying team that they're up against. I mean, they're pretty far behind. 50,000 gold here.
They could... No. I mean, you could try and go for the Baron here, but it would be complete suicide, of course. But for Dark Passage, it's just cool also to see the players after the games. They're actually still fairly happy because they know they are the complete underdogs in these fights here, on these games. They just want to try and learn.
Andy actually fighting on his own there. Crystal comes diving in and then back out to the ward. Bit of showmanship here as the Howling Gale comes in. Looper gonna pop his ultimate. He's underneath the turret, but he's a big, beefy Alistair with that ultimate going. The double kill comes down for Pawn. Fabulous is gonna explode, and now they're on towards Touch. Dandy will flash in for that one. We've got him going towards Holy Phoenix. Goes down. The phosphorus bomb is not enough. Dandy's gonna jump there into it. They kill off the game though, and that will be another victory here for Samsung White.
Still though, 2 kills for Holy Phoenix in the very end, and killing Imp and Dandy. It's not too bad.
I mean, yeah, that was a valiant effort from Dark Passage.
They tried in the early game. We talked about how they had to be aggressive in lane, try and just all in like the first few minutes and see if they could manage to get a kill. Bottom lane tried, top lane tried. It didn't pay off. I mean, it happens. And obviously Samsung White are the stronger team.
Also, they did make a good choice in the early game. Even though Fabulous got camped up top, the second time they went for him, they took a dragon in exchange. So at least they got something out of it.
And that I respect Dark Passage a lot here coming into this one. A lot of us were speculating, are they going to go with something completely outrageous tactically and from the picks? They didn't. They picked champions that they thought they could do well on in this game, and they tried to win the game, I'd say, in a standard fashion. Obviously, you're up against what could be the strongest team in the world right now, as a team coming from a country which is, I think we can safely say, just really getting started and, you know, building up to these big teams, powerhouse teams. And it's valuable experience for Dark Passage.
And it's also just fantastic to see like the Turkish community, how many fans are actually there to support Dark Passage.
Yeah.
How Dark Passage already picked up. They have a gaming house, I believe. There are a few other teams in Turkey who got gaming houses now. So the whole scene is evolving. And again, this is just representing your region and learn as much as possible. Take it back for next season and then use it. And then the rest of the teams can pick it up. And suddenly everyone slowly becomes better and better.
And that's, I think, the only way that your region can get better, by sending the teams out there, which, for me, why it's so important that we have these international wildcard teams in here to, you know, maybe not win a lot of games, maybe not win any games, but get the experience to take home.
Exactly. Accelerate the growth of that region and get them some of the experience.
Yeah.
Well, a solid win either way for Samsung White. Now it's time to head over back to the gents at the analyst desk for a closer look at that game.
Thank you very much, Joe. You know what? Dark Passage, they came out. They tried to play aggressive.
They did.
They just didn't really mechanically have it in them. And another next to perfect game for White.
Yeah, but I do want to point out that Holy Phoenix rose from the ashes. He built towards the Trinity Force, and because of this, got 2 kills against Samsung White. So obviously, got his head in the right place.
Yeah, Monty, what's your take? I mean, Samsung White, again, dominant performance.
Yeah, there's not much to say about that, but if you look at Samsung White, you can see how far ahead they think in the game. There was one moment in the mid lane when the second red buff was coming up at about 7 minutes, when we had Pawn use his ult onto Naru in order to shove him out of lane. Dandy was already there set up. He forced a flash and chunked out Lee Sin, and then they immediately just collapsed on that red buff and started taking objectives away.
Just in general, when you watch replays from either of the Samsung teams, basically whenever they fight, their side lanes will always be in the right position as well. Those minions, it almost seems like they're magically pushing in the right direction, either coming back to them after a fight or just pushing away to them for pressure every time. That just shows you like how far they're thinking ahead, and you can't even analyze that because sometimes it's 2 minutes ahead. They put a small push here, small push there, then they go mid. Obviously in these games, these are more stompy, but in like these really complex, like really close games, that's where the real beauty of thinking ahead shines through, and that's something we're going to try and pay attention more as they progress through the tournament.
And it's cool because I've seen a lot of individual like smart plays as well, specifically from Pawn. He's burning his ultimate not to get kills necessarily, but like in the Talon game, for example, he's just tossing the ult out to just wave clear and get the heck out of the matchup, things like that. And he's just burning important cooldowns because there's nothing better to do anyway. And it just like, I realize it makes sense in retrospect, but it's not something I see a lot of players do.
Yeah, it's revolutionary at this stage in time. The game continues to evolve, continues to improve. Samsung White, slightly obscure question. Do you think being in this group where they have been such heavy favorites and had such confident wins, last year they fell out of groups, Imp himself said we were overconfident. Do you think this could impact them going to quarterfinals, feeling they are even stronger and better than anyone else? You probably know the players better than anybody else, Monty.
Yeah, that's basically White has had an entire year of being mocked in Korea for their performance last year. And of course, Dade kind of the poster child of that. I mean, we still get kind of trash talk videos for champions in OGN where people reference Dade's Gragas. And so that's still the albatross that's hanging around his neck. And the players just going in this year seemed much more focused, really wanting to avenge what happened to them last year. And I don't think that... I would say old Samsung White would have troll picked this game. And instead they picked very, very seriously. And they just trying their hardest, that's for sure.
Double lift?
I am kind of concerned for Imp's over-aggressiveness because this game was kind of bad example, but I think EDG, their Samsung White's game versus EDG, Imp is super ready to just jump in 1v5, and that's like a good thing because he's such a great playmaker, and sometimes he makes it work. But in those small, rare instances where it doesn't work, he could potentially throw a big lead.
Well, we'll have to see if that does come to pass, Freak.
Yeah. I do think, though, that Samsung White are still going to be scrimming teams, not like Dark Pass, but scrimming the other Korean teams, scrimming the teams in the opposite side of the bracket. And so they still know there's these really good teams like Najin, White Shield, whatnot, that they're going to have to be worried about. So they're not going to sleep through the entire tournament. But yes, as you pointed out, Double F, they're got a big tendency to start playing improperly in the middle of a game.
Yeah, we'll see if that does come to pass. Guys, we do have to check in with Shox, who's standing by with one of the winning players from Samsung White.
Thank you very much. Quick shot. I'm EFU Shock supporter standing here with Samsung White's Mata after that victory. First question for you, Mata, is going for the Janna pick once again. Why do you think she's a strong pick right now?
요즘 잔나가 되게 자주 보이는데 잔나가 왜 좋은 것 같으세요?
일단 라인전에서 일단 무엇보다 강하고요. 힐도 있고 쉴드도 있고 원딜들이 좋아하는 서폿이기 때문에 좀 요즘에 유행을 하는 것 같아요.
Janna has a very strong lane phase, and she has a shield and heal. She's just one of the ADC's favorite support these days.
Would you care to rank what you think are the best supports and champions right now in a top 3, and why?
요즘 어떤 서폿이 제일 좋은 것 같아요? 3개 정도 얘기해 주세요.
일단 스래시랑 나미랑 그리고 나르 서폿 좋은 것 같아요.
Thresh, Nami, and Nar.
Can you ask him to explain why Nar?
나르는 왜 뽑았어요?
일단 요즘에 사람들이 나르라는 챔피언을 잘 모르기 때문에 이게 유행하기 전까지는 좀 좋을 것 같아요.
So I don't think not many people know about Nar. So unless it becomes popular, I think you can try to take advantage of that.
I don't think I'd go to solo queue with that just yet. Next question. Yesterday we saw Imp getting fantastic pentakill. How much of that was your doing, Mata?
어제 임프 선수가 처음으로 펜타킬 했는데 거기에 마타 선수를 얼마나 기여하셨나요?
일단 베인이 잘 큰 상태였기 때문에 그러니까 마지막 킬을 먹을 때 DP 탑솔러 분이랑 저랑 댄디 선수가 관여하게 되었었는데 저랑 댄디 선수가 한 90%는 만들어졌다고 봐요.
So I think me, Dandy, and of course the top laner of Deep Dark Passage, we made probably like 90% of that pentakill.
Another question relating to that. Last year, the issue with Samsung was, of course, getting overconfident. Do you step in after Imp gets that pentakill to maybe stop him from getting overconfident in this group stage?
작년 롤드컵 때 아무래도 삼성 화이트팀이 자만심 때문에 한 번 잡혔었는데 임프 선수가 펜타킬 한 이후에 좀 자제할 수 있도록 잡아줬었나요 혹시?
그냥 펜타킬이 사실 중요한 건 아니라고 생각하고 많은 챔피언도 보여주고 그리고 상대 DP 팀이 저희보다 약팀이라고 생각해서 방심할 수 있지만 픽밴을 정말 열심히 준비했거든요. 그리고 방심하지 않고 다음 게임도 열심히 준비할 수 있을 것 같아요.
So I don't think the pentakill is that much of a big of issue, but we want to focus more on our banner picks. And even though Dark Passage was considered a weaker team than us, but we still try to be focused and we don't want to be too overconfident.
Besides taking care of overconfidence, what is to you the biggest difference or the biggest improvement in your team in relation to last year?
작년과 비교했을 때 올해 가장 달라진 점은 뭐가 있을까요? 그러면 삼성 화이트 팀한테.
저희 팀 작년 롤드컵에는 연습량이 엄청 저조했다면은 이번에는 그러니까 저번 시즌에는 거의 연습을 안 하다시피 했는데 이번에는 진짜 열심히 준비해가지고 이번 시즌을 준비하고 있는 중이에요.
Compared to last year, we're much more prepared. We practice a lot more, and that way we're more in shape.
Well, you guys look fantastically in shape. 4-0 up already. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to take a quick break here in Taipei, but we'll be back in just a moment with SK Gaming, looking to keep their championship hopes alive against Starhorn Royal Club. Don't go anywhere.
Both heading up topside, but it looks like Crystal heads towards mid and Fab gets under the turret.
Oh, this is bad news for him. That's a good flash over, but Dandy will follow through. Crystal going to come around the side. Pawn actually flashed over the wall. Dandy is going to fall. Oh, there's the shield. Oh! Soon as well. He's got a lot of damage to come from that next boss as well. There is a kill with the auto attack. This is going to be an ace for Samsung White, surely. Oh, big burst there is Looper diving in. They're going to go straight on top of this one. Touch falling low. There's a dive into the bottom.
Oh, can they get him?
He survives with the monsoon. Unstoppable.
They gotta get
They finish him off.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the 2014 League of Legends World Championship. Teams are getting set up for the next game where SK Gaming will face off against Starhorn Royal Club in a rematch from yesterday, where Starhorn Royal Club did actually take the win despite SK having a lead, having an advantage with a substitute. So just a few quick things. If SK lose this game, their chances are reduced at making quarterfinals. They are reliant on either TPA or Starhorn Royal Club to beat TSM. Even if they win, in an ideal situation, they are still looking for either Starhorn Royal Club or TPA to pick up a win. Then I also want to highlight the fact SK have Svenskeren back, and as far as we are concerned, he is their starting jungler for the next 3 games. Talk to me about SK Freak.
Right, so SK, again, they've put up some very good games. After that first one, their other 2 have been pretty strong. They're now better looking because of Svenskeren being in there. And the difficulty, though, is that their bottom lane right now is actually underperforming, and that's kind of the big issue, is that Candy Panda and N-Rated are playing worse than I expected them to at this tournament.
Yeah, not only in lane, but also out of lane. The team fighting from Candy Panda and Unrated really hasn't been top tier. And to go back to Svenskeren and why it's so important that he's back, they really play, SK plays a very strange style of League of Legends where they are very early tower and pressure focused. And the thing about Svenskeren is that since Jesus almost never roams, Svenskeren comes into lane to auto-attack mid-tower, and they focus on burning down mid-tower as fast as possible, either on recalls or on roams. And most junglers are not used to walking in and autoing turrets as much as Svenskeren does. So you can't really plug and play junglers with this team, so I'll be interested to see how much that affects their performance.
And I just think these games previously have exposed Jesus and N-Rated as kind of weak mechanical players, because I have never really regarded them as strong mechanically. They're very good mental players and they have great champion pools, but really when it comes down to just raw mechanics, they're getting outclassed here, and they're going to have to be fighting an uphill battle.
So it's SK we've got all of our attention on. Starhorn Royal Club and the other side have performed relatively well despite losing to EDG. Some of the games have been a little longer than expected. What are we expecting from the likes of Korn in the mid lane, Uzi in the bottom lane against these SK players? You know, Double, if not convinced by mechanics, I think Jesus on certain champions is definitely better than others. Crepo, your take?
See, I think Jesus will be able to hold his own against Korn in the mid lane enough. Basically, and Freddy on top, he's definitely performing well this tournament, so he'll be fine on his own. So Svenskeren can kind of patch up the bottom lane, because they will have a big weakness coming up against Uzi.
Yeah, Uzi and Zero, they're currently leading the groups in KDA, so both AD carry and support role. Sitting above 15.3 for Uzi, above 9.8 for Zero. And Candy and Rated have struggled. I mean, you really like Uzi as well.
Yeah, I do, but I kind of noticed a big flaw in their bottom lane's playstyle is they're always pushing. The reason why they have such a big CS and HP lead all the time is they're always pushing. So this leaves them obviously very vulnerable to ganks. I don't know why nobody's really caught on to this yet, but if you just kind of spam gank them early, I want to see how they respond.
Well, I want to see how you guys respond when I put you on the spot and ask you for your predictions. I personally think SK put up a great showing yesterday. They are back at full strength. Whatever Svenskeren's mindset is after not playing for 3 games, I'm going to bounce this one down the line. Crepo, who is walking away with the victory, Game 2 here in Taipei?
Well, I think SK has a lot of a better chance now than they did yesterday. I think Royal Club is still going to be coming out on top.
Okay, Starhorn it is. Double lift.
Yeah, Royal Club, absolutely. They're just outclassed.
No chance at all for SK, despite, seeing them back at full strength now, how hard they push Starhorn.
I mean, there's always a chance for the underdog, but yeah, I just don't see it. I mean, after going 0-3, you must be demoralized, and at the same time, your bottom lane isn't going to improve mechanically enough to be able to match Uzi and Zero.
Strong words.
Yeah, I have to take Starhorn here as well. Even though I do think SK will probably take a game or 2 as in their last 3, I think that they're going to need to warm up, get used to playing with Svenskeren again, and I don't see a lot of hope here.
I do also say Starhorn Royal Club, and I agree with Double FT. I think the bottom lane mismatch is maybe too big to deal with, but maybe Sven's better than I'm giving him credit for, and as I think Crepo talked about, he just holds up the bottom lane anyway. Again, I still think Starhorn Royal Club, but I would even say it's like 60-40. I think it's actually a really good chance for SK.
That is the vibe I'm getting. Every single one of you feel there is an outside chance for SK, but just not believing right now. Let's compare that to the fan predictions from home, according to LOLesports.com. 82% of you guys agree and have picked Starhorn Royal Club to win this one. So a massive fan favor in the Chinese sides. Now, in case you happen to miss any of these matches, you can always find a completely spoiler-free feed over on lolesports.com. So do yourself a favor, and from me to you, avoid Twitter. If you don't like spoilers, don't go on Twitter, and don't yell at any of us if you don't want spoilers. Tell your friends not to talk about the games, ask them politely, and then just tune into lolesports.com for that spoiler-free feed. Enjoy every gank, juke, and wombo combo for yourself. Guys, it is time to hand things over to Joe and the crew over at the caster desk. But first, former Royal Club and pro player Tabe tells us why he's ready to see a Chinese team take the Summoners Cup.
其实那种被韩国人就是一手遮天的那种感觉，其实在心里的阴影还是蛮大的。所以其实我在拿了亚军的时候，其实心里并不是特别爽。中国队伍要夺冠的话，一定要想好怎么去击败所有的韩国队伍。在全世界没有任何一个地方的人是尝试过为英雄联盟去放弃自己这么多一个东西的，所以我大概可以说是一个先例。我在香港的话，肯定最喜欢的地方是网吧了，因为我在家里没得玩电脑。当时我在18岁的时候嘛，我的英雄联盟的排行我是全球第4 ，White 是第3。然后这个时候我跟他就每天都是在这里搏斗，就我一定要比他高分，然后我们就这样认识了。后来就是有一个来自北京的一个星探，他就想打造一个团队，一个中国队。黄叔给了我很多的很强的队友，他们不只是我的队友，也是我的好兄弟，他们都很厉害。当教练的时候呢，队伍的失败呢，我觉得有时候是超越了我的掌控。其实我对自己在经过1年的当教练之后呢，我开始质疑自己的能力了。我就会觉得我可能并不是一名很好的教练，但是我已经是一名很出色的选手了，所以我才会萌生这个复出的一个念头。S 总决赛现在中国最大的敌人一定是韩国队，没有之一的。无论是皇族呢又好，什么队伍都好呢，可以超越我们在 S3 的时候的成绩，唯一的就是能够拿到冠军。那如果他们拿不到这个冠军的话呢，就代表就只能我去拿这个冠军了。我的梦想呢，就是去拿一个 S 系列的冠军，无论它是 S5、S6 或是 S13，只要拿到一个 S 系列的冠军，我的梦想就完成了。
Great to hear from Tabe there, and I think it's right. I mean, a Chinese League of Legends team there, I think work ethic and the way they've done other esports games in the past shows that at some point these Chinese teams are going to be right up there at the top, whether that's this season or, as Tabe said, season 13.
So far, they're definitely working their way up there. They're performing very, very well.
Well, guys, it is time to get into the game, so let's check out the starting lineup. Heading onto the Rift on the blue side from the European LCS is SK Gaming with Freddy122 in the top lane, Svenskeren returning in the jungle, Jesus in the mid lane, Candy Panda the AD carry, and then Rated on support.
And on the red side is China's Starhorn Royal Club with Cola in the top lane, Insect in the jungle, Korn as the mid laner, Uzi of course as the AD carry, and Zero will be support.
And our featured matchup for the day will take place in the top lane as Freddy122 faces Cola. And Freddy122 really is the shot caller for SK Gaming. He's been hard carrying the team. He managed to nearly go even there with Cola, but in the lane yesterday, and he's going to have to just do better today. Although you have to say, Freddy is the shining light in SK.
He really has been. And I mean, we do have to talk about Cola, because he has also performed better than I thought that he was going to. He's been a carry for this team, a constant threat in all of their games. The Aurelia got massive. Also, adding the Rise, making that a flex pick for them, has done a lot to really diversify their picks and bans and bring a lot more different types of threats to this team.
And of course, the synergy he has shown with Insect, which is a thing Freddy didn't really have, because Gilius, of course, was there, the sub-jungler. Yeah. While he did do a very good job, it's been very hard for Freddy. And also, if you just look like at picks and bans, 8 out of 9 bans against SK Gaming has been against Freddy. And it's been like Maokai banned away, Nidalee banned away, and Alistar banned away. Oh, sorry, Aatrox banned away against him. And yet, the guy is performing. He's done the second most damage on SK Gaming, and that is Dr. Mundo, which he's played in all the games.
Played it every single time. I mean, and he's done really well with it as well, no doubt.
He hasn't just been targeted in picks and bans either. They keep on sending ganks up there over and over again. Now that they've got Spenskaran back, maybe he can do something to sort of screen for him, some counter ganks, try and set up some wards.
So 8 out of 9 bans aimed at Freddy. How's the champion select going to go in this one?
Well, we're probably going to see the same bans. At least Nidalee is going to be banned against him. I would believe Aatrox as well, and probably the Maokai. So the same bans from Royal side. And I just want to see SK Gaming actually go back to comfort picks, because yesterday they showed a Syndra for Justice. I've never seen him play Syndra before. Give him an Orianna, give him a Ziggs, where he can sit and wave clear and be very strong in team fights as his AoE damage threat.
Yeah, there were sort of 3 things, I think, that really stood out to me early that SK need to fix. One of them is definitely the bottom lane. The second one is definitely the mid lane. But also, Gilius got 3 buffed at the start of that game, and that is terrible for any jungler. That feels so bad to start off that way. 2 of those problems, the bottom lane and the 3 buff start, are fixed by a lane swap, which we used to see a lot of from SK Gaming in their regular season. Now they've got their normal jungler back. Go back to what used to work for them previously.
Yeah, so the question is, do they want to try and pick a very strong bottom lane and actually do the 2v2 fight? Or will the lane swap, as you just talked about here? First of all, Alistar being banned because Royal Club is now on the red side, which actually opens up for Maokai, so no Mundo for Freddy this time around, and the first time he can actually get a really strong pick for him.
But Rengar for Insect, we were talking about this earlier on, and we were like, do you ban Lee Sin or do you ban Rengar? SK decided to leave both open, and Rengar and Insect together have been an incredible force.
So the reason they actually didn't ban any of the junglers here is because they were looking for something like a Maokai first pick, and if they had banned Lee Sin, and there had been a Rengar pickup here for Royal Club, what would Svenskar play into the Rengar? We have seen Rengar against Amazing on Elise, and that backfired completely at no pressure. SK Gaming wants to secure Elise in. They can of course wait with picking it right now, but that's why they actually both jungles open.
And so now it's up to them, since they've decided to give away this Rengar once again that has punished so many teams, it's up to them to play around it. You have to get those deep wards, you have to play back, you have to be ready for the exclamation point when it pops up, because the range is now increased on it, but Insect always rushes mobility boots, so that even though the range is increased, he still has the move speed to get in there. You know he's coming, you're still going to get hit.
And this Orianna pickup as well for Royal Club is so important. We know Kola loves to play it, and they love to have this like wave clear mid lane who is still very strong in team fights and can react very fast. Korn, not Kola in the mid lane, Korn in the mid lane. And at the same time, you take it away from Justice, who is a very big Orianna player, so he's not going to have this safe lane right now. He's going to have Ahri instead, where he needs to get picks, he needs to get proper vision control with his team in the mid game, so he can get rolling on this Ahri pick. We now know why Rengar was left open. The famous Kayle support for Enrated right here. We have seen it a few times before. It was normally picked into Morgana as a counter pick, because you could just push lane 24/7 and Morgana could never really respond. Now it's against the Janna.
Exactly, and we were wondering, is he going to go back to the Sona, because it has not worked out for them at all. And N-Rated has a weird champion pool for supports.
Yes.
Almost, pretty much every single support at Worlds right now plays all of the normal ones, Nami and Thresh and things like that, but that's not really in N-Rated's wheelhouse. This Kayle, though, is a specialty that's even been banned out against them.
And he has a 100% record on Kayle support as well. 3 games so far this split and in the playoffs, and won every single one of them. We'll also see Candy Panda taking that Kog'Maw, which is his most played champion. But we are going to be seeing Uzi on Vayne.
So I do wonder now if Royal Club actually is looking to lane swap, because Kayle in the laning phase against a support who can sustain is actually fairly strong, because you do have a lot of damage in a potential trade here. And the Vayne pick is normally not considered very strong in the laning phase, so I wonder if Royal Club wants to lane swap, even though they have the Aurelia pick.
Exactly, that brings up a really good question. That's why Royal Club going with this Vayne pick is very nice for them, because he can get strong in the late game as well and take down a Maokai. If Maokai, their teleporter, is ever split pushing like Freddy likes to do, Vayne is very good at hunting him down.
So I'm going to pose a question here, because we heard an interview that was released with SK Gaming where they said they've been practicing heavy on lane swaps and that they want to run these lane swaps. Have Royal Club seen that and said, okay, they're going to lane swap, we can take a Vayne, that's safe?
Maybe. I mean, it could definitely be an option, especially because, well, we don't know actually if they have played against a Kayle support before, but Kayle is fairly strong in the lane, as we just talked about before, against non-sustain champions. So they might just see the Kayle pick and instantly say, okay, let's lane swap it. And of course the Maokai pick, as you talked about, Vayne is going to be so good in this one-on-one split pushing, and it simply means Freddy won't be able to stand toe-to-toe with him.
Also, SK could go with a sort of lighter lane swap and just swap him back after Kog'Maw is level 6.
So as this match starts, then we'd like you to turn to Twitter once again and tell us which one of the featured top laners will help take their team to a win. Use the hashtag SKWin or SHRWin and tweet your answers to @LOL Esports, and we'll figure that one out in a while. Kohler on this Aurelia. Dangerous champion for SK Gaming. Maokai going to Freddy, who we've said it before has been the shining light for SK Gaming so far. We also have to look towards Svenskeren, back into the team after that 3-game suspension. We'll see if he can help SK Gaming rescue their world's attempt here as we move into game for SK Gaming versus Starhorn Royal Club.
And Svenskeren getting Lee Sin here is actually not a pick I would expect him to take in a normal game. It's purely because he's against the Rengar and against Inzak here, so he wants to be very aggressive early on. He's actually preferred to play like Kha'Zix and be very counter jungle focused and very farm focused, and then be strong in team fights instead, if you look back at the playoffs for SK Gaming.
Yeah, we'll have to see how well he makes use of the early Sightstone, how early he does end up completing it, because we saw how TSM handled Clear Love's Rengar extraordinarily well with those extremely deep wards to see him.
Wins, right? Wins still up. TPA, TSM, yes, right. And that was beautiful. The way they did it with the deep wards in.
Right.
The funny part is, Svenskeren can be the guy to walk into the jungle now of Royal Club, place the deep wards, and even battle Insect one-on-one, as long as he actually gets the jump from Lee Sin and it's before level 6.
That is extremely dangerous, especially against a team like Royal Club that collapses very quickly. So he's definitely going to have to keep track of the laners, and your laners have to shove up for you to be able to invade like that. You cannot do jungle invades by yourself. It's very much a team-oriented activity. So that's definitely up to the laners of SK, whether he can go with that style or not.
Yeah, this Orianna pick here from Royal Club is going to be so annoying for SK Gaming. First of all, we would expect Jessis to pick it, especially if they want to have Lee Sin for Svenskeren, and then Jessis could have the pressure in the mid lane, push it into tower, and open up for Svenskeren to actually invade onto Insect here. He won't be able to do it on Ahri against Orianna. One should be able to hold his own and also keep the wave fairly safe in the mid lane, or even push it into the tower of SK Gaming.
Well, our lane swap question has been answered after seeing the Vayne and Janna locked in. Candy Panda and N-Rated decide to take them heads up. This is not the first time in even this tournament that we've seen the Vayne Janna lane though. Samsung White also running that into the 2 versus 2 lane.
And Uzi is playing it so aggressively as well, done so much damage already to Candy Panda and Enrated, both of them down to half HP. We'll see how this lane all starts to develop here. We've of course seen that SK Gaming were relying mostly on that bottom lane with Gilius in the jungle to really get them off to a good start. They've not really found that form, and they have to perform in this lane matchup.
Yeah, again, the Vayne pick from Uzi might be explained by the fact that Royal Club, they don't respect the SK bottom lane. They know they can take this lane and do just fine in 2v2. And I actually do wonder if Zero is running 80 runes on his Janna like we've seen him do before, where basically he puts a lot of focus on just auto-attacking here early on, and we've just seen it, how both him and Uzi have been poking Candy Panda and N-Rated.
Yeah, exactly. Uzi exchanging with N-Rated, and 1 vs 1 heads up. Zero was exchanging blow for blow with Candy Panda. Zero also the guy, I believe, that ran 1 crit move.
Yes, 1 crit move.
Just in case.
On Janna. I do wonder how much damage you will actually do with it, but let's see if he can get a crit in the lane. And this Kayle picker from Enrated, I mean, he's the only guy who plays Kayle support. And my only problem is, you don't actually disengage with Kayle. Yes, you can save a target if Insect jumps onto a single target, but you can't really disengage like a Janna.
Now, because we're focusing so much on this bottom lane, I want to bring up that point that Doublelift brought up on the desk. Uzi and Zero are always shoving, and this is so early in the game. You know that they only can rely on trinket wards. So this is a Lee Sin, and there are so many ways you can gank a red side bottom lane. You can go through the river, hug the other side, but he's not headed down there.
Oh my god, Enrated caught out here.
They're gonna kill you.
Back through that one. Are they gonna be able to kill off Uzi? Not quite there. 2 of them going super low in these early stages.
But look here on the minimap, Svenskeren, he could have been down towards this bottom lane. Instead, going into the jungle here, he wants to find Insect. This is what we talked about. Svenskeren loves to invade onto the enemy jungle here. Both his lanes are actually pushing fairly decently up here, so he could go in. Didn't actually manage to get a fight though.
But somebody needs to go down to this bottom lane. This is where all the excitement is. Both junglers just met in the top side jungle. That means both bottom lanes know that they can continue to exchange blow for blow.
Need to be so careful there, though. We have Uzi, who has no summoners left. There is a flash still for Zero. And Insect is going to be moving through the SK Gaming jungle. Can he get down to that bottom lane? Does he want to get down to the bottom lane? He stopped off to actually do the Wraith camp, which Svenskeren actually stole away from his jungle. Candy Panda here is much healthier at this stage.
The thing is about ganking this bottom lane for Royal Club is that if they ever stop pushing and stop playing aggressively, then SK have to know something's up. If Uzi changes his playstyle, you know there's got to be a gank there. That's one of the drawbacks of always playing the same way. It gives a tell away very easily if you have jungler support.
Leaves us with pretty much tied gold count, and if you look at the CS, top lane bang even, mid lane bang even as well. There was a bit of harassment down from Korn towards Jesus. A similar thing will be happening as well up on this top side of the map, but for now that's even. The AD carries are both level. If we look at Candy Panda, he's actually gone back to base there, picked up a second Doran's Blade and a longsword. It'll be a Vamp Scepter though for Uzi, so gonna have that sustain in the lane.
And now we saw TSM against TPA yesterday. They showed how to ward against the Rengar, avoid all the engages here, and made it very hard for Win to do anything. SK Gaming is the team in Europe who buys the least amount of wards, and that can hurt them a lot against a team like Royal Club, against Insect on Rengar here, because if they don't ward properly, I'm just going to say it now so we can come back to it later, because it will become relevant. They will get punished.
The Hunter is being hunted right now. Even Svenskeren only level 4, trying to track Insect up the river just to buy Freddy some time up there. Leave that top lane undisturbed, and then let them just continue to farm.
I feel like Svenskeren has done similar things to Insect in terms of, you know, over the course of the year being caught out maybe a couple too many times in the enemy jungle without wards, not really in the safest of positions. They've got to be safe. Of course, you have to take risks, I think, to win these big games, but being safe is a big part of it as well. As Enrater just left the lane to ward up there, and his AD carry took a little bit of damage. They're actually going to push Royal Club back here in lane.
But it was pretty obvious what the tactic was from SK Gaming early with the Lee Sin pick, because we did see Svenskeren forget about the bottom lane and actually invaded all of the ones. So Freddy, let's see what he can do. Not a lot. So back to the point of Svenskeren. We did see him invade into the jungle, but he only did it once, because in this mid lane, Korn has been able to push it up all the time. So Jessis wouldn't be in a position to move from mid lane into the jungle and help Svenskeren. Royal Club would be able to collapse a lot faster, and therefore he was forced to just sit back and farm. So the Lee Sin pick so far, before level 6, where he was supposed to be so much stronger, has not been paying off for SK Gaming at all.
However, Insect just hit level 6, so we are at that all-important first gank for Rengar. Handing off blue here to Jesus. The all-important first gank for Rengar. He's out of potions right now, so it's not going to come too soon. He has to back first. And before he goes for that gank, we will see him prep it on the jungle camps, stack up his ferocity. The target would probably be bottom lane, which with how these lanes are exchanging. The other option would be top as well, because Freddy has been harassing Kola fairly often and getting Aurelia lower.
Yeah, and we have seen before when Royal Club is playing, Insect loves to go top lane when Kola plays Aurelia, because he can get the stun onto the enemy top laner, set up an easy gank for Insect. Down this bottom lane, because Uzi and Zero is constantly pushing it, it can be very hard for Insect to get close enough. It is always risky to dive under the tower, at least once Kale hits level 6 and you have the ulti here. But he's looking towards this bottom lane, level 6, and they do have a pink ward in the bush here, so he can sneak in.
Oh, here we go then. Ultimate
from
Insect. What can he do there? They are going in with the Howling Gale. They're going to go surely for Enrater. He's not level 6 yet, so no intervention there for him. This is going to be the first kill, and he goes over to Uzi.
So the first time SK Gaming is actually pushing the bottom lane, Insect is there. He goes in for the gank, and notice how he delays his second E until a flash comes in from Enrater. As soon as you flash, you throw the E, lock him down once more, and you can then kill him. And there was no level 6 on Enrater. That was a big, big deal.
And because there's so much discussion about Rengar and the difference between the good Rengars and the bad Rengars, I was looking at both Insect and Clear Love's take on Rengar, rune pages and mastery setting up before we came in here. Insect, he rune pages much more for the early game than Clearlove. Clearlove did scaling cooldown reduction blues, whereas Insect, he goes attack speed and some attack damage. As well, he only gets 6 armor penetration marks, whereas Clearlove went with 8 of them, which is also a little bit more early game oriented.
Right.
And that we've just seen constantly. Insect, his first gank almost always works out. He has that little bit of extra damage that comes from his rune page. Definitely always pays out.
And it really also shows just the difference in the two junglers in their playstyle. Clearlove is this like farm first jungler and then focus on team fighting, where Insect is this extremely aggressive jungler who wants to gank early on, who wants to snowball. Also why, again, Moby boots for him every single time on Rengar.
Moby boots, and he picked up the pink ward, so he's prepping the extra ganks here. But doesn't use the sweeper or the pink ward on the Tribush. Backs off as he sees Sven Skarin.
That's Sven moving in from this one. What's his plan? Oh, he's going around the back here. And look at that. Look at the pings here. They're pinging exactly where Svenskeren just went, reading him like a book.
Insect just recalled here. They can dive onto Cola.
The thing is, yeah, they saw him wrap around going towards the Baron Pit. This ward is a very nice ward from Royal Club. But even if you know that he possibly went over that wall, Cola is still in a very dangerous situation. Insect didn't go back up top.
And could get that stunning if anyone goes underneath the tower onto him. Here comes Svenskeren from the side there onto the wall. Kicks him back out from tower edge. They're going to get the kill. Oh! From it! There is Freddy coming in. The sapling is going to chase down Cola. But it's the Q from Svenskeren to pick up the kill.
Such a nice setup here by SK Gaming. Insect, he recalled as soon as he actually saw Svenskeren was around the top side. He decided to recall, go back to base, buy just a longsword and a green ward, and then simply open up for the dive here. Insect could definitely have stayed and just secure or help his top lane a little bit.
Yeah, they didn't respect the wall jump over the Baron Pit. They even pinged it twice, so they knew that that was a possibility. Cola stays over though, and Insect doesn't return top. He returns bottom. They get some peak ward coverage down.
Oh, Jesus here, far up the lane. Insect gonna go in. He's got the ball on it. There is the combo, and Svenskeren goes down. Jesus will use his ulti here. Insect had to back away. The ignite came out of Jesus, but again, coming up big here. 2 ganks around there for Insect and doing so well with it. Meanwhile, Uzi pushing back on this bottom lane.
That was great pre-planning here, actually, from Insect and Royal Club, because what Insect did, he ran down to his Wraith camp from the base, and he actually only killed the big Wraith and one of the small ones, and he left the 2 other ones because he knew Svenskeren was on the top side of the jungle, and therefore he couldn't actually get the full Wraith camp. And then as soon as Insect just went down to the bottom side and saw Svenskeren in the middle lane, he knew he could just go straight for the kill. There was no ulti for Svenskeren either. Easy pick up.
Yeah, that was a preview of what Royal Club are going to have in answer to the Maokai team fighting. This is their wombo combo answer. They've got Insect plus Corn going to try and hit multiple high priority targets towards the mid game here when we do see the team fights.
And Royal Club, they might not even want to team fight at all, at least for the first 20-30 minutes, because they have a perfect setup here to do 1-3-1, where you have Irelia up in one lane, you have Uzi and Vayne in the other side lane, and then Korn just sitting in the mid lane as the wave clear. And it simply means Insect can then choose whatever lane he wants to, pop his ulti as long as there's no deep wards from SK Gaming, and just go and instantly kill the target who's one-on-one against either Cola or Uzi.
Oh, this is very deep. Svenskeren gonna flash in, kicks Insect back. Insect's gonna go down, but Cola's joined in the fight. Freddy will be tanking this one up with the ultimate running. Jesus trying to do damage off to the side. I think Cola's done for you. Freddy may also fall. There's a shockwave, comes off cooldown, and Jesus flashes out. It's like one more auto attack. He gets away with 10 HP.
There was no ulti for Jesus during the fight here. It just came up in the very, very end, so he had to flash the wall and just try and escape.
And Gord was winning on his cooldown as well because they had just used it mid, so both mid laners were just waiting split seconds away. Uzi getting really close to this dead turret though.
Oh, this is bad, possibly for SK Gaming. Uzi coming through. Howling Gale catches the both of them. Zero trying to lock in, but here comes Cola from the bottom side. Candy Panda goes down, and Rated goes down. Royal Club get 2 back.
And we have seen this before from Royal Club. Cola is so good at teleporting down instantly as you see a fight in the bottom lane. Freddy had teleport, but he didn't want to use it, and as soon as Cola showed himself, easy cleanup, get 2 kills. They would probably have gotten them else or anyways, but now they can also pick up a dragon.
This is that classic tower bait there. The last few hits. They know that they want to finish it off and get that local gold. All right, so this is the 3 versus 3 though. Very exciting. Let's see. Spencer comes in, flashes over for the kickback, and they immediately focus down Insect. Good call there from SK to focus fire Rengar. He has a lot of offensive ability to create plays, but no defensive ability. He has no escape for himself. Top laner's going down 1 for 1 here too, and as we know, the magical escape.
And notice how the red buff actually means that Jesus couldn't try and charm onto Korn because the red buff was in his way, so the only option he had was actually flash the wall and just try and escape. If the red buff wasn't there, maybe, just maybe, he could have tried and turn it around. He was still very, very low and would have been a risky play.
Very, very dangerous game he was playing. Blue buffs handed over to both mid laners. That should definitely help out Jesus. He'll be able to go wave for wave here with the wave clear.
Let's have a look at the overall picture then. We've hit the 15-minute mark of this game, and it is a decent little lead for Royal Club. Not a massive one, and we'll see how that all changes as Zero just headed up towards top. They had vision of Svenskeren in that brush thanks to Korn's ward.
I also do like how Jesus has rushed for that Deathfire Grasp. He's not even thinking about going for the Athenes. Here it is!
Oh, there's the shockwave coming in. Gonna pull Jesus down. Here comes Zero as well. Flashes in with a Howling Gale.
But
and
why?
Korn picks up the kill.
Are they gonna collapse here? Freddy's looking for a tower dive.
Coming in from the back. Korn's at less than half HP. Svenskeren's gonna land the Q. Follows through. There's the ultimate coming out. Zero gonna knock them straight back out. Don't think Insect will follow up. Actually, he is. He's gonna go in there. There's no shockwave though. And Cola has also started. Uzi's coming around the side. Will they go under the turret? No, they won't. Not yet, at least.
Zero is such a beast. He comes in to save Korn there for the kill, and then he's able to reset under the turret. Beautiful Janna play. We've seen so many good Jannas.
But we have to question Jesse's play in the mid lane here. One-on-one, he just dives straight onto Korn here. Look at the minimap as well. There's no wards from SK Gaming around this mid lane. He had no idea who was waiting around, and he just went straight for the one-on-one between the minions as well. Didn't have enough damage. Zero joined in very fast, managed to get the kill, and then even though SK Gaming tried to dive, completely denied as well by Zero. So greedy play with the DFG from Jesus.
Yeah, he really wanted to use it. His team was on the way too. Like, they were on the way.
Still so
roaming.
risky. I mean, you have no wards on the side, and Zero was actually around the mid lane at the time and just instantly joined in. Completely backfired.
Look at the preparation here for the Uzi split push as well. That bottom side of SK's jungle has a ring of wards in it. And Uzi then just going to have the free time to push as far as he wants down that bottom side of the map. Jesus and Enrated were trying to push the middle tower there, but well, Zero and Insect coming across. And that will leave us then 17 minutes into this game with 3,000 gold to lead. For Starhorn Royal. Here comes Uzi. Jesus might be in trouble. They've got top. The shockwave doesn't land though. Jesus had already got out of there.
Two ultis gone here from Royal Club, but there's still 4 members in this mid lane pushing it. SK Gaming are very slow to react.
Yeah, they need to disperse here.
No one around really. Jesus
That's just
trying
a free
to max
tower.
range. That is a free tower. Going over to Royal Club, their second of the game to tie us up in turret kills.
And again, with all the wards around this mid lane here from Royal Club, they can go for these risky, aggressive ganks onto someone like Jesus deep inside the SK Gaming jungle, and they know nobody's near, nobody can help him, and instantly just go to mid lane because they had already pushed up the bottom lane and Freddy was farming the top lane.
You mentioned very early on the ward coverage of the SK.
I knew it was going to be.
wanted to call back to it. Pretty much the entire map littered with Royal Club wards, whereas SK very, very dark there. But yes, this is the perfect time for Royal Club to start forcing that issue, start pushing this in because they've got the Trinity Force Aurelia.
Those here.
Uh-oh.
He is way out of position. Started to do the recall there. He's actually going to go aggressive onto Candy Panda with that blade. Knocks him against the wall. There's the kickback, the intervention. Uzi's going down, and it's Candy Panda that gets it.
He tried to get the cannon minion before he died there for a little bit of extra gold.
Almost.
Yeah, I wanted to get something out of it.
But funny enough here, SK Gaming actually managed to get a kill. There's just no dragon for them to take. There's no tower for them to take. So yes, you do get a kill on Uzi. You delay his farm a little bit, but that's about it. Because dragon is going to be up in 1 minute. If they can do it again in 1 minute, they will be able to get the dragon and almost even out the gold.
See Freddy having his lane pushed against him. He's ahead though in CS, and that's like Rod of Ages already in. DFG for Jesus. That's maybe what gave him that confidence in the mid lane to fight Korn, where he ended up dying.
And then, of course, because the team was like calling, we're coming mid lane, but it was just too early and it was too aggressive. I do have to give credit to SK Gaming for adapting to the Royal Club playstyle. We saw it yesterday as well. I mean, suddenly SK Gaming are running around the map, finding picks left and right. They used to be a team who would play on the other team's mistake and be like very passive at first and just slowly gain their lead and just wait for the enemy team to overextend and then kill them. You can't do that against Royal Club because they will constantly just find you in these small picks here and small skirmishes. And that's where it's great SK Gaming is adapting to it. Now they just need to buy a lot more wards so they can do what TSM did to TPA yesterday and the Rengar pick.
So what they have done so far is actually ward up this bomb side of the map. Not only did they kill Uzi, but they also have more vision there now, so they should probably dissuade that 1-3-1 that you're mentioning as a possibility. It would be very dangerous for Royal Club to go back to that. Maybe we see them work again with the Rengar Ori Shockwave.
So this is very nice. You just talked about how the warding or the vision control was in favor of SK Gaming at the Dragon. It actually meant that Royal Club sent 4 members down. They got it now. It actually meant Royal Club sent 4 members down to the river to place some wards and clear some wards, and then SK Gaming just walked straight into mid lane and took the tower.
Here we go then. Royal Club moving in towards the Dragon.
Freddy walking down. Oh, he teleports in. They're going for it.
He's coming in on the back as well. They're pinging on top of that.
He's all alone.
Out Zero. He flashes at FLICKR and then kicks him the wrong way. And Freddy will be focused down here. I think there's the last second intervention. Monsoon comes out Zero. They're all very low here at Royal Club, but they're going to try and turn it around. And Rayan will be the first one. Shockwave comes down, catches both of them, and that is going to be a 2-0. The Dragon will follow.
What a spread out fight. Whoa, they're not going for Dragon. They're headed up towards Baron, Joe. They just killed 2 people. The jungler's still up. That would be a miracle steal if FLICKR is able to do anything here.
There is a blade on Uzi. He needs to join his team in. They have a lot of single target damage here already as well. Trinity Force is completed. It's all about FLICKR now. Can he actually steal it?
He's got to be the hero here for SK Gaming. He has to get in there for the steal. That Baron already surely very low at this stage. Cola has gone low and the Baron goes over to Royal Club. Svenskeren completely kept away there by Zero, and he's now having to try and run away. Candy Panda's there as well. Cola's going to get in. He's on low HP so he can get the stun and then picks up the kill.
And suddenly, Royal Club, they just destroy SK Gaming. I mean, the teleport from Freddy actually meant he was all alone against 2 people.
And you can tell the decisiveness from Royal Club. This is one of the points where it's the ping from Insect. He says, go, everybody instantly, go. They get the Baron, they get the 2 kills, and they get the Dragon. They collected everything on the map.
Oh, Uzi trying to get in there. Cola will join in. Oh, there's the Shockwave. It's Freddy that they catch. He will twist and advance in, but they lock him up and pick up another one. The 11th kill of the game, the 4th for Cola.
Insect's not done.
Yeah, he's not done yet. He's got that ultimate running. Not going to quite get in there onto Jezza though.
It's just so impressive. A team that, you know, sometimes has to use 3 languages to communicate plays so decisively. There's so much, the instincts of these guys is so impressive.
Everyone just has to be on the same page, and everyone needs to know exactly how strong they are and when they can actually take the fight.
You know, we watched that video too, the intro video from Royal Club, and they talked about the different ways they work on building teamwork with the team. And they try all kinds of other activities outside of the game just to get used to each other and how they think.
Well, you saw it on the minimap, the way that they were pinging coming into that fight. Let's have a look at it again, though.
Right, so teleport behind here from Freddy. So he's actually 1v2 against Uzi and Insect. And remember, Vayne has the true damage onto him. The rest of SK Gaming, they can't join in time. Like, so Freddy's taken really low. Ult from Enraid is used. And this is where, again, the KL support, it is great for this one target you can save, but you can never really fully disengage a fight like a Janna can do. And Korn just standing at the ping ward in the bush here, and beautiful ulti.
It was simply Royal Club outplaying SK in the spread out team fight. They made the mid-fight adjustment. As soon as they saw the teleport come in, Insect flips right back around. They know they've got Freddy isolated. The power of Maokai is all about the aura with the rest of your team and doing the tanking. They take him out before it even starts. They burn the KL ultimate. They have everything off of it.
That's pretty much the best part, because it wasn't actually a team fight. It suddenly turned into like a 1v2, 2v2, so small skirmish where Royal Club are so strong. I mean, you have the Vayne pick, you have the Rengar pick as well. And in the end, SK Gaming tried to escape. just couldn't get away from corner, and his beautiful Orianna ultis. There's been quite a few this game.
And you have to say, Freddy maybe feeling, you know, from his Mundo play in those last 3 games where you might be able to get away with something like that to join the rest of your team. Doesn't work out for it, and Royal Club are already pressuring towards those inner towers. Got 3 down on the outer layer, and it's just going to be about strangling SK Gaming out of this one now.
Man, that last team fight, it really did show how both of these teams thinking the same thing, though. They both wanted to initiate that team fight. That's why it was so disjointed, and they had 2 points of engagement.
So I want to hear Krepo's opinion on this, but I'm looking at the item build from Enrated, and he decided to actually get the Frostfang, or just fully upgraded, which I don't really understand, because I feel like trying to rush towards a Mikhails would be so much better, especially against like a Rengar. Because when he engages in, he's gonna land a snare. You can Mikhail instantly, and you can actually try and disengage. Where the Frostfang, it becomes a lot harder, especially also because there's so many mobile targets on Royal Club, which are gonna be hard to hit. But if you do manage to land it, I guess you will apply the slow here. But I want to hear from Krepo what he's going to say.
Having a Mikhails, I'm pretty sure.
Wow. Shockwave thrown down there by Korn, and might have not even been thinking that he could get that kill. He's got Candy Panda low and will force him to go back to base, and once his next minion wave comes through, they may fancy it. They've also sent Kohler down bottom. His TP will be back up here shortly, so the split push is going to be in full action, and now that minion wave does come through. Uzi going to step forward, does get a few hits off. SK retreat from that completely.
Yeah, they definitely have to back off, and Royal Club can wait once again for the ultimate cooldown here from Insect. The thing about, even if you do rush a Mikhails, it's always nice to have that on our team, and Krepo's definitely pro Mikhails, but if Rengar jumps in with the Orianna ball on him and the shockwave goes off, you're still going to get
right,
sucked
of course, yeah. But, I mean, it's also more just for the picks itself.
Yeah.
Like if Rengar jumps in, you can try and use it to disengage. I just feel like Mikhails would, in pretty much every situation, be better than fully upgrading into the Frost Greens.
Yeah, the little Ice Blast there.
I'm glad we agree.
We'll see how the little Ice Blast turns a team fight. You never know. That could be the difference between life and death.
Still, these items, it's new for me, man. When I played support, it was a lot simpler.
Is that why you ended up quitting?
Because it got too complicated.
It
got too complicated.
I was looking at the patch notes. I'm like, nope. Do we actually have to buy items now? Like, hell no.
Time to become a coach.
Well, you could go Zero's route here. No, he doesn't have quite the actives. He just upgraded as well, but he's gone once again with the Janna special, the Medjais. I do always like the Jannas that pick up Captain's Boots as well, just because it helps so much in these team fights. This team for Royal Club thrives on move speed. So any extra source of move speed that Zero can add to his team helps out so much. We've already seen them chasing and even retreating, having to reposition mid-fight. This Captain Boots Janna just gives them such a big advantage.
And Kohler here having to go Freddy down bottom. He's pretty decently tanky at this stage for him, so Kohler really just pulling Freddy away from the rest of the team. Zero has just gone down bottom as well, but that middle inner turret is maybe what they want to go for. Actually, they've gone towards Korn, but Jesus miles away there with that charm. They did get him down to about half HP, but the follow-up just not there.
Insect actually popped his ult here, so it's going to be on cooldown, and Royal Club will keep just looking for this one pick. Maybe also Freddy.
Yeah, they're going to get the turret here. Uzi not bothered about the kills. He wants that tower to go down. There's the monsoon. Zero actually flashing away, will survive. There's a knock against the wall from Uzi. Intervention comes down. Here comes Korn. Where is the shockwave going to land? They take Freddy, and Raider just getting out of range there of the shockwave. They still have that available to them if Korn decides to pull the trigger.
Ooh, what another disjointed team fight right there. They started out by putting a whole bunch of damage into Freddy, and he can't be the reliable tank if they get that much of a time advantage down there. Dumping a whole bunch into him, it was very hard. Uzi had the confidence after that to get right up in his face.
I'm really just looking at this Orianna pick again from Champs League, where they early pick it, you take it away from SK Gaming. It destroyed the whole tactic early game with Svenskan on Lee Sin because they didn't have the pressure in mid lane for Svenskan to invade on Insect and try and kill him pre-6.
Yeah, the Ahri picks really haven't been working out for Jez's this tournament. I know it is something that he does really like and finds a comfortable pick.
Right.
But yeah, it definitely has not held up for them on the world stage.
At playoffs in their EU LCS, Ahri was probably the best mid lane pick together with Orianna. I mean, Froggen and XPEC played it as well a lot, so I wonder if they're going to play it next week. We haven't seen it here in Taiwan really pay off.
And look at the difference in mid lane power here. That is tremendous. He's got all 3 completed main mid lane items here for Korn, plus he's got the extra flat spell penetration. So this Orianna, that Shockwave is going to do a ridiculous amount of damage, whereas Jez is just sitting on the pieces of his death cap plus the Deathfire Grass.
Oh, Freddy caught out a little bit in the jungle, and look at the minimap. Nobody is there to even remotely help him out. He's going to be getting slowed down here. Korn going to go in. Insec, of course, will be able to just snare him up. They actually use the Shockwave. Takes a while, but you'll get him down. That leaves a 5v4 with Byron now on the map.
SK have to kill Cola here and just rush back to the Baron and try and do whatever. I mean, Sven's gonna need to steal it, get a kill down this bottom lane as well.
Level 16 Cola though, N-Raid's got to give him some space.
Ah, the Frost Queen. There it is!
Yeah, the Frost Queen, he's able to kite.
Oh, look at that.
Solo steal?
Trying to take out Zero, who actually stopped him, and look at Kohler, he's still alive. Ulti used there at the back, they finally pull out. It's going to be Uzi that gets the kill. Kohler survived through all of that, and Royal Club take Baron at the same time.
Right. That's about it then.
Hold on. Well, it's 30 minutes still. They can try and pull the long siege, I guess. Let's see here. For Royal Club, their siege actually with Orianna is okay. It's very dangerous for Uzi to get up there. But really, it's just going to be the split push for them to end it. They don't even have to stand up 5v5 here. So, as we've seen, it's very hard for them to deal with Cola right now. He's been just such a beast all game long. If he goes down to split push, he draws way more attention from SK, and they'll probably find a way into the base here. 4-1.
Right, so
let's watch that run around, by the way. How exactly does this work?
3 members here. Svensson is sent alone to try and kill it. Sloper and raided. And still running on the other side. Jessis actually jumps 2 Jessis and starts just kiting away.
Oh, Candy Panda out of position, and it's the ultimate used. Oh, it's going to get the kill though. And it's not going to be enough damage there on the passive to get the kill. So Candy Panda is down. What are Royal Club going to do with this one? They've got Uzi and Korn coming down the mid lane. They'll be joined by another 2. They'll send Insect towards the top lane to actually start defending here as a Howling Gale comes through towards Freddy. That is a big chunk of damage coming out from Korn, and I think that's going to be enough for the tower. It's going to be Kohler that's tanking that one up, and they do manage to finish it off.
And look at the bottom lane here. It's already pushing in. Insect pushed the top wave as well, so every single lane pushing into the base of SK Gaming. Will Royal Club try and dive here? They have no ulti on Insect, so they need to wait for it.
Or it could just be a well-placed Shockwave here. We've seen how much damage that Shockwave can do. He can place it on Cola. Cola's got a reliable dash. They don't have to wait for Insect.
Just going to switch down towards that bottom lane after mid is cleared out here by SK Gaming. Candy Panda, of course, spawning back in after being caught out on that top side. And look at Uzi, basically has Kohler in front of him to offer that protection in case they come his way, and we'll just get the free auto attacks off, and the turret loses half HP.
Royal Club has just been in control pretty much the entire game long, to be honest. Bot lane wise, SK Gaming actually did pretty well. They were winning on farm, they almost killed the bot lane tower, but then the gank came in from Insec, and then the second TP, the TP came in from Cola, and suddenly there was too many kills on the side of Royal Club. And then it's just been all about this mid lane and all the fights around the mid lane and the lack of wards from SK Gaming. When you play Ahri, you need a lot of wards, and here's Shockwave.
Oh, onto Enrated there is Svenskeren diving in, they're going for Cola. Svenskeren will fall from this one as Insect now joins as well. Actually, Svenskeren's on the intervention. Jevnas jumps on. Insect trying to beat them up at the back. The rest of the team comes through. Uzi having to go at Candy Panda, and that will be another one. That means 4 men of course, for SK. And surely this is going to be the game now for a Royal Club.
I don't know how many times we're going to see teams continue to give Insect Rengar after this. He's been so good with all of his ganks. Every team thinks, oh, we've seen so many of these Rengars fail. All you have to do is deep ward and work around these ganks. But he always finds a way to get in.
It was pretty clear it was their idea or tactic from SK Gaming to pick Kayle as this counter to the Rengar.
Right, but that's the support Kayle. He's not going to have his ult for a long time.
No, it just wasn't enough.
Next to story is all going to be taken out here, and Rated still the last man left alive. Couple of spawns coming in, but it won't matter. Starhorn Royal Club basically end the dream here for SK Gaming. Svenskeren coming back into the team, just not enough And Royal Club showing once again that they're just such a classy act.
So SK Gaming, they came in, they had their tactic planned. We want to try and punish the Rengar pick early with the Lee Sin. That's why they left both the junglers open. At the same time, we have this KO support, so whenever or whatever target Insect will jump, we can KO ult and we can avoid all the damage and then try and turn it around. And then Orianna happened from Royal Club. Also just making the team fights from Royal Club suddenly stronger than the SK ones.
Also, it was really just the split-second decisions in the team fights that Royal Club were able to come out on top of them. I mean, turning around when the teleport came, you know, so many good reactions from there. And I have to say, Korn and Cola on champions they're so comfortable with. Insect goes without saying that he likes Rengar. Uzi on the famous Vayne. We pretty much got to see the all-star lineup here from Royal Club, and they definitely deserve to be at the top of this group.
It is pretty funny to see how, as you mentioned earlier, Joe, how why do teams keep giving Rengar to Insect here? And what we have actually seen in LPL in the playoffs is some teams, they decide to ban both Lee Sin and the Rengar, or at least pick one of them with the first pick, and then force him on to, like, yeah, Jarvan or Kha'Zix, and he doesn't have the same impact. So I wonder if we're gonna see it leading into the quarterfinals, where teams will try to, like, target Insect, because he's basically just dominating on Rengar, and then his Lee Sin performance yesterday wasn't as strong, but we have seen him carry on Lee Sin before.
Yeah, I think there are so many questions when you look at this entire Royal Club team. You have 3 bans. It is so hard to take them out of it. I mean, you see there, Korn gets Orianna. He's most played champion through LPL somewhere in the playoffs, and he absolutely wiped the floor with him.
I think that one ban that we've seen in the last 2 games against Royal Club, teams can stop using. It's the Lucian ban that they use against Uzi, because he showed Tristana, he can take over a game with Tristana. Same thing here with Vayne as well. I think Uzi's just got too many things he can choose from. So focus your bans on one person.
The only, or maybe the idea behind the Lucian ban, if we just have to try and explain it, could be because if he is playing like Tristana or a Caitlyn pick maybe, he's going to be weaker in the mid game where Royal Club loves to team fight. So maybe that's how teams are looking at it and say, okay, if you play Tristana or Caitlyn and we get to mid game, we can start punishing you for having a weaker AD carry. Obviously, you don't want to go late game, but still, maybe that's the idea. Otherwise, I don't see why you're banning this Lucian pick.
Well, another win for Starhorn Royal Club for SK. It's not getting better. We're going to head back over to QuickShot on the analyst desk for a look at that game.
Thank you very much, guys. A very interesting game to dissect. I want to start with picks and bans. There's a couple of questions I want to highlight. First of all, the dual lane was going to be a focus. We've seen Uzi as well as Zero going for that Vayne Janna lane. On the other side of the coin, we've seen a Kale support. Crepo, we've talked about at the desk. Enrated's champion pool is interesting. Sona didn't work out. Kale, definitely not. And the playstyle. What's your take?
Kale is probably one of the sports I'm least versed in as how she works, but like just looking objectively at the matchup, Kale and Kog'Maw are going to look for more trades, longer trades. Janna Vayne is going to look for very short and just punchy trades, and they were allowed to do so in the start of the lane, especially looking at level 1. The Vayne just got a couple auto attacks for free and backed out. Then a new shield came in, a couple auto attacks for free, backed out. I felt SK should notice this, just try and back out and go for these long trades, but then again, World Cup wasn't really allowing that. I'm actually not the biggest fan of the Vayne pick. I think Uzi was just flexing right here because you should get outranged and you should get outplayed on this lane. But yeah, he just spaced it so well and he made it work.
I completely agree. I think Uzi really was just flexing. That was really an overconfident pick. It was really optimistic to think that he could survive laning phase, which to me, he really didn't. I mean, he got TP pressure from Cola because Cola was winning top lane eventually, but 2v2 straight up, you saw there was a time when actually Candy Panda could have killed him if he had just flashed for it. So to me, Uzi and Zero actually lost 2v2 for the first time, and it was against SK's bottom lane, which is not what I would expect. So I think when he hovered over Caitlyn and Tristana, those were the right picks, but then he was like, I'm just going to style. I'm just going to pick Vayne.
It ended up working in his favor. I do want to highlight Zero before we move on to the rest of the game. Zero on Janna, again, mind-boggling. Interestingly, Janna is 7-1 in the World Championships thus far. Zero's picked up 3 wins on that champion. As the game progressed, it worked out incredibly well. The lane, despite you saying they lost the 2v2, Insect came in, he was very aggressive. Let's talk a little bit more about what Starhorn Royal Club did around the map, because they seem to just strangle SK out.
I just want to point out a small thing about that Janna. He actually rushes Captain Boots relatively early just so he can make his team even quicker, and that allows them just to these quick team fight skirmishes where Royal Club is just moving quicker than the enemy. Both Janna and those Captain Boots allow that to happen, and yeah, you saw that they just outposition them. Zero will either flash in and use Monsoon or just use Monsoon to cancel, and Royal Club plays around that beautifully.
Well, yeah, it's just about that speed, too. The Janna passive, you have the Orianna as well to get people up, so they can engage team fights extraordinarily quickly, especially with that Rengar.
And I have to question people's ability to just kind of read Royal Club's picks. How many times is Insect going to get Rengar? How many times is Cola going to get Aurelia? And how many times is Zero going to get Janna? Because it's really obvious what these guys are going to play every time, but it just feels like the teams don't respect it or really understand how powerful Royal Club is on these champs.
Freak. Yeah, and as well, thing is when you pick a champion like Janna, this is a very team fight focused team as well. Yes, you do have people like Cola and Uzi who can split push, but like they're still trying to 5-on-5. It's what Janna wants to do. It's what the Orianna wants to do, and they're set up for this. And the teams aren't really strategically outplaying this, right? When you can start reading into your opponent's picks, you know what kind of champions are coming. You can develop a counter strategy and say, well, you're going to be bad at X because we can predict all your picks, and no one's doing that yet.
Well, you mentioned the team fights. This particular team did manage to get a few big fights in their favor. Let's pull up the first replay where a couple of teleports from both Cola and Freddy come into play. Freak, talk us through what Starhorn Royal Club did right and how they sort of punished SK.
So Starhorn Royal Club, first of all, are positioned incredibly well, and they don't get themselves in a really bad spot. What SK does poorly, though, is one... This is one off the Janna kick, or is this the... earlier one?
Two teleports down to the bottom, 20 minutes. Janna ends the fight as SK over-aggress.
Okay, yeah, so let's roll a clip out, and we're going to see how everyone comes into this one. Yeah, so the teleport's way overcommitted, and this actually kick by Svenskar is really poor. He actually ward hops too far away, giving room for Janna to flash in. So Freddy's isolated. It wastes the Kayle ulti, blocking basically no damage. And then the great disengage means that now SK's over-chasing. Their tank is already gone. Svenskar is squishy at this point. He's like in the back lines at this point. Whereas for SHRC, they properly positioned. Orianna comes down properly from the flank, right? And it's just this really poorly coordinated, overstretched fight from SK.
Yeah, and at a certain point, if you're going to commit to that fight, you or disengage either way. You either go ahead and you use that Kayle ult onto the Maokai and then get out of dodge immediately, or you let the Maokai continue to go in, and if Ahri's going to dash forward like that, you have to just commit to that fight entirely because they lost, they lost the Kayle ult, they lost the Maokai ult damage, and yeah, you need to decide in advance how that Kayle ult's going to be used.
And I don't understand why people always want to teamfight Royal Club. It's just so mind-blowing because it's what they're known to do. Like, to watch Royal Club teamfight, it's like watching a beautiful dance or something. You know, you're just like, whoa, it's like so mesmerizing and beautiful. But just like stop doing it. Just go siege, go split push, look for picks. Stop fighting them 5-on-5 because that's how people lose.
So Starhorn Royal Club all but punched their ticket to the quarterfinals. They're 4-0 at the moment, barring a monumental misplays in their last two games and some help from the other side. They're there.
Right.
TSM also have the possibility of being in a tiebreak scenario if they lose their next few games and if SK win there. So SK are not entirely out, but even with Svenskar back at the helm, they seem to be even more lost against the Royal Club than they did yesterday. Would you say that's fair, or am I being too overly critical here? Crepo, you want to chime in there?
Well, I think when TSM will face against SK, they will just ban the Kayle again like they did before, and then I feel they'll just put N-rated back on uncomfortable champions. And because he held his own, I think Kayle is actually one of N-rated's strongest champions.
Yeah.
Tie that in with the fact that nobody's used to playing against Kayle support. That makes it a strong pick. I think TSM banned it last time. I'm not entirely sure, but I think they did. And that will just put him on uncomfortable champions again, and that will tilt the matchup in TSM.
Let's get a closing thought from Monty.
Yeah, SK moving forward too, when we've seen them in the EU LCS, they have been very dependent on the Nidalee and the Aatrox and those split pushers. And SK's challenge coming into this tournament, those champions are going to be banned against you because they're the obvious kind of oddball champions. They play to SK's strengths. So it's up to SK to come out with enough stuff that they can open up those champions again. But so far, they haven't shown anything else that's been ban-worthy. And so kind of their most powerful picks remain unusable.
Yeah, well, interesting notes. I just heard from production while we were chatting that after that game, Imp walked up to Uzi as they were departing the stage and said to him in English, "You are the best AD carry in the world." Wow. A lot of respect and a lot of props being paid to Uzi. Imp obviously watching that game very closely. Guys, we're going to take a quick break and leave you with that thought. Meet us here in 3.5 minutes when AHQ Esports Club takes on Samsung White. We'll be right back.
Jesus trying to do damage off to the side. I think Cole is done for you. Freddy may also fall. There's the shockwave. Comes off cooldown. And Jesus flies over. One more auto attack. Coming in from the back. Corns at less than half HP. Svenskun's going to land the Q. Follows through. There's the ultimate coming out. Zero going to knock them straight back out. They're all very low here at Royal Club, but they're going to try and turn it around. And Ray will be the first one. Shockwave comes down. Svenskun will fall from this one as Insect now joins as well. Actually, Svenskun got the intervention. Jesus jumps on. Insect trying to beat them up at the back. The rest of the team comes through.
Welcome back, everyone. Before we take a look at this matchup, AHQ CEO takes us to the team's drink shop in Taipei, where pro players can pick up some new skills.
大家好，我是 AHQ Esports Club 的 CEO， 大家都叫我谢老板。那现在所在的位置是我们 AHQ Esports Club 所开的第一间冷饮店。我先跟你们讲，等下你们要做什么。 我是客人哦。会开这间冷饮店的原因是，其实因为选手在退役之后，因为我们有一些选手其实已经打到27、26岁了，其实能够再打的时间其实也不多。
从选手退下来，然后转型做别的类型的工作。
30天前才开幕，然后因为我们最近要比赛，所以没有时间过来。开了很好啊，因为我觉得感觉就会做起来。
这附近有国高中啊，学生特别多啊，所以可能是一个不错的地方啊，而且都年轻人比较热爱我们的英雄联盟。
他可能可以打3年、5年，这是选手的生命周期。那如果他退役之后，我们希望他能够养成有一技之长。毕竟他们退役之后，我们还是必须要帮他们安排后路。
大条要10几下，对，全部下去抓到满，OK，然后就放松。
像我记得好像有一个冠军特调是什么，就不是别人会有的，就是我们自己加料，然后它就是冠军特调这样。
真的很热哎，没看一下。
OK， 奶粉加3条，满条吗？要摇多久？30分钟。啊？
哈哈，因为好喝。这算是公司给的保障吗？
我觉得我们老板就是很有帮选手在打算。
It's quite interesting to see pro players outside of the gaming environment making some drinks on the side. Anybody got some bartending experience here?
No, but I do drink a lot of boba, so I'm glad. I would love to come over and drink AHQ's boba.
I've said plenty of times at the other side of the bar. But anyways, regardless of that, I think it's good to have team building experiences, and a lot of teams underestimate how it doesn't matter what you do, as long as you like have these outside of your gaming house experiences with your teammates, even if it's something silly like making drinks, I think is actually really valuable.
I completely agree. All right, guys, the teams are getting ready, so let's actually set things up for our next match, where AHQ Esports will be facing off against Samsung White. Fact of the matter is, AHQ simply cannot afford the level 1 disaster they had previously, and I think they need smarter picks and bans. Talon into Z didn't work. Their Blitzcrank isn't working. AHQ, let's talk a little bit about them to the desk. Let's start with Double. If maybe, have you been watching Garnet Devil? Have you been watching their games? Something to add?
Yeah, so when they went for that kind of cheesy, I shouldn't say cheesy, but they went for an early game strategy, right? They went Talon and they went Blitzcrank. Those are not champions that scale very well, but they are very good late game. From what I can tell, their late game team fighting and rotations they're not bad. So I feel like they should play to their strengths instead of just completely change their playstyle to try to throw off Samsung White.
Yeah, Samsung White on the other side have played next to flawless. It's very difficult to see how they're going to lose. I think they're just going to keep doing what they're doing.
At the same time, yeah, play to your strengths, but what if your strengths are just nowhere near the strength of your enemy? Like, are you going to outplay White in the late game?
That's a good point.
I don't know.
Yeah.
You need to just try and throw them a curveball that they somehow can't handle, but I think there's very few curveballs in group stages, let alone even quarters, that White's not going to be able to handle.
Yeah, I think it's, again, you pick champions they haven't fought against, you pick a strategy they haven't fought against, like crazy, again, a
Karma
5-man crazy
Fiora.
push. But sure, yeah, Karma Fiora bot lane, like whatever it is, do the strat that Complexity wanted to do, which was a Yasuo Trist bot lane, just like level 6 all lanes. Just do something that's definitely unexpected.
Yeah. Team didn't make it into the LCS. Let's talk about two very good players here.
They didn't use a strategy.
Just before we moved into the game, Imp walked on stage as he was setting up, said to Uzi, "You're the best AD carry in the world." These two guys are 4 wins in terms of their stats. It's 14.75 KDA for Uzi and a 14.25 KDA for Imp. There's only 2 assists that separate these two players. I think we've got a really stacked AD carry world championships this year. And I want to get some input just on these two guys as we're watching them in groups, despite them being separate sides.
Well, I mean, it's fun to watch them because we kind of have, when we look at the top 80 carries in this tournament, we talk about guys like Name and Deft and Imp and Uzi, and these are probably the top 4. And we've got 2 playmaking. We got 2 double lifts in here, the Uzi and the Imp, and then we've got these more positional, passive, team fight-oriented AD carries in Deft and Name. And yeah, these guys may not be as flashy, but I think when we see Samsung Blue roll around and we start looking at some really impressive team fights, you'll see that it's more subtle, but the damage output is a lot higher.
I have to agree with Monty that consistent and more positional focused AD carries will gather better results in the long run. I can tell you from first-hand experience that being a playmaker, at times your mentality will be clouded, and you won't know if you're the right decision or not, and then you'll just end up throwing the game. And that just really sucks. It's the worst feeling ever.
Well, it's definitely something we're going to have to keep tabs on. Thank you for the insight, guys. It looks like the teams are nearly ready, so we're going to actually send it over to Joe and company to cast the game.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's take a look straight away at the team rosters. On the blue side, representing the Garena Premier League, it's AHQ Esports Club with Prides in the top lane, Naz in the jungle, Westor in mid, Garnet Devil the AD carry, and Green Tea on support.
And gearing up on the red side are Korea's Samsung White. Up top, Looper. In the jungle, Dandy. Mid pawn, AD carry Imp, and support Mata.
So, into champion select there. There are a few theories about this game and how it should be played. Maybe not from both sides, because I think Samsung White are going to go out there and do what they've done this entire time. But from AHQ, do they do the DP style of going for your comfort picks and trying to outplay a team that we have to say have looked better than you throughout the World Championship so far? Or do you throw them that curveball?
Well, I was looking for the curveball last time. Maybe it'll happen again. Regardless of the picks, though, I think that the play style that they should employ, why we expected a lane swap from SK, is because the bottom lane is so scary here for this team as well. Samsung White, just as scary as the Royal Club bottom lane. And if you swap them around, then at least you gain some amount of time where they don't have to actually fight them heads up in the lane phase, because the trades that SK were getting against Uzi and Zero were complete ripoffs. Like, they were getting swindled in that bottom lane. It was ridiculous.
So basically, you want AHQ to pick like a top laner who can farm in a 1v2 and not really item dependent, could be like a Lulu pick. And then we just have, I'm not sure what Westor is going to play in the mid lane, because he's the guy being banned out every single time.
Yeah.
If he can get a comfort pick and they can get a lane swap, maybe. Maybe.
Well, let's figure it out here. Just a quick fun fact for you. In every game, they've banned the same things here at AHQ. Alistair, Zillion, and Rise. The only 3 bans that they've pulled from the all possibilities here will be a Zillion first ban,
2 for 2.
the second ban as well.
And the bans against them have usually been targeted at Westor. The Zed, Fizz still up, TF still up.
Yeah,
and
so he will get one of them.
We'll
get one of the comfort picks. Question is he going to first pick it? Because Samsung White might take it, or else... What? Both open, actually. Fizz and Twisted Fate here, so they don't have to first pick anything just yet.
The thing is, since Samsung White are red side, they have the guaranteed counter pick if they want. So whatever Westor decides to go with, Pawn can always save his pick to the last and counter.
And if it's going to be like a TF pick, I'm pretty sure we're going to see Talon coming in from Pawn in the mid lane, and it's going to make it so hard for Westor pretty much no matter what he picks. And obviously now you've just given one of the most aggressive bot lanes to Samsung White.
And they've left, for example, Rengar open here, who, you know, you take away that Lee Sin as your first pick, you leave open the most played champion of Dandy, and let's be honest, he is a terrifying Rengar as well.
Yeah.
We'll see if they go that route here. All we know, Lucian Thresh for them, and now over onto AHQ side, that Lee Sin first picked.
And I would love to see Rengar from Dandy, because we have seen Insec play Rengar, he's been the most successful. Everyone else has been like a level under Insec in terms of the Rengar play. I want to see Dandy pull it out here, and I want to see him play it in the playoffs as well, because he's so scary on this champion.
Right, and you know how Insec, he has this way of making his first level 6 ganks work. Dandy, he sets up amazing counter gank with Rengar. He ganks through the lane more than I've seen from any other jungler. He always gets his lane partners to first clear it out, and then he sneaks into those side pushes. Perfect for Rengar for counter ganking.
So for AHQ then, they pick up Rise for the top lane. The interesting one actually is Jinx, which throughout the regular GPL season and playoffs was played 12 times by Garnet Devil, and he won all 12 of those games. He's his big champion.
Plus, it's a champion that works very well in lane swaps, so that could, that could be a signal here.
If they want to do like a fast push comp here, Jinx is one of the best AD carries, scales well into late game as well, and it's a comfort pick, which is probably the most important thing. Same goes for the Lee Sin.
And if they did want to fast push some turrets, then Janna would be a good complementary support for them to pick up. Thought they were going to keep that Talon, but even if they don't have the Talon, Janna's still good.
So Leona again Leona in a lane swap is just fine. You can dive on to the enemy top laner if he's actually there. But what we see normally is that people are going to run around in the jungle with the top lane and jungler anyway, and only actually teleport to the top lane if he knows there's a one-on-one with the AD carry, and therefore Leona won't be there to dive. So a Janna pickup could really work for this fast push and for the siege they can do. Also with a Twisted Fate here, it should be a Janna pick for Green Tea, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, once again, you talked about early picking TF. He's very vulnerable to assassins.
It's going to be a Talon here.
He's so vulnerable to assassins. They've got to have some plan here to get him through that early game.
And of course, Twisted Fate is Westall's big famous champion. You might have realized by the way the crowd reacted to that one when it's hovered over on, and then even louder when it's locked
Green
in.
Tea,
There's a Blitzcrank for Green Tea as well. And of course, he's already been, he likes those champions with the hooks. He's played a game on Thresh. He's had now a third game here on Blitzcrank.
Last time we saw the Twisted Fate and Blitzcrank combo from them, they were able to get, that's where they got most of their kills.
When they were in the lane.
It was under turrets, but
on the turrets,
that's
right.
where they at least did get some of the kills
But
out.
the funny part is, he didn't actually play it in the GPL. Clearly, he likes to play like these champions where he can make the big plays. But if you actually want to try and play your combo correct against a team like Samson White, and you don't want to just go straight for this snowball support-ish, we have to just fight, get some kills, the Janna pick would have been perfect with Jinx. Get a lane swap going, and you can just start fast pushing down towers. Twisted Fate as well. Get your Lich Bane, and suddenly you destroy towers. Seems though AHQ wants to stick to the let's fight all the time mentality.
Resets, baby. There are resets everywhere here for Samsung White. These will be exciting team fights. All right, let's see. The first person that they kill, let's talk about this Katarina, because we haven't seen Katarina in competitive play.
Blitzcrank is great against Katarina. You have
That's true.
3 interrupts to the ulti here, but you still have to get in a situation where you can actually stop the ulti. And obviously Samson White, I mean, they have a great combo to just skirmish, fight all the time. They know AHQ wants to play the game where we constantly have these small fights going on. It's gonna be a game where after 20 minutes, I wouldn't be surprised if we had like 25 kills.
We actually saw a Katarina in promotion, if I remember rightly. I can't
Katarina top lane,
remember exactly which game it was, but
teammate.
I mean, we're talking about
America,
World Championship Katarina pick here, so it's going to be really interesting.
Just for the audience, the guy who played Katarina top, his name is Cali Trolls.
Exactly. Exactly. And and I don't know, Katarina against this team, how's it going to work for them?
Well, it's going to work the way you're going to fight. You're going to get kills and resets.
It's either kills or resets, or you're just going to be dead going into those
Again,
ones.
Blitzcrank can stop your ulti, so there's room for outplay.
Well, as we begin this match, head over to Twitter once again and let us know who you think's going to win. Tweet hashtag AHQWin or SSWWin to @LOL Esports, and we'll add up your votes shortly. Very interested to see how Pawn comes into this one playing Katarina.
While Blitzcrank, yes, does have multiple things to deal with Katarina, look at everybody else on their team. They look like juicy targets. Twisted Fate, Jinx, and Rise early on the game. These are all very, very squishy, juicy targets for a Kha'Zix Katarina team, who, by the way, have that top lane Kayle. They have the immunity to go in with the Kayle ultimate, so they can jump in without fear, pretty much.
Yeah, and let's just agree. Samson White, they have a great team to go for the fights. AHQ going for level 1 once again here. You have the TF stun. It's fine, you can face the girl here.
Rune Prison first.
Oh, they got a flash too. Expecting the Blitzcrank hook. Well, all this done from
the fancy are definitely behind AHQ there. The flash coming out from Mata at the early stages. A win for AHQ, at least at this point.
Well, it's a win for the bottom lane, but man, does starting Rune Prison hurt your lane phase as Rise. This will be difficult for him now. He cannot harass early. He started with a Mana Crystal. The whole point of that is Q spams.
If they want a lane swap anyway, we're going to have Price running in the jungle with Nas, and then it shouldn't hurt him too much. Once again, they're just roaming around. This unit, finally Green Tea is in the front, looking for some big plays.
I love this is my favorite skin too, by the way.
Definitely not Blitzcrank.
The maximum swag Blitzcrank with the giant hands. It makes you feel like it increases the hitbox for his grab, though it does not.
And then you miss.
AHQ here walked over multiple wards from Samson White, and I guess they're gonna
pings down.
Samson White actually walking away from this one. I had a horrible flashback to a certain other game where a 5-man face check happened.
HQ, they spent this whole time though, you know, while there was all the shenanigans, they got deep wards on both jungle buffs. So they are looking for where Dandy's going to start. That signals to me that Nas wants to do something very early on. He wants to counter this route from Dandy.
Or we see now AHQ actually forcing the 2v2 because they saw the bottom lane from Samson White at the blue buff. This should mean Nash would walk down to this bottom lane because there's no flash for Mata and set up the potential first blood. He's gonna get the blue buff first and then he's gonna run down there.
Yeah, he started red, yeah.
Yeah, he should actually start a blue buff. That was kind of weird. Maybe it defeats the whole purpose, or maybe he doesn't even want to go bot lane.
So I didn't think I was going to be asking this question really at any point during this World Championship, but Twisted Fate versus Katarina in the middle lane. How's this one going to go?
Pawn actually playing it fairly well here. He gets the early level 2 jumping on onto Westor, but here's the rebuttal.
One bit of damage and you'd think that it's killed him there.
Yeah,
there is the knock-off on Wolf. Can they finish him off? Let's not forget he's got no flash. Going low. AHQ, they're going to get hit him.
What are you doing?
Going low. The first one goes to Green Tea. The teleport's coming in, then cancelled down the bottom lane. Green Tea goes away. That was all a bit strange.
I have no idea why. There just didn't last him. I'm sure if the ward is outside the bush and he couldn't see him.
Yeah, he turned it well. Yeah, Green Tea had to clean that one up, but I also don't know why Pride's canceled his TP. Think they could have finished it. Now he's a sitting duck under this turret, and they're going for the dive.
Oh, Dandy coming into this one. Pride's decent HP, but what can he do? Level 3, there's Dandy diving in. The flash comes around the side. The tank from tail. There is the room.
That's what he can do.
Down.
Nice played here. A bit too aggressive by Dandy, and forcing a flash as well. AHQ, man. Great start.
Giving as good as they take in the early game here. Nice even trade. They even got the experience onto somebody for that tower dive. Nas was in range.
Chaotic start to this one, that's for sure. Mata gonna get himself some deep wards down on the red side of AHQ's jungle. This mid lane so far, Pawn doing really well there. Ahead in farm at these early stages. Will surely continue to be aggressive on that one.
Oh, I just had to go back and watch the fight in the bottom lane. Garnet Devil, he cancels his own auto attack. And then Green Tea actually picks up the kill. Teleport was cancelled, actually ended up giving a 1-for-1 in top lane as well. So overall, AHQ definitely here to play.
Dandy is waiting outside of the Dragon Pit. There's no ward down there. Trying to lure a Garnet Devil and Green Tea out the hook. Goes flashing by. Dandy's moved forward now. They're not going to spot him until the last second. Going for Garnet Devil. That's a 2-man play coming in. Garnet Devil flashes away.
Nice little move here. And there was sadly no hook for Green Tea, so he couldn't actually pull anyone under the turret. He had just used it on him, or tried to hit him. Didn't actually work. Nas down towards the bottom lane.
That was a quick clear of that pink ward. So that's definitely going to hurt Samson White a little bit. Nas does get down to the bottom lane as well, trying to answer gank for gank. Lane gank here for Lee Sin. This is all about the Green Tea setup.
Let's see. Steps forward.
No summoners for Garnet Devil though.
And that's going to show himself. So
he's going to push it out there.
Oh, the hook coming in towards Green Tea. They pulled him into tower range. Oh, they're going to finish him off. One more auto attack would have done it. There is him going aggressive. He gets the kill on Green Tea. Can he take on it as well? And the lantern to escape to safety. Amazing.
Imp is such a bold AD carry. He flashes over to get the kill and finishes off the second one, relying on Mata for the escape here. So confident.
That was such a nice setup. Let's just see it again.
Yeah, watch the first thing here. Man, those reactions from Imp. But Nas takes the burst here from Imp. By taking that Q, he blocked the skill shot from Imp and made him flash in to finish this one off. But then, he's right next to Garnet Devil. As we said, no summoners for Garnet Devil, so he had no answer to get out of that one.
And just a lovely setup here. I mean, you dash and then you flash instantly after, so you also would get the double tap and make sure you get close enough to get the kill. Nice little setup here, and
again,
up this top lane. Round 2.
Round 2.
Now they have a Kale ulti though.
Fight. I'm not sure it's going to work out too well for Pride. He is going to get Dandy locked up. Wow! He used the intervention for those early stages. Meanwhile, Westor forced away actually won't be too much of a problem. But again, a 1-for-1 trade up top.
So Prides might lose a lot of CS on this, but he's still getting the kills on Ryze early on. He does have teleport as well, so he can just go straight back to this top lane, pick up some more farm. Luba might look to go back to base as well.
Pink ward here. Nas looking to take advantage of the ward coverage in this lane once again. But wave shoved all the way up the turret, and he gets seen on the exit path. Okay, now we want to watch Dandy, because Dandy's so good at taking any little bit of information on the enemy jungle. Let's see where he paths. Blue buff just spawned.
Probably blue buff.
He's just probably going to go get that. Yeah, probably a blue buff.
Well played, Dandy. Well played.
He does have a mid laner who doesn't take blue buff, so that's always great for Kha'Zix. Definitely one of his favorites, yeah. So, simple answer there.
And well, with that, Dandy's also going to know where Naz is, right, from the start as well?
Yes.
Well, the thing is, he got that information, 20 seconds ago. You can extrapolate how long it will take Lee Sin to get across the map. He's still aware that he's on this side of the map, just not quite sure what camp he's on.
Oh, but look at the Naz spade here. He's going to recall after the red box. So suddenly, Dandy has no idea where he is. And up in his top lane, actually both the top laners decided not to use teleport, so saving it for a potential dragon, or maybe a fight down this bottom lane. I mean, there's a ward behind Imp and Mata right now. Pride could try and go for the teleport, but he probably wants to sit in lane and also get his level 6, but he's been denied a lot of farm.
Dandy himself has just hit level 6 here and will be stealing away a Wraith camp. There's the evolution coming in. Is he going to die? It looks like they might want to go behind the turret here. And this is dangerous. Naz is there. Dandy realizing that one. He says, nope, I'm jumping back out into the Wraith camp. No kill coming in there for Samsung White. And Naz in the right place at the right time.
I have to credit a lot of Pawn's power in this mid lane is due to the aggressive way he's playing this matchup. He keeps on Shunpo over to the ranged minions to be able to get off his quick harass onto Westor whenever there's an opening in between the wild cards and the pick a card.
And it's the same way we have seen him play like Talon, where he will just jump in with his ulti every single time, get you low, and then he can safely stay in lane because you're just waiting for the ulti to be ready again, or if you even get too close, you know he can finish you.
And he backed that up with the cloth 5 start, so he can continue to go for those aggressive trades, chug the potions, and then rushing his Sork shoes for the extra move speed and spell penetration. Level 6.
Down this bottom lane. They don't know there's a ward. There it is!
Oh, Black there is a lantern! Sand on the lantern! Oh, he gets it! The red Silicon! And the down from Westor!
Such a nice setup. There was a ward and Samurai was just standing on it. They're going for Dragon
Prime
now.
is recalling to purchase before this Dragon too. There's no way that Looper even has vision on him. He could easily teleport down to join the rest of the team. Sensum are collapsing. They're going to need that teleport.
Oh.
Put a ward down.
This could be dangerous.
Teleport
the voice coming in. Ward will allow them to get across the hook. Lands on Tagani Devil. There's the diving. Pawn in the back going to get exhausted. What's he going to do? He's on towards Green Tea. Dandy will dive over. It's reset city for Samsung White. They're cleaning up here. Pawn gets another one. It's an ace for White, and they only lose Mata.
And everyone from AHQ, they went for Mata. I'm not sure why you're jumping on the support here. You have the Katarina jumping in. They managed to get the first interrupt from Green Tea, but then as soon as Looper joined and the ulti was ready, onto Pawn, he could just finish it up and a mid tower.
I believe Nas did get the smite off, so at least they won the smite war before getting destroyed. All right, so teleport does come in. They're in a good range. Yeah, they do. They focus everything on Mata.
3 people.
Whereas the rest of the team, Dandy gets too many resets, actually. Jumps over for the last one. Yeah, just such an easy cleanup there after all the resets and the damage sustained from Dragon. They used the TF teleport, they used the Rise Rune Prison, pretty much everything focusing down Mata. He's not only is he known as the god, but looks like he will be the sacrifice as well for Samsung White. And it earns them the mid turret after all the kills as well.
Yeah, I think he'll be calling Worth on that one.
Yeah.
Well, Pride stepping out and Looper says, hello, I'm coming for you here. With that stinger in there, has he got the damage? Pride is going to flash it.
It's not been a fun lane for Pride up here. While he did get 2 kills because Danny was diving him from level 4, he's still just been denied so much experience, so much farm. Tower will go down as well. So even though Dandy's been so aggressive, maybe even too aggressive, it's paying off for Samsung White.
Taking a while, but
smack that.
Will be able to hammer it down. Green Tea coming to mid. but he stood on top of a ward. Pawn needs to be real careful here. The Q is actually going to land, and he goes over to the ward and says, nope, you're not going to kill me there. Meanwhile, Green Tea, where's the hook? He doesn't quite land onto Green Tea. And a bit of a messy engage there from both sides of things. In the end, no kills. Imp's done a lot of damage onto this bottom tower, though.
I like how Westor did pop his ultimate there. He was going to follow immediately, at expecting Pawn to jump that wall, but once the ultimate revealed the rest of Samsung White coming in, he backed off. Good safe play.
And look at the build here from Westor. Full cooldown reduction early on. He just needs as many ultis as possible so he can try and just gank, get a few kills for his team. I actually like the pickups for him, just because he wants to snowball.
Oh, Green Tea gonna come running in from this one, this bottom, thanks to that Warden. Well, he gets slowed down. Meanwhile, Imp takes that bottom turret out, the third one of the game. The entire outer ring now gone from AHQ's side. And they weren't able to quite collapse. And look at Samsung White, just trying to stranglehold them inside their own jungle.
Yeah, they're trying to clear out the vision. They haven't been able to completely do it. Dandy does snag that red buff.
Green Tea actually, they're focusing on towards Looper on the top side. Coming in, intervention,
and Q.
Gold card comes down. Superman, the Death Rocket came through as well there, but they look to close down there on towards Prize. It's 2 for 1 in the end. Again, split up across the jungle.
Yeah, it looks like this time Looper is the martyr, not Mata. They only have to sacrifice one, but they only got 2 kills out of this time. 2 kills and red buff control.
That was a nice kill on Looper though. Stun came in from Westor and then he just delayed his wildcards until the ulti was just about to expire, throw it, and actually end up killing him. Let's see the rest of the fight.
So, yeah, they go in with 4 people, try and get it away, but Dandy with a good smite.
And they're basically just chasing up here. I mean, so it's 4 members because Looper up in his top lane is against 2 members. Nice gone to Nas, and then again, reset City.
Yeah, there's no way that they're going to escape from now on. I like the ultimate from Garnet Devil as well. Everybody was focused on that execution of Looper, but they had no means of escape from these jumping assassins.
So let's have a look then as we hit 14 minutes on the clock. 4,300 gold lead for Samsung White, and that is a big vote in their favor. I mean, if you just look at the form of these 2 teams, the results so far, it was clear to really see, although I say that, and of course we look back to Dark Passage's big vote in that last game. But Samsung White here, not being the cleanest of games, especially if you look towards those dives there towards Dandy in the top lane, but they're still getting the job done.
And it's also credit to AHQ here for really playing the early game well, and the setup down the bottom lane with Green Tea where they managed to get the kill. Yes, okay, the Teamfighter Dragon was executed pretty poorly, but still, they are making the plays. They want to challenge Samsung White, don't want to just sit back and let them win the game.
Right now, though, they're going to have to sit back and give up control of this red side jungle. All of Samsung have flooded in. Let's see, they just have to worry about those picks now. To know who's going to get the first hook this time. Because 1 hook landing for Samsung White. They all jump in on the target.
1 hook landing from Green Tea.
Hey, he's landed them on it before.
No, waiting in the brush, was spotted out. Culling gonna come through, and it's a lot of damage there onto Green Tea. Oh, wow! Master dives in the middle, Pawn in there as well. They're gonna be picking up more kills as the resets come down once again. That is 3 for Samsung White. The turret will fall as well.
So Imp almost face checked the bush here with Green Tea, but then he placed the ward and then he had the minions as well. And instantly the rest of Samsung White just moved behind the tower. They take the fight once again, set it up beautifully, and there's just so many resets and so much damage already. I mean, we're only 15 minutes in.
Yeah, there's no threat in that bush. There's no damage to back up Green Tea. Everybody else was huddling behind the turret.
So you're telling me Green Tea wouldn't be able to one-on-one him? I disagree.
Let's see what Mata can do, though. The flash over the flame choppers to get the 3-man play. What a setup. Dandy and Pawn playing leapfrog over here towards the turret as well.
So where do AHQ go from here?
Dragon, get another fight. See if you can, if Katarina jumps in a bit too early, try and land a stun and hope Looper is sleeping and maybe take him down, and you can actually win the fight.
I mean, because they have Looper split pushing, there is that small window.
Exactly.
The teleport does not come in instantly. They will have to wait for it. If they have that small window of burst,
they just have to land the hook from Green Tea. Kill him before teleport from Looper comes in, and then they actually have a 5 versus 4.
So ward's cleared, though. There is one in the back of the pit there from AHQ, and there's no one near it. They've given this one up. Although Samsung White not exactly focusing on the dragon there. Right, let's have a bit of a chat while we do this. Finally, they do group up. They are going to take it.
And you can tell, Samsung White, even in this game, they're not leaving those openings. They had Looper walk halfway down. That's why they were waiting. They wanted to make sure that he was close enough that they'd be able to close up any opening there with the KO ultimate if something crazy happened.
They did actually ping the Baron as well, so maybe they were afraid HQ could just rush straight for the Baron here, but obviously they were not in a position to do it. Also be extremely risky so early in the game.
Yeah, I think Samsung White at this stage of the game with that team might have had time to recall and then walk to the Baron afterwards before it was dead. The way they're sat on a very solid goal
Shoot
lead
the
at
ground.
Point. 2-0-8 Katarina, 5-1-3 for Lucian, 6-1-5 for Lupa on Kale as well.
Oh man, and Pawn is almost done with his Zanyas as well. After you finish that, it's just so hard to lock down that Katarina. So tricky. You can wait in stasis until the Shunpo comes back up, even if they go too deep. I do like also how he focused on the early spell penetration and magic resistance reduction, trying to get a lot of early damage on all these members of AHQ who have no magic resistance. The flat reductions really pay off there.
Check out all the ward tier from AHQ. They're definitely ready for Samsung White to go into their jungle, and then it's all about AHQ now, finding the pick, because top side, 2 pink wards, like 5 green wards as well. They are ready.
Yeah, this is how you want to switch your vision. You switch your vision to the battlefield. They know they're going to be on the defensive, so they bring everything back here. Only problem is they can't...
Oh, great blast from him though. Gets out just in time. Green Tea accurate with that one, but they just couldn't lock him down fast enough.
What a pull though, and it does award them the flash from him. So next one that lands.
Well, let's see here. All 5 members from Samsung White moving to this top side, and HQ ready. Mata, land the hook onto him.
Whoa, Hunter's away from the hook, but they're going to close in onto him. The rest of Samsung White come around though. Pawn's going to be ripping through them. Resets come in. He can just turn around and move to the other side. He's gone over the wall here into the base. Might be a little bit deep, to be honest. He's going to have to wait until Shunpo is ready for him to jump back over to Dandy.
But we did see a small opening. Jumping over. We did see a small opening here because Lupa wasn't actually there in time, so Mata could have gone down, sadly. Hook missed, and also, yeah, the face of the mountain very early on here. Should be another tower for Samsung White. Green team, man, you gotta land those hooks.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta give credit to Samsung White. This team that they have takes a lot of precision to pull off early. And now that they've got this gold accumulated, they can go extremely deep. And you're seeing them here. They're going very, very far. Whoop.
Oh, who are you going to go for? Are you going to go for anyone? There's no gun to Green Tea. He's dead before he can do anything. Him step forward as well, trying to lock down Westor here. He's got the gold card pulled, but that's going to time out. And Paul jumps on top of him. The exhaust not enough to save him.
Once again, HQ just...
That's silence, guys.
No.
This is our
We were ready. We were ready.
Let us off with a warning. Thank you, Joe. You're so benevolent.
This is a Baron.
Pick it up.
Come on, it's going. It's a Baron. This is the replay. All right, Gandil, he's dead already. Rest of HQ actually knows ulti from Westor as well to join in, but at the moment, every time there is a fight, Samsung White will just clean up all the kills, and they got a Baron.
You can easily get right back out too. That's why they are not hesitating to dive these turrets. They're gonna get the kill.
And the reset.
So we saw that Baron finished off in the bottom left as the replay was going on, which means items galore. Looper, Death Cat now added in on top of his Nash's Tooth. Zonya's done, along with that Abyssal Scepter, and we're going to be seeing a Void Staff coming out next for Pawn. If he wasn't coming up with the goods earlier, you could even argue that I'm just totally off the mark with that 5-0-10 Katarina. He's going to be stinging even more. Meanwhile, you've got Imp with that Static Shift, Brutalizer, Infinity Edge combo compared to Garnet Devil's Infinity Edge. There's a massive disparity in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I do really always like the Katarina builds that do not focus on rushing Death Cap. She doesn't scale incredibly well with flat AP anymore. So he gets all this penetration focus and then the utility focus for the Zonyas for survivability and waiting out for those resets.
Let's see what AHQ wants to do. I mean, they have EDG. I'm not sure if it's today or tomorrow they play them, but if they do manage to beat EDG, actually still there's a small chance they can get out of the group stage as long as EDG lose to Dark Passage and Samsung White. So it's not 100% over yet. And again, they're just using these games here just to pick up as much as they can and try and learn them. We saw some good plays in the early game, so they clearly came in with a plan of saying, let's just try and get these few kills early on and then see what we can do with it. But obviously Samsung White, keep talking about it, they are just so good.
Well, it's just so hard to stop resets at this point. Everybody is a very vulnerable target.
Oh, Mata going in there once again. Green Tea going to go down before he can do anything. Meanwhile, Dandy is in the backside. They're going for Naz. There's another reset. And Westor going to try and run for his life. But Pawn walking in there will finish him off with another ultimate. And that will be an ace for Samsung White. They don't lose a single man.
And these team fights are just so fast because get one kill and instantly the second guy will die as well. So every time they just engage, people die within a second.
That should be a couple of extra turrets here too. I mean, they are not focusing on getting the objectives. They're focusing on clearing out every champion before, and then it leaves them the opening to clean up buildings here. Let's see. Diligent as ever though, even in a game where they're 6-26. They take the time to put the wards down as they exit the enemy base. They've got wards still all over this red side jungle. Westor, where's he going with this? Oh, he went to go farm.
Just maybe getting the time on the Dragon. I wanted to see if anyone from Samsung White was waiting. This might actually bait him because he saw them do the Dragon and then the ulti disappeared. So he has no idea they actually jump over the wall and didn't go back to shop. Oh, some of them didn't go back to shop.
Smart decision there from Westor to actually back away, I think, from that bottom lane. Losing the vision of Samsung White, who are stealing away another red buff. They've done it time and time again. Yeah, stopping Naz from having anything. I mean, Naz is level 10 at this point. Not really able to match up to the likes of Pawn's 4 levels and a whole host of items above him. There it is, Pawn diving in, going for Guardian Devil. Can they get the kill? There it is. Intervention as Naz kicks Pawn away, but they may just go underneath the tower. Dandy certainly is. There's the shutdown onto Pawn, but him going mad as well underneath those 2 Nexus turrets. They end up getting 2 for 1, and they're going to back away, waiting for those minions on the bottom lane.
Yep, get all the kills and then turn around back to clean up the buildings here. Take down the inhibitor before they leave.
Well, there's still 3 members from HQ, but we'll actually get it. So first inhibitor for Samsung White. Didn't actually get their mid one after the aced.
So they
do before.
Yeah, and they don't have TF ultimate right now, so it's pretty hard for them to continue this chase. And very dangerous.
Oh, it dashes away! That's followed through! He went off to the ward as well. He's still running for this one. He's going to have 2 men chasing. There is Pride coming down on towards Dandy. Shutdown comes in for Westor. Naz, no, doesn't go down. Lupa's not got the damage there. Couldn't hit him with the range. Will heal and speed himself up. Pride still going as Mata takes down Green Tea at the back of the red pit. I don't think Westor followed him through on that one. Destiny's coming up in a split second time. He's going to be in time here, surely, for him to get in. Lupa speeds himself up. Pride's coming back. Mata's coming back. Lupa goes low, but here comes Pawn right onto the top of them. 1 kill. Second one will be following in here a second. Naz, I don't know how he lived through all of that, but he's still running up the ring.
Still running.
Pawn is hot on his heels as well. Can he hop over the wall to Mata? Okay, forward.
Naz himself.
Oh,
yeah.
beautiful.
Forward hop 2.
Oh. Beautiful. I really like the Mata bait down this bottom lane. He gives the lantern to him clicks it, and then Green Tea just fires the hook and hooks him in and kills him.
Mata's still going here. Oh, throws the hook over towards Green Tea, but he was already speeding away. So a crazy fight down on that bottom side. And, well, I mean, you know how long it lasts. Pawn dies 25 minutes into the game, respawns, and then walks all the way back in there to keep going.
And gets a couple kills by the time he gets there.
Didn't kill Naz, though, which is the important one.
Yeah, Naz played that beautifully. He was in that fight the entire time, too, by the way.
He was the guy who killed him, I believe, actually, and then he just started running and running and running.
Now, Deficio.
Kobe.
Never mind, we got action.
Yeah, Dandy coming in. Guardian Devil is going to go low from this one as well. With Cullen doing a lot of damage. Here comes Pawn, uses the Zonias there. And that's allowed AHQ, funnily enough, to run away from things. Not enough damage. And him also went in aggressive there. But this turret, I think, is going to be going down. Pawn is still pretty low. They're going to have big heals coming out from Lupa. and that's the second inhibitor of the game. Got to be finished off here for Samsung White.
And every single time they fight, Samsung White always comes out on top with just a few more kills. But then again, they are pretty damn far ahead, so it would be very surprising if they didn't actually come out ahead in these fights.
All right, let's see if they can isolate anybody. A hook from Green Tea and an ultimate from Westor might be the thing that they need.
This is the battle plan.
They've got Dandy in the base. All right, let's see. So, Deficio, we've already gotten a warning from Joe. I'm actually kind of curious what the punishment is if we do it deliberately again. It might be worth it just to figure it out.
Don't test me. It's only going to be bad news for you.
Okay, I changed my mind.
Mata walking in there and scanning up basically nothing. I was wondering what he was stood on top of, and HQ actually starting to move up towards that Baron area. Seeing the pawn. Oh, Brian's gone out of position completely here. Imp will actually take that one. Cullen went through towards Garnet Devil as well. Let's not forget, super minions coming down middle and that bottom lane. That gives so much pressure onto HQ to defend the base and defend the Baron at the same time.
And it's always fun to see how Imp is actually using his ulti on Lucian just to get someone low. And then whenever fights start, Pong can jump in, and then he can jump in, and you get the reset instantly. Like every single time we see the ulti from Imp, it's just used before the fight, get someone low, and set it up for the potential team fight.
Yeah, it's that combo with the Ardent Blaze as well, so he can pursue his enemies.
Oh, hook from Green Team, sidestep there by Mata. And they're just going to come straight towards the final inhibitor turret, which stands in this top lane. Bottom inhibitors respawn. Dandy actually diving in there. Early intervention. Green Tea at the back will be falling. Does that give them enough to go through? The Super Mega Death Rocket getting 3 points for going straight through the middle of the team. Oh! Shut down, and that allows Pond to get right onto the next of them, and that is another one. Only Westor surviving, and that's going to be inhibitor going down here, and probably the game for Samsung White.
A lot of minions coming into the base here. Imp going for another kill.
Power dive incoming!
They're going for it. That wasn't brilliantly done, Mata, but okay, we'll let you off for that one because the Nexus turrets are already being focused down. Westor has now healed up. What's he gonna do? Throws the stun towards Pawn. There's Dandy diving in. Pawn's on the fountain. He gets finished off as well. The Nexus is down to half, and they're still chasing here. It's Green Tea on towards Dandy. Imp comes out for more, but the Nexus goes down, and Samsung White pick up another win.
I can't believe they left Mata hanging there at the end. He was already
It was revenge. He killed Imp earlier.
Yeah, he didn't want to take the lantern this time around.
Still though, I mean, AHQ, they come in, they play aggressive early on, see what they can do, so Samsung White had to work a little bit harder here than we've seen earlier.
And it was such a fun team from Samsung White to choose this time around.
Yeah. So it wasn't even a bad team. It was actually pretty good. As soon as you got one kill, sweep the whole team.
Yeah, it worked out well
What
with
was
the Dragon's
final score there, by the way? 12?
12-2 and 16.
Okay, so Katarina bans throughout the rest of the tournament.
It's going to be the MVP pick in the final. If Samsung White makes it to the final.
If they make it. We still got a long way to go before we get to that kind of stage. And we also have to say that AHQ, it's not quite over for them just yet. They're going to have to rely on some other victories to work in their favor where they've got no influence on, which is never a position you want to be in. But, you know, this team, again, second seed coming out of Southeast Asia. We heard the crowd here behind them once again getting their round of applause as they head off the stage. And they put on a great show for us there. And honestly, they had some good moves in that game.
They did, and they kind of had to. Also, when you pick like the Blitzcrank early on, we talked about how they could maybe have gone for more like safe comp and just try like siege down towers, be as boring as possible to sit and wave clear forever and get a few towers. But that's not the tactic they want to use. It's not the tactic we have seen them use in GPL as well, where they are this very aggressive like pick team, assassin team as well. So they want to play the style. In the end, you're against Samsung White.
They did execute several of the plays well that they're supposed to do with that team, though. They had the bottom lane focus with Greedy landing flash hooks into Westor teleporting down to secure kills. So parts of it were working for them in the very early game, and they actually traded quite a few kills, before that first Dragon fight.
So I'm hearing that we actually have a replay to look at from that one. We get to actually have a replay in front of us. +1 to us from the analyst desk from that one. And this was with Imp, basically, getting hooked in there, dodges everything.
Damn, I thought it was the bait.
Oh,
this is the one that we talked about, I think. Let's see here.
This was the early one where Naz, we thought, through the lane and ends up showing himself.
Right, so this is the one, we can just roll the clip actually, where Imp shows in the very end that first of all he trusts his support. Why wouldn't you when it's Mata? Beautiful dodge first with their...
This is the Ardent Blaze block, by the way. Naz taking the Q in.
And then dash and flash up here just to finish it up, and he gets the lantern instantly as well for Mata. There it is, flying in just a few seconds.
He's got stuck on that flame chomper right there. So that's why Imp was like, hey, where's the lantern? Thought that was coming. Stays in to get the double kill.
Hashtag World's Big Play, definitely one of them. You guys, of course, should be tweeting all yours, and there were definitely a few, I think, that would have been tweeted from that game. There's some absolutely amazing ones. For Samsung White, it's hard to really talk more about them from this game, I think, because it was, I mean, they picked Katarina for the mid lane, who just got completely out of control. But realistically, going forward, I mean, it's obvious that they are as strong as everyone has really predicted.
They are definitely the real deal. This is pretty much what everybody was expecting coming in, and they've shown up in this group.
We just have to see how the match tomorrow between Samsung White and EDG will go, because that's going to be the one where we can really see once again how good Samsung White actually are as a team, because they won the first game against EDG where they did give a few kills up and suddenly started actually... We saw a small comeback coming from EDG, but then Samsung White closed it out. If they can beat them tomorrow, of course they've been the best team in the group then.
And, this is not a given either for Samsung White. Ozone, they fumbled last year in the group stages, so this is actually a pretty big thing for them. They wanted to prove that, yes, they can actually deliver this time. Now we're going to see, as they move on, will they keep that confidence? Will they keep playing as well as
Katarina? Is that what you want to say?
Yeah, Katarina.
I don't think we're going to be seeing that many more Katarina picks. Maybe I'm wrong, and that's what Pawn's going to be bringing out when it comes to the big games. Guys, we're going to throw it over to Shox, who is on stage with Samsung White's jungler, Dandy.
Thank you very much, guys. Indeed, standing by here with Dandy. First up, give me your take on the game, because it was a very explosive one.
이번 경기 승리에 대해서 좀 말씀해 주세요.
이번 경기에서 초반에는 저희가 소극적으로 했는데 용 한타에서 에이스가 뜨면서 급격하게 기울었던 것 같아요.
During the early game, I was playing rather passively, but then at the first dragon fight, we aced the opponents, so I think from that point, it became pretty easy, yeah.
It did go pretty well after that. Dandy, you've been playing great so far, and you're known to be getting in the heads of your enemies. What's your preparation process like for that?
댄디 선수의 정글러 플레이 스타일이 상대방의 마음속을 잘 읽는 걸로 되게 정평이 나 있는데 그거에 대해 어떻게 준비를 하시는지 설명해 주세요.
그러니까 저 혼자만 이렇게 상대방의 정글러의 움직임을 읽는 게 아니라 계속 라이너들과 의사소통을 하면서 어디서 나올 것 같다 이런 식으로 서로 유치를 해가면서 해가는 거기 때문에 팀원들이 그만큼 받쳐주는 거라 생각해요.
So actually, it's not just me who's in the jungler's mindset, but as a team, we could communicate with the laners and we try to guess where they are, and I think that's how it works.
So it's a team effort. Now, with this victory, you guys have locked in your spot for the next round. What's your take on the teams in Group B of who you'll face, and what team would you rather face?
지금 현재 이제 8강 진출을 확정지었는데 그룹 B에 뭐 TPA, TSM 그리고 로얄 클럽인데 어느 팀과 붙고 싶나요?
저는 로얄 클럽이랑 붙고 싶은데 일단 저희 한국 선수들이 거기에 2명이나 가 있잖아요. 그래서 뭔가 붙으면 좀 재밌을 것 같아서 로얄 클럽이랑 붙고 싶네요.
I want to play against Royal Club because they have 2 Korean players and I think it's going to be a very interesting match.
Well, of course, they have Insec in that jungle, who used to be regarded as the best jungler in Korea. That might be you at this time. So what do you think of his level as the games you've seen here so far?
그 로얄 클럽에서 이제 인색 선수가 예전에는 한국을 대표하는 정글러였잖아요. 이제는 댄디 선수가 요즘 한국 대표 정글로 꼽히고 있는데 인색 선수에 대해서 좀 얘기해 주세요.
저도 옛날에 인색 선수를 좋아했었기 때문에 인색 선수의 스타일이 아직까지도 저는 공격형 정글러의 그 최상위권이라고 보고 아직도 많이 배우고 있어요.
Actually, before I was a really big fan of Insect, and I learned a lot from his aggressive playstyles. I still think his aggressive playstyles is considered top tier. So I'm really looking forward to playing against him.
If that matchup happens, it'll be a great one. Congratulations on locking in your spot, and thank you. And as for us, we're going to head back over to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Sharks. First and foremost, congratulations to Samsung White. They guarantee themselves that spot in the quarterfinals. They will be going to Busan, Korea to play in front of a home crowd starting October 3rd. And that game, really chaotic, really exciting, but well executed team fight-wise once more.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about the story of Samsung White because they were so thoroughly humiliated last year. A lot of people, myself included, anticipated a Samsung White SK Telecom K finals, and they really dropped the ball. And so this is kind of the first step on their kind of road to redemption here at Worlds after they had, a fantastic showing throughout 2014.
Let's just take a step back, remind everybody Samsung Ozone last year. Yeah. And one of the things that's very interesting, up until this point, they have been playing standard and champions, things like that. Let's pull up the replay that we've got of a Dragon team fight ace at 10 minutes. Double lift. Talk me through this fight and what you feel they did right and their opponents did wrong.
So they had just ganked Lucian, and he's dead right now. So it's a 5v4, and you can play it right now. So you can see their top laner, HQ's top laner, comes in with a TP, and it's very clearly a 5 versus 4. And in most situations, you should back off here. And so they choose to engage. Blitzcrank goes in for a great hook on Pawn, but they're so uncoordinated. 2 of them are on Mata, but 2 of them are on Pawn, which allows Pawn to get free damage off, get the reset. They're so focused on Mata right here, they finally finish him off, but it's just too late. Katarina's already gotten 2 kills and gotten the reset. It's just no good.
And also, just something that I want to point out, because this is more of a Korean thing right now, is that Dandy has been doing a lot of E-Evolve first on Kha'Zix, where most of the Western teams and other teams in general have been doing W-Evolve first. But it's very useful in these comps with multiple resets to have it early for these. I mean, that's one of the big factors that allowed them to win that fight so convincingly.
Just as some food for thought really quickly, there's actually a few of the EU Kha'Zixes that will level W, but evolve E, and it alternated towards playoffs as well.
I think one of the reasons why you see more North American junglers evolve W is because actually evolving W doesn't increase the damage, as far as I know. It just makes it easier to land, right? So if you have great mechanics like Dandy does, you don't need to evolve W to hit the right people. He's so confident he's going to hit that skill shot, he just evolves E.
But what it does do is it increases the slow very heavily, and it will just hit more targets, meaning that you've got more soft targets for Katarina resets, right? You don't reset off one guy, you reset off of 3 guys. And evolving W actually does help do that.
Let's step back really quickly. We saw Kale top lane. We saw Katarina mid lane. We've got some really cool stats and graphics prepared talking about how diverse Samsung White have been in their first 5 games. I'm going to kick things off with Looper. In 5 games, he has played 5 separate champions. This is actually shared with multiple players in his role. So let's start talking about some of these picks. Rumble, Maokai, Ryze, Alistair, Kale. They're 5-0 in their group. They've only got Edward Gaming left to play. It's so difficult to prepare and plan when you've seen at what level they've played. Yes, arguably the competition has been at a lower level, but what does this do for quarterfinals and for every team trying to scout them?
Yeah, it's really terrifying, and the Kale really isn't a surprise. That never truly fell out of the top lane meta in Korea, and we, in fact, all of the Korean top laners at this tournament do have the potential to play Kale. They've all done it in recent memory. The Rumble pick for Looper is a little bit surprising, but this diversity coming into a quarterfinal match, how do you even begin to deal with this in terms of picks and bans? There's virtually nothing that you can do. And also, moreover, when you start showing some weird picks like Katarina, if there are champions that you play that Katarina can hard counter, all of a sudden you're kind of afraid to play those also.
I agree.
So,
well, let's roll this one on. Let's take a look at some of Pawn's champion picks, because he is also in this 5 games played, 5 champions. Zillion, Yasuo, Talent, Zed, Katarina. 4 assassins out of 5. Yeah. Zillion thrown in for the mix for good measure.
So what I love about this is it actually combines well with Looper's champion pool, where Looper's playing all magic damage dealers, and Pawn, basically 3 out of the 5 here are physical. And it actually allows this team to run a lot more comps. You're not hamstrung on, oh my god, we have to get Corki, or we have no magic damage here, and it allows a lot of variety in picks.
And we haven't even seen Orianna or Syndra, the other sort of picks that are high priority as well.
Yeah, and most terrifyingly, we haven't seen his Jace. And Pawn's Jace is really a force to be reckoned with. So, but that's another thing that a lot of teams are going to be thinking about when they go into quarters.
And keep rolling this one along. Imp, once again in the 5 games played, 5 champions. Tristana, Twitch, Vayne, Corki, and Lucian up there. So between Doublelift and Crepo, again, just godlike level AD carry, got a bunch of champions to play, got to be scary.
Yeah, I think what this does to enemy AD carries is it makes them really scared, and it makes them want to counterpick because they want to see the matchup first, or else they'll think, wow, Imp knows every matchup. He can play every AD carry. If I pick my AD first, he's going to counterpick me, right? So it's just such a big intimidation factor, especially since Imp is playing so well.
I feel like the biggest part of the counter pick relies on the support pick, though. I want to have like an early AD pick, and then as long as support gets to pick last, you usually should be able to at least tie up the lane.
That's true.
And the thing is, Mata, it doesn't even matter what he plays. He'll play anything in any matchup and still do well.
Yeah. Interesting. Only 3 champions for Mata.
I agree with you, Crepo. It doesn't really matter whatever he plays. Imp's been really impressive, and everyone else is going to need to improve to get to his level.
Yeah, now Mata, as I was saying, 2 games Thresh, 2 games Janna, 1 game Arnami. We are halfway through day 3, so let's take a quick look at the standings as Samsung White have booked their ticket to Korea with a 5-0 record. Only Edward Gaming left to face tomorrow at the end of the day. We will be seeing a hotly anticipated matchup in just a moment, but we'll take a brief break from these championship games. We'll be right back with more action from Worlds, and the Taipei Assassins will be facing off against Team Solo Mid. Guys, stay right with us.
They're going to finish him off. One more auto attack when I've done it. There is him going aggressive. He gets the kill on Green Team. Can he take on him down as well? He can. And the lantern. Pawn in the back going to get exhausted. What's he going to do? He's on towards Green Team. Dandy will dive over. It's reset city for Samsung White. Oh, Mata going in there once again. Green Team going to go down before he can do anything. Meanwhile, Dandy is in the backside. They're going for Nad. Getting 3 points for going straight through the middle of the team. Oh! Shut down, and that allows Pawn to get right onto the next of them.
觉得我们这次因为在台湾比，我觉得我们有很大的地主优势，然后至少我们也不用再调时差什么的，是我们最习惯的地方。
所以你很适应这里的气候啊，还有食物，不像外国队需要去适应。
有观众加油，应该多少会有一点。
我觉得就是你有越多的喝彩，你自然而然会越来越有力量。
我们台湾还有很多粉丝都是其他国外的，那我觉得我们主场应该是还好，就没有到那么夸张。
Like we have a lot of Taiwanese fans right here, so I'm confident that we get some chance. But obviously TPA, the World 2 champions, they have something going for them.
我觉得 AHU 现在在台湾应该是比我们还欢迎，比我们受欢迎。因为我们本身在私底下都是不错的朋友，所以我们会互相鼓励这样。
毕竟自己也能够自己亲力去代表台湾来出赛，是一个很珍贵的经验。
Welcome back to the League of Legends World Championship Group Stage, live from Taipei, as I am joined here by TSM's coach Loco Doko before their big match versus TPA. Loco, first thing I want to pick your brain about is after day one and, well, not the best performance from TSM versus Royal Club, we heard from the players that they felt that they didn't do their homework. So what element of that is not them doing their homework, or maybe not you doing their homework for them? What went wrong there?
After the game, after SK, the team in general was a slightly bit overconfident. So we didn't put in as much prep work as we should have. We put in the prep work, but we didn't go through every single scenario for the players like we usually do as coaches. So we could have done more work there. And since it was a purple side game for us, we needed every scenario for whatever they picked blue side. So it was a little bit harder, but we definitely could have put in more work and been more prepared. The players had to think on the fly after they picked Zillion. So I think that's where the homework part comes in.
Well, you guys do have a rematch, of course, versus Starhorn Royal Club tomorrow. You know two of those players very well, Zero and Insec. If TSM plays their best with all the homework, how big are the chances you can beat them and how?
Yeah, I feel like we have a really good chance. If we do our homework, we go into it with a good mindset, there's no reason we should lose.
All right, then the match that is at hand is versus TPA. If you were able to beat TPA again, you guys do lock in your spot in the next round. What did you see yesterday of the game versus TPA? What were the best things coming out of that game that you have to replicate here to beat them again?
The vision control from the team was really, really good that game, and how they ended the game was really safe. We took all the dragons, we slowly pushed down towers. We worked with Baron when it was necessary, and then we went for inhibs last when it was the safest. So I really want to see that again, where we have good vision control and we also have a good way of ending the game.
After that game yesterday, it was a very good one from TSM. How much growth margin do you think the team has in this tournament?
Not so much like in the actual tournament, but beforehand, when we were in Korea, we grew a lot as a team. So in the tournament, if we make it all the way to the finals, we have, 2-3 weeks to grow. So definitely a lot of margin to grow.
All right, well, thank you very much and good luck in that matchup.
All right, thanks.
All right, now we're going to head back over to the guys at the desk to preview the match.
Thank you very much, Sharks and Lokodoko. Let's take a look at the fourth match of the day. It is the Taipei Assassins taking on Team Solo Mid. Before we get to the implications, I want to talk about TPA a little bit. Yesterday, they were outplayed in lane. They had a poor mid game, something that they've been doing fairly often and not really living up to the expectations they had coming into the World Championships.
Yeah, when I took a look at bottom lane, actually for both these teams, it has been quite lackluster in definitely a lot of these matches. But what I noticed was BB and J weren't on the same page. They weren't going up together. They weren't trading together. It was like a dysfunctional bot lane. Okay, one person sees an opportunity, jumps in, but then his support's not really following. And I just hope they improve that, because otherwise, while Walter and Lallisport were struggling, they're good enough to take advantage out of that.
Could BB punish them?
The thing is, BB feels like he's putting so much weight on his own shoulders. He's playing so aggressively individually. We actually saw him more or less 1v1 Uzi a couple days ago, flashing over the tidal wave. It was a great play by himself. But as you pointed out, Crepo, he's doing stuff without Jay. Like, in one of the examples, Jay goes to, like, Trinket Ward Tri-Brush, and BB's like, I'm going in! Like, there's no way he gets any help for that one. And so, yeah, that's pretty uncharacteristic to make these kinds of mistakes. Even though we've said that TSM's bot lane is kind of a weak point there. We don't think Wild Turtle's that great of a laner overall. And that's something that TPA needs to fix, because, as we've pointed out, the laning phase is something they need to get out of successfully.
Yeah, very briefly, TSM, of course, if they win this game, they not only guarantee themselves a spot in the quarterfinals, they also guarantee a spot for Starhorn Royal Club. So a lot of weight on this particular matchup for TSM. The person who does well in lane and does well later in the game, Bjergsen, of course, continues to perform regardless of champion or opponent.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, he's obviously the star of this team. He's been performing at a world-class level so far in this tournament. And as we look at TSM moving forward as well, you know, they've had a couple very good games, and they did close out that last game pretty cleanly. But I think that when Shox was talking to Loco Doco right there, they say, well, you know, it was a problem with our pick and ban phase. We weren't prepared for every scenario. And for me, that's a big red flag, because it seems like if the players get surprised, they are not able to adapt very well in-game. And if we talk about possible scenarios, if they win this game going into the quarterfinals, they're kind of likely to face Samsung White. And we just got done talking about, look at these guys' champion pools. You will never be able to predict what Samsung White is going to do.
Well, let's take a look at the prediction that you guys are going to do for the winner of this matchup. I'm going to go down the line once more. Crepo, who's coming away with the win, TPA, or will TSM make it 2-0?
Well, I'm going to go for TSM. I think the last match also showed why they're just individually a lot better. I do hope they have a good pick and ban phase, because as Jat actually tweeted out earlier, they have to ban Italy, Alistar, and then maybe something else. Maybe Lee Sin will end up on TPA's side. So, but at the same time, TSM is probably just going to be able to handle that.
Double lift?
I'm also going with TSM, and I mean, I'm just so disappointed with TPA's performance. I had really thought, yeah, BB and J, they're not that great in lane from my experience laning against them, but they should be able to hold up to Wild Turtle and Lustboy, but that just doesn't seem to be the case, and every one of their lanes, the solo laners, are just getting outclassed.
I have to go with everybody else. TSM does seem like the obvious favorite here. Their last victory looked good, and they should be able to replicate it.
Yep, I have to apologize for the American fans for betraying TSM last time. I've once again decided apple pie is for me.
Me too.
TSM is my vote. Yeah, at least I had predicted TSM would make it out of the groups in the preview show. And I lost my faith, and I apologize
Stop
for the red,
trying
white,
to
and blue
cover
crowd.
up your mistakes.
Sorry, friends.
Guys, let's take a look at who you guys, the fans, are picking to win. We know it's going to be a TSM vote, but with what percentage? And it is 77% of you guys believe they will walk away with a win. The desk is 100%. The teams are just about ready, so let's send it over to the caster desk to get the action underway with the new trio of trouble.
Yes, hello ladies and gentlemen. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and joining me here, of course, is Joshua Jatleesman and Rivington Bisland III. And of course, we are on the desk for the next 3 matches, starting out with the Type A Assassins versus Team Solo Mid. You just heard, of course, what the analyst desk had to say about all that. So let's take a look at the lineups. Starting out on the blue side, it is GPL's Type A Assassins. So, starting out in that top lane, it is Achi. Jungle is Wins, Morning in the mid lane, BB is the AD carry, and Jay on support.
And there's always another side to the map, and that's the red side. It's going to be Team Solo Mid from the North American LCS. That means it is Dyrus in the top lane, Amazing in the jungle, Bjergsen holding down the mid, Wild Turtle at AD carry with Lustboy on support.
And even though TSM's had a little bit of a fan following here when they're not playing against a home team, but they're playing against a home team right now. I mean, we saw in that AHQ game earlier how ridiculously crazy they go in every time Westdoor threw a gold card, right? And considering that if TPA does not win this game, they cannot make it out of groups, actually. If TSM wins, they clinch a spot in the quarterfinals. If they win this game, everything is actually on the line here for TPA, and they do have, I think, a pretty big edge on the blue side.
They do, absolutely. I mean, obviously, TSM coming into this one, we just heard Monte Cristo talking about it. You know, if they finish second in the group, they will face Samsung White. Most certainly,
likely,
I feel here. They're 5-0 in the group, so they're looking like the number 1 seed right now. So this is a big win in for TSM because they want to finish first. They do not want to go against the perceived number 1 team in the world right now.
And they still can. If TSM wins out their group and Royal Club wins aside from the TSM game, that would force a 5-1 tie at the top and would force a playoff game for that 1 seed. So everything is on the table here. I have to see TSM's ban, though. I was thinking Alistair, Zillion, and Nidalee. If they don't do that, they have to give up a lot of power. And I'm actually really impressed by the Janna ban by TPA, because if they're planning on first picking Lee Sin, TSM would have taken Janna on the next round of picks. So that's a nice preemptive ban.
Definitely very targeted to start things off here. Team Solo Mid hoping to get a repeat performance coming into this one, and so far the bottom lane will not see that.
You can see, though, that Janna ban threw TSM for a loop because it completely messed up their strategy here.
Absolutely, definitely slowed things down. There's a Zillion ban coming out, Rumble banned out. Hello, Dyrus getting himself a target. Actually, you saw his face. he didn't look happy with that. I think he wanted to play Rumble. He's like, damn, I've been working on this. And it worked so well for him last time against TPA.
It was. He brought it out of his pocket from the past, basically. He was a Rumble player way back in Season 3 and had just recently returned it. I love the fact that GPA is using these bans basically just to target out the stuff that TSM has succeeded on. And of course, TSM has to change their strategy here. They give them the opportunity to pick Nidalee. They don't even go for it, which means they can get the Lee Sin, which is really smart here by TSM.
Very nicely done, taking that away from Wins. Just too much pressure from him in the early game on that, and the map pressure he can create. We'll see if TSM, like Loco Doko said, they can keep up that warding game. Amazing was the guy to begin that and keep it flowing for the team.
And it's actually smart banning from, honestly, both sides, because they've clearly done the homework. Neither Dyrus or actually plays Nidalee in that top lane. So, you know, they looked at, or I should say they haven't played it in the past. I'm sure they've played it at some point, but to what success, who knows? But it hasn't happened in a pro match so far. Dyrus waiting for the final lock-in for TSM. The Lee Sin, as you mentioned, taking that away from Wins. Wins gets that triple kill on that just the other day. Fantastic performance by him.
And quite honestly, Wins hasn't really looked good if he's not playing Lee Sin. A very important pick, and we have to... Whoa!
Whoa!
All right, so...
Wow.
They immediately just go for the synergy between Maokai and Yasuo. However, when you see teams lock both of their solo lanes in blind, I rarely see it work. I feel like it completely telegraphs your total team strategy, and it will be up to TSM to build around that right now. They get to pick whatever they want for the rest of this.
Definitely protect the AD carry there. Morning, once again, only one play in the regular season on Yasuo, goes for it with the synergy on the team, and we're going to get what looks like to be a bloodbath out of these guys for now. The Twitch coming in for BB, and wow, this is a nice and fast champion select.
TPA was absolutely ready for this, from the target bans to the immediate pivot when the Lucian was banned away as well. The first pick, Maokai, we'll see how that works against the Lulu. TPA's definitely crafted a full team composition here with remarkable team fight potential if they can make it out of the laning phase.
Yeah, clash of Korean coaches between these two teams. Of course, they played each other yesterday. They've had a night to delve through all the information, figure out exactly why TSM was so strong yesterday. And TPA seemingly have formulated a strong plan here. Of course, there's a lot of damage from the Yasuo Twitch combo if they can get it working. TSM reacting with a fair bit of defense. They need some damage from Bjergsen. Is it going to be the Syndra, or will it be the Orianna? Orianna would make sense, but it's a very defensive team from TSM.
Here's the thing, if they end up going with the Orianna, it will be very close, not a full protect the AD carry comp, but very close to their protect the AD carry comp with the Orianna and the Lulu to help Wild Turtles Tristana. And since TPA is generally a slower team finishing out the games, this is actually something Deficio and I were thinking that TSM was maybe going to do yesterday, since the game will go long. If they can get to late game with a death ball type strategy, buffing up the Tristana, it would be a good thing for TSM to do, and they've defaulted back to this one on the red side.
So far, Team Solo Mid's bottom lane has been considered somewhat of a liability, so the swap they've possibly gone through here, we saw the hesitation in Champion Select to now create this team. We'll have to see if it works out for them and they can get to that late game.
Well, speaking of swaps, will they lane swap? That's the question. We haven't seen too many lane swaps so far throughout this tournament. I'm trying to think if we've actually seen any.
We've definitely seen a few lane swaps coming through. SK wasn't trying to do them that much.
Yeah, they purposely avoided it.
They purposely weren't getting it. There's a few teams that have been able to pull it. It's actually been in a lot of TPA's games. They've been successfully able to do lane swaps. And they often get fast pushed against when that happens.
Well, we'll have to see what they can do if they do get fast pushed. We know that TSM was up in gold by 5,000 at 15 minutes in this previous matchup. They took a hold of the game and they did not let go. So TPA is going to have to stave that off from happening right away.
Well, they're going to absolutely need this entire home crowd. They've been very loud in the previous matchup, and, you know, they're still all here. Everybody will be cheering on TPA. We're going to see how it works out because these two teams are preparing to square off against each other. Let us know who you think will win this one. Tweet us at LOL Esports using the hashtag TPA win or hashtag TSM win, and we'll be showing the results as this game gets underway. What do we think, gentlemen? Can TSM close out that first quarterfinal spot, the first time that they actually get out of groups at Worlds?
Absolutely. They have a chance of doing it. That's what I'm going to say. We can't call it yet. The team comps are very interesting in this one.
The chance is definitely still there. People have said things have changed for Team Solo Mid since the boot camp in Korea, and so far they are showing results here. We are on to the Rift. Taipei Assassins versus Team Solo Mid.
I just want to get my quick point in that I am aware in Season 2 that TSM were in quarterfinals. They didn't have a groups to get out of. They didn't get out of the groups in Season 3.
Safe.
It looked like in the 2014 season, it is a strong possibility. Here we go. The crowd are very much behind.
Just listen to this.
Not a TSM chant anymore, that's for sure.
Hey, we've had American fans chanting TPA when they won the World Finals back in Season 2. They are definitely a worldwide known team. BB, of course, experienced that. Dyrus was in that tournament as well.
Dyrus, that's one thing that I always like hearing from Dyrus is how humble he is after these matches. And he says, I've learned so much from the likes of Impact, from the likes of Shy and Flame, and playing these guys in the top lane. And you know what? He's been showing up as well. We remember Bjergsen saying, you're getting your picks. Don't feel pressured in these games to perform. But he has been, and he's been doing it consistently without going a little too overboard.
The thing with Dyrus is he's super consistent until he has an absolutely awful game. And in the Royal Club game, he was really bad. When he starts falling behind, he can go way behind. I think it was 1-7 in that game. He has to avoid that. If he does, it seems like TSM is really crisp at executing their strategy. At least that's what we've seen thus far in the World Finals here.
We'll see how it works out. Doesn't look like we're going to have any lane swaps, so TPA, J and BB down in this bottom lane will be facing off against Wild Turtle and Lustboy on Tristana and Braum. We'll see how this one lays out. We haven't seen a great deal of Braum throughout this tournament, honestly. It's all been about Janna. Everyone's been so focused on it. We'll see how Jay's Thresh is.
Yeah, but keep in mind, Nami and Janna both banned away by TPA, forcing a very melee-centric support matchup. Also, we normally see Twitch's lane swap away, so if Lustboy and Wild Turtle can actually turn on their aggressiveness, they might be able to make something happen in this lane. However, they haven't been playing aggressive. We look at Lustboy's rune pages when we've been checking them out. He runs more defensive rune pages than almost every other support here in the World Championship group stage. This would be the time to get aggressive, though, against a Twitch early on.
Explosive shot taken by Wild Turtle, so they do get a fast push on that lane. They're going to be hitting up that level 2, keeping BB and Jay away from the farm here. Great job by Lustboy, playing a little bit more aggressive, making sure he gets a few marks on to give the harass out.
Keep an eye on the mid lane as well. We'll see how that one works out early on for Morning and Bjergsen. Of course, Bjergsen has been the aggressor in the past, but now Morning, they only had one showing on Yasuo throughout the GPL, so we'll see how this has been picked up. It's seemingly anyone that's picked up Yasuo lately has absolutely been practicing hard, and it has worked very well for him. But Bjergsen on Orianna, going to be a different Bjergsen in this game. It's going to slow him down, I think. He's normally very aggressive, but this time he's going to have to start off very passive.
Get pushed up to his turret a little bit. Morning knows everything that an Orianna is going to bring to the table. We saw that earlier as well. He has some fantastic play, and I feel like Bjergsen could easily miss a few of those shockwaves with the right dash and Morning puts under the table.
Missing a couple of CS there, so pressure already on him. Just managed to squeak in, so Morning already stealing the advantage. This top lane, of course, Dyrus is going to be lacking in the damage as this lane progresses, so I expect Archie to be bullying him a bit, but both of these really running different game. Obviously, Dyrus being there very much the utility man, and Archie all about getting in their faces as a tank.
And if we look early on in this lane, Dyrus will definitely have an edge. As soon as he gets a few extra points in Glitterlands, he will be able to control most of what Archie is doing. However, I don't really expect the junglers to be paying much attention to that lane early on, since it is a fairly utility-centric matchup. Instead, I'd expect attention to be paid in the bottom lane.
Very nicely played there. Pink ward's being picked up by Wins as well on the way out. We saw that ping come from Morning, saying amazing, covering the top side of the jungle. We'll see if there's any response from that, from the jungler, or Wins rather, on that side. Still pushing up in this bottom lane. Not an advantage to anybody just yet, but TSM where they want to be.
Yeah, we have to pay attention to the jungle pathing here. Wins obviously went back to base a little bit early to get the Spirit Stone and the extra wards. And Amazing was actually up there to maybe hope to hatch a counter gank. It was a little bit of wasted time. You can see he's now gone with the ward control as well. But Wins has beaten him to the punch a little bit here, being the first person to get deep wards and get insight into the enemy jungle path.
Definitely a different focus of a game for him. We can remember this last matchup trying to come out on Rengar before having everything stacked up. Now he's trying to make the plays with vision and shut that down on Team Solo mid side. Good wards deep in the jungle already, hopefully to pay off for TPA soon.
Yeah, good reactions from Wins there. Realized that he was spotted and didn't waste any time hanging around. He just goes straight back to his golem camp down the bottom. With that vision, of course, does give Amazing a little bit of new information. He's heading in. He's going straight for the counter jungle into Wolves.
Right, so it's just a matter of intel back and forth between these two junglers. Obviously, the first team to collapse will probably have an edge when we see a counter jungle right here, but it's a match of Wins. Amazing on Lee Sin has been much more effective than Wins on Kha'Zix so far in the group stage, and he has landed some nice counter jungling, something Wins didn't do when he went into Amazing's jungle.
Right, and Amazing picking up the longsword as well, ready to find Wins and get that fight underway as he did pick up the stone. He'll know that Amazing was here just a little bit ago, so he also has to watch his back. Achi backing in the top lane with no mana, so Dyrus is getting what he wants so far and a nice 16 CS lead.
That honestly wasn't a very smart Sonic Wave there by Amazing because it let TPA know where he was. He ends up having to burn his Trinket Ward and also can't defend that pink. All that could have been avoided if he just didn't give away his position.
Yeah, 1 Q, that's all he had to wait. Just delay for a moment, but good reactions from TPA, making use of that knowledge and counteracting quickly. There is some very good warding from both teams at the moment, catching each other's jungle paths. I'm just wondering, with so much invested in and around that blue buff area, whether TPA are fancying something here. The blue buff will be spawning in around about 30 seconds time, so we'll see whether Wins decides to make his path towards them.
Yeah, he pinged it when they placed the ward. However, the timing would have to work out just right. They can't really jockey themselves into position, at least from a bottom lane perspective, to get there, because they do not hold the edge in that bottom lane. Oh, Bjergsen with a nice dodge.
Morning gets... Whoa. Oh, wow, yeah, because he misses the last Q. He does not get his last breath, so Bjergsen tries to hit him up on the shockwave. Both trade a good bit of damage there. Have to back off.
Well, that immediately shuts down any play they were thinking of going for that blue, of course. Red and blue now spawning. It will be Wins taking that one away. He won't give this one across, so it's going to give him a slight edge in terms of farm against Amazing. Amazing himself will confirm and take that red buff as well. So, top lane, as you mentioned, Jat, 66 to 49. This is how we were expecting it to develop. Scene's almost completed by Dyrus, but looking strong, bit of bullying, and Achi's been delayed in his build towards that Rod of Ages.
He really has been fairly heavily pressured by Dyrus, and games that are this even in the laning phase are often decided by jungle pathing and finding the right group. That's a nice ult in the mid lane, though. Let's see how much damage you can do to Bjergsen.
Last breath coming in. That was not used last time, so Morning tried to come out immediately and act on that.
So the reason I say that is when Wins had the ward on the blue buff, even though it didn't see the respawning of that blue buff, it did show that it hadn't spawned at 720, which told them that Amazing was most likely clearing his red, knowing the overall jungle path. But if they keep making plays in lane, it won't matter.
In, but he's going to get out. That's clean. Good jump away there. But BB and J already showing, now that they're both in level 6, just ahead of Lustboy, that they're not afraid to make those plays in his bottom lane.
Not afraid to make plays at all. TPA keeping some good wards out. Now TSM's trying to bring that game back into play here. We see Morning doing what he can, picking up wolves, knowing there's nothing to fight in the mid lane, so he's trying to keep himself going. Whoa! The flash Glacial Fissure coming in, but it's just going to be a dark passage to the light.
I really have to question that flash right there from Lustboy. I understand the concept of getting aggressive, but unless they know that Jay is out of position, they're going to burn nothing on the opponent's side. Look what Lustboy just burned for some harass on BB and the Lantern of Jay. BB should be going back to base. If they can pull a dragon off that, it's worth it. But BB could have shopped. He didn't, and in retrospect, it may give TSM this opportunity.
Well, it's going to be tricky. We do see Bjergsen is a little far away. He's going to be split between him. Morning and Wins on the side here. I think this should be secured, but it looks like Wins fancies jumping in. He's got flash available if he wants to try and jump flash smite and get out of there. They're going for it. They're going to jump in.
And it's amazing. Gonna go taking down BB. Beautiful first blood coming in. Wild Turtle's trying to get out of this one alive. No teleports have come in yet, but it would only be Dyrus if it happened. He wild growths himself, and it's a one-on-one in the top lane.
You can see Archie's in all sorts of trouble. Dyrus may have enough here. Flashes away. The Glitter Lance catches. Dyrus has got no mana left, though. He can't finish the job, and he will get away safe. It's TPA. They delayed enough. Nobody took the dragon at the end there, and it goes 1-1.
Yeah, they are just throwing haymakers right now in that Dragon Pit. It was a risky move by TSM and a late recall by BB, but at the end of the day, it's just a trade of kills right there. I would give that edge, though, to TPA because it was TSM who spent the extra time on Dragon and the mid laner who got first blood, but if he gives it right back...
Oh, he locked it down. Very nicely done. The blue buff giving a little help on the movement command.
That's what Bjergsen needed to do. I mean, getting the kill right back, shutting him down. Now they can try again at Dragon. Who knows, though? That last time didn't go too great because... So this evolved W from Wins was doing wonders harassing him last time. He's not willing to make in position for it this time.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to go in. Happy to give this one up. So TSM get themselves the gold lead, really down to Bjergsen's quick reactive play in that mid lane.
He just straight up killed him.
Shockwave just completely caught him off guard, and Morning, I don't think he was quite expecting so much damage, and just discounted that one. Completely caught off guard, almost on his own tower. So, TSM pushing the advantage. We'll see whether they can shove anything else from this one. I think the wave's going to be let to crash against the tower as the minions will get cleared out because BB was away taking the golems. And that does mean Wild Turtle can go back and buy. He'd already got the BF sword and the Avarice blade. We'll see what he comes back with. Oh, they cancelled.
You know, oh, this could be bad for Dyrus.
He's got a long way to run here.
He's also getting pinched in on both sides. Amazing's going to be there for a bit of help and provide some vision. The Wild Growth comes in. Are they really going to fight this? The follow-up from TPA. Oh, no. Amazing goes down. He just comes out of the base.
A little bit too far right there. I saw the idea of what Amazing was trying to do. He was thinking Morning was going to go in for an ult on Dyrus and he was going to try and kick him into the turret afterwards, but they held off on their aggression. Dyrus burned his ultimate before the target had been acquired by TPA. They quickly switched targets, bursted down Amazing, easy kill.
Yeah, I think they just didn't realize there was 3 people. They're like going in, it's like, it's all right, it's 2. We can get him in the turret. No, wait a minute, there's a 3rd. This is not going good. Let's get the hell out of there.
Because of all the focus that TSM had been putting on Dragon, ward control on that top side and the mid side of the map had definitely fallen off. It's definitely a smart move there by TPA. When you know the opponent is focusing one side of the map, even if they don't have knowledge that there's no wards, they can surmise it. They can use their instinct. They made a play on the opposite side of the map that they had just been played on, and they're able to come up with a positive play.
And TPA remembering the 13-minute mark, an ace across the map for Team Solo Mid, and it looked like it was coming back to fruition. They had the item spikes, but a great play by TPA to shut down some top lane focus.
Buffs going back. TSM and TPA, both junglers collecting those. Bottom lane's taking a lot of pressure. We have quickly been flitting down there and seeing the Wild Turtle has almost taken down that bottom turret. BB and J keep backing off, keep taking them golems, but every time TSM shove that wave in and get an extra couple of shots, we're going to see Wild Turtle coming in once again. Got to be careful of those hooks, but he will get a couple of free shots. Again, spots out J, goes for that flame, quickly steps back.
To Turtle and Lust Boy's credit, they have played farther up in this lane than they have the entire group stage. Obviously, it's somewhat champion-specific because Tristana does have that capability to shove, but there's been so many other TSM games I watched where Turtle's just trying to last in a turret the entire game. To be able to actually stay shoved up and not suffer casualties outside of that dragon fight is an accomplishment to what has been TSM's biggest weakness in this World Championship.
Definitely something they wanted and a reason for a first pick as well.
Oh, both junglers making an appearance in this bottom lane and talking about being shoved up. TSM don't have vision of that tri-bush, and now neither do TPA because their ward has just one off. There's a sneaky ward that will spot Wins right now.
Good ward.
And Amazing is just waiting off the side. Wins is going to come around the side and he's going to go straight into a TSM trap.
So they do have the double buff advantage if they were to actually have the fight here. However, it really just has to do with who could get the first jump. Amazing, though, has yet to be spotted. He made it all the way into this brush. TPA may also be playing with that false sense of security, knowing their jungler was just here, even though he's gone now.
Slowly backing off. They're kind of trying to play my games with what they have going on. Fog of War hidden by Jay. That's not going to be Wins that can take a dark passage. He's in the top side. Achi getting a little trouble here from Dyrus. Thinks he's in range. Dyrus only focusing on the turret though. And now he can turn tide and start cutting down the tree.
Wins is coming in though. He's going to join this party and that's going to cause trouble for Dyrus. He's going to have to speed himself up. Can he get away? He looks like he's safe. Yes, Glitterlands works out well. And now they know that Wins isn't down the bottom while Turtle takes the bottom turret. Suddenly, 2 turrets go TSM's way.
Some awesome jukes there by Dyrus to pull off a nice individual outplay to give TSM yet another team advantage. That has happened in a couple lanes here. Look at this. They shoved the bottom lane, took the turret. Dyrus won the 1v1 matchup up top, and Bjergsen got a solo kill. The way TSM is winning this game is only slightly related to strategy. It's mainly related around their individual skill. This is kind of how they beat TPA last time as well, was through individual outplays culminating in a team advantage.
It's definitely coming together for them very early in these games, and a lot of teams are having trouble stopping it. Just a 2,000 gold lead right now, and they're able to be quite omnipresent on the map. Amazing, making sure he is involved in just about everything that's going on. We're going to see now pressure towards the mid lane. That bottom turret has fallen. So Lust Boys are going to be in this row.
Now TSM all grouping up here for this one. We'll see where the TPA reacts. Of course, Static Shiv on Morning will give him a little bit of clearance, but he's got to be so careful. That ball keeps just edging closer to him, while Turtle gets a good chunk of damage down, and TSM slowly back away. 45 seconds on that Dragon. That is the next objective.
We saw Achi coming down for what could have been a last breath from Morning, just missing on the outside. He's forced to go walk back up and farm against Dyrus once again. Amazing waiting on the side here. Not going to get anything.
And what happens with this next Dragon will have a massive impact on this entire group stage, honestly. If TSM wins this, they are out of the group and they eliminate TPA. But TPA is in a position where they may lose control of this game. They have already lost the 2 outer turrets. If they lose control of the middle of the map and give up this next Dragon, the gold lead may become insurmountable. It is absolutely paramount that TPA win this next fight.
And look at the straight-up aggression from TSM there. Lust Point amazing. They know they've got the support and they can collapse. TPA with 4 members all clustered there, and they do back away. Meanwhile, while this is all happening, Achi is under serious pressure from Dyrus in that top lane, which is what's keeping them busy, so he can't even get involved because Dyrus will simply push down that turret. TSM want a straight-up 4-on-4 here, and TPA really need to find the exact opportunity to go for Morning.
Needlessly large rod on Dyrus in the top. Those two can absolutely keep each other there with the teleports that can come down. BB not liking the damage he's taking right now.
That is really bad for TPA, having their shock caller getting chunked out so quickly by TSM. Poke is very important leading into this one, whether it's from Kha'Zix or from Orianna. TSM definitely has the poke advantage before the fights, and very good walls and shields, basically, if TPA is to jump into them. So if TSM can actually poke, it makes it near impossible for TPA to actually fight.
And this is something we saw from TPA as well yesterday. When they start to lose control of the game, they'll still place their pink wards a little too far and leave them, and then they just die. Not too much help comes from that. TSM picks up a few more for themselves and gain control over Dragon.
Right now, Hachi in the top lane on Maokai. He does have his teleport up, and Dyrus is not there. If TPA wants to go, they pretty much have to go now. TSM is using that death ball, trying to ball up and go.
They're going straight in. Jay's going to be the target. Amazing gets on towards him. Doesn't quite get the kickoff, but it doesn't matter. The kill is there. The rest of TPA are collapsing, and TSM are low on hit points here. Can they get the right target? They cannot. And BB and co are having to back away. Archie pulled in. Shockwave pulled. Dyrus goes for the kill.
That was TSM making the fastest decision I've seen them make in quite a while. That they never would have made that play during the North American season, but that's how much they've been training and how much they've improved. As soon as they saw that teleport, they went to the other side, never let TPA find the grouped up fight. They were the ones who grouped up, and they gained control.
See, Dyrus will be able to teleport to top lane. Good control on the waves here. Coming in for TSM, 2 of 2 Dragons, 19 minutes into the game. A little bit longer than 15 minutes, but they got their 5,000 gold lead.
Absolutely. The one thing TSM needs to be careful of, which we're there. Dyrus going straight in, finds Jay, puts the glitter lance down. The rest of TSM close the gap. They're going to get the stun down on him. Jay goes down, and now it's going to be Morning. He finds Dyrus, but again, the wild growth is strong enough, and Morning's now in trouble. He's going to get picked up. BB comes around. He's just not got the damage. A Wild Turtle does. He's going to go for the reset. Gets on towards him. Wins his low. He fancies it. He goes for it. He hasn't got the range yet. He's only level 11, and they have to back away.
And we're seeing now the strengths of this TSM team composition as long as they stay together. If Wins goes in for a reset, even if Morning jumps in as the Yasuo, they can shut down the damage on that target with shields and allow Wild Turtle to carry that fight. He doesn't even have items yet. This is only going to get worse for TPA.
And he is starting to go aggressive. You can see how confident Turtle is feeling, how confident the rest of the team is following as well. This is going very well for TSM. They spread that gold lead a little bit more. It's going to be 8,000. Wynn's trying to do what he can to clean up some wards with Jay. Now they need to gain control of the map so they can put some pressure on Team Solo Mid.
So TSM have that huge advantage, but TPA are going to try and create something here. They want to push this mid lane fast because TSM are all back to base.
Yeah, they went back to base and bought a house. Dyrus has a death cap right now. He is absolutely ridiculous as far as shielding goes. TPA will get this one small win, their first turn of the game, but boy, are they far behind.
Far behind indeed. Morning with the Hex Drinker and just the static Shiv right now. It is helpful. He can get some damage in, but we saw he got taken down quite quick in 3 people, and the team could not gather with him. So the front-end burst they usually would have is definitely a little lackluster at this point. The initiations become that much harder. 7-2, TSM starting to run amok on the map. Turtle's now going to start to take free farm. This is going to hurt.
Absolutely will do. TPA really, it seems even at this early stage, just have one simple way. They need to either trap TSM in the Baron Pit or the Dragon Pit and land the perfect ultimate for the Yasuo, followed by that rat-a-tat-tat from Bibi, and just need to catch them perfectly because there's just too much for TSM and they've just manhandled them.
Absolutely.
Sightstone for amazing already. He's building up armor. Wins can't get the attacks on him that he wants. The itemization coming in as they need it for Team Solo Mid. Bjergsen rolling with blue buff right now as they make their way through what is pretty much their jungle at this point, and hardly any contest for this top turret but a wind wall.
Yeah, TSM's going where they please right now. TPA does not want to engage on them, knowing how well they can shield. Never mind, they're going to try.
They're going for it. They're going to catch on towards Lost Boy. He's taking the tower hits, but there's just so much, and the shockwave pulls them in. He goes for the reset. He gets one. He follows through. Can he get on Jay? Look at the crits. They're coming on through. They get the shock Wild Turtle leaping into the base towers. It doesn't matter. They take themselves another turret. It's so easy for them right now.
That's exactly why I thought TPA wasn't going to try and do anything, because it won't work unless they can catch TSM out of position. The shields are too strong. TPA just strictly does not have enough damage right now compared to the defensive capabilities on TSM.
And this is also what we need to see, is that teams ahead are not afraid to keep going as well. They're going to take down Achi right here, a little too far out from the family, and he goes down by himself. TSM picking up single kills all over now.
They are absolutely on tilt right now. That's the only thing I can think of, because, you know, a play like that, actually just wandering through the forest.
Well, he's a tree.
With the, that's true. Without any ward, I mean, they got a ward there.
Hear me?
They could see that TSM hadn't backed off. They knew that there was people around there. They just was simply blind checking. He got saplings and he didn't bother tossing one in to find out. Dyrus has been caught out though. He is in trouble. Now he's going to go down. Finally, they get themselves a kill. It's the first one in a while, that's for sure, but TPA got a long way to go yet.
Yeah, that was actually very sloppy play there by TSM. Dyrus was forced into sticking around there because if his presence was not there, it would have left a window for TPA to do the Baron. He basically had to sacrifice his life because TSM did not time their recalls appropriately. But that is but a small casualty towards the overall battle because they still have a 9,000 gold lead.
9,000 gold lead indeed. That burning a hole in their pocket. Bjergsen running an elixir of brilliance, and he has one in his inventory right now. Jay didn't want to be right there. Lust Boy and Amazing, they were cutting grass in the brush, and they are also going to find something that they wanted out. She's going to get kicked in. He just came out of base, gets put back down. Wait, can they cut the tree down? Turtle's going to get the reset. Jumps on the Morning to make sure he can't get away. The Sapling's still trying to do what it can. Triple kill for the young Turtle, and they're going to go towards the bottom lane.
Yeah, and remember before when they had good team fights, that was before Turtle had good items. Now he's got an Infinity Edge, a Static Shiv, instance away from his last Whisper. TPA still doesn't really have that much more gold. It's only been TSM getting gold. TPA has been pretty much starved with 2 dead and 5 for TSM. This inhibitor is not long for this world.
I think Wild Turtle's heard there's a bit of a KDA race on in the AD carries. Imp and Uzi having their own little battle. He wants in on that one. We'll see how it works out for him, because at the moment the fuzz inhibitor is going to fall, and TSM very much in control. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, if they take this game, which it looks like they will move on to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, even if they're missing that Braum Q, they're still going to be able to kill Jay. Turtle comes in late, and this is the one time he actually didn't have that much protection. But at this point, it didn't matter because TPA's collapse was a little bit slow. At this point, Lustboy zones the fight out for Morning. He's a squishy target. The nice wind wall is not enough to save him because Turtle doesn't have to do much but sidestep. And it was just TSM completely outnumbering TPA, something that is all too familiar this game.
Slow and methodical. They move up the map. If it's not the bottom, they take the middle. If it's not the middle, they just take anything they want right now. TSM doing a very nice job. They've only lost mid turret, and they are just pushing forward consistently. Randuin's almost finished up on Amazing to keep these fights going in their favor. TPA is not going to be able to get out of anything the Death Ball's bringing to the table. Right now, it's going to be the Baron attempt.
Sadly for the home crowd, they've definitely been silenced by the sheer amount of power that TSM have turned up with here for this matchup, and now they are just looking to close it out. 25 minutes into this game, I was not expecting it to be almost over by now, and for TSM fans out there, they're going to be wondering just how far can they go in this group?
The last shot of it.
What an amazing shockwave coming in. Bjergsen making the plays for his team. The double kill for Wild Turtle as he starts to clean up. They're going to be able to get past the wall. A few more shots to come in. It's just the kick from Amazing, and they are focusing on the next inhibitor turret.
10-0-4, 2-0-9, Wild Turtle and Bjergsen together, powering through this TPA team. They're about to clinch their spot in the quarterfinals.
Well, this was a quick one, that's for sure. Team Solo Mid fans, you have yourself a North American team into the quarterfinals. It's simply all about TSM dominating so far against TPA. That will be the Nexus turrets going down. They get themselves the ace, and they take themselves the game.
It only takes them 27 minutes here to finish off TPA. They might try to get a few more kills.
One last-ditch effort coming in from the Taipei Assassins. Turtle goes a little too hard. He goes down, but it is going to be Team Solo Mid taking down the Taipei Assassins.
Well, that was rather quick. What was expected to be a very competitive game turned into a TSM stomp.
Even being hesitant, they're getting their cheers.
Cool as a cucumber.
Cheers are still coming out.
Well, keep in mind here, while TSM has made it into the quarterfinals, they want more. They do not want to have to face the #1 seed out of Group A. They do not want to have to face Samsung White in the next round. So therefore, this is not the end of the battle for them. They still have to set their sights on SK at the end of the day, and then ultimately Starhorn Royal Club tomorrow. Because if they win both those games, they can still get first place in the group.
Yeah, that is absolutely the match to watch now in this group. Two teams already decided. Starhorn Royal Club and TSM both going through to the quarterfinals. Which position they will be, we will find out tomorrow. Keep your eyes on that one. Wild Turtle, man, 11-1-6, I believe, at the end there. That one little damn, that's going to ruin his KDA, that's for sure.
Well, as far as the game is concerned, it doesn't affect it at all.
No.
Right? But for the overall tournament, that's still one more death. Honestly, I think that's going to do wonders for Wild Turtle and Lustboy's confidence going in. Breaking out the Braum here. Lustboy's champion pool had yet to be tested, actually. I don't expect another team to test it because he had played pretty much nothing but Nami, which probably got people thinking, oh, he only plays passive, disengaged supports, la la la. He played a great Braum there. That was the most aggressive I've seen TSM play the laning phase, probably since they acquired Lustboy, to be honest. And it was effective. They need to do more of that as they move on.
Great movements around the map. Again, the 5K gold lead just 3 minutes later than they had it in the previous matchup. They were on a tear throughout these games, and it was everybody. Once again, Dyrus was showing up to shut down Achi in the top lane by himself. Everybody from Team Solo Mid is really coming into, I don't know, where they wanted to grow for Worlds. The pressure is on, and they're really performing.
Well, they've only had one hiccup so far in the group stage, and that was their loss to Starhorn. It was a big hiccup. They basically tripped and fell down like half a flight of stairs because they got destroyed in that game. But outside of that, they have looked really, really good. Their game against SK made SK look like a joke. And remember that SK team with the sub nearly beat TPA and nearly beat Royal Club.
Yeah.
So they were no slouches. And the rest of TSM games have been very one-sided in the favor of TSM.
Yeah, and I just got to wonder, obviously SK games will be coming up. I just got to wonder how their morale is. Of course, judging by their tweets, maybe it seems to be on the floor after that one. Nevertheless, there's a lot of games to come still, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, though, we're going to go over to Shox, who is standing by with TSM's Bjergsen.
Thank you very much, guys. You did it. Bjergsen locked in that spot in the quarterfinal. Let us talk a little bit about this very important game, because they came out with some strong bans there. The Nami, the Rumble, and the Janna come in. How did that affect your game plan?
I feel like it's something we haven't really seen before, people trying to ban out Lustboy, but he's a really dominant force in the team, and people are slowly picking up that Lustboy is, he does a lot in all these games, and especially on the Nami Janna, so they tried to ban him out, but obviously had a really good showing on Braum, and Dire still had a great showing on Lulu, so we managed to be able to pick around those bans.
Yeah, then tell me, what did you think of the composition they eventually came out with, which was their plan, and how the early game went for you guys? Not an ace at 13 minutes, still a pretty good early game.
I think both comps are really, really good. They're just very different. They want to be looking for the flanks and some kind of like the insta-kill with the flank on Maokai and then Kha'Zix and Yasuo just jumping on the same target. But luckily we had a lot of shields. We had Lulu, Braum to just defend those targets when they try to go in and burst down one guy. And I think our comp just worked really well for our playstyle, and I think their comp worked for their playstyle. And altogether we just ended up winning the game.
You did win the game. As I said, you locked in your place for the next round. What were the first thoughts about that? Because you said something here before that wasn't as positive.
Well, obviously, it's really awesome to have qualified and be able to go to the quarterfinals, but I wouldn't really say it's much of an achievement to go to quarterfinals if you're going to play against White anyway. So we're pretty much just looking to beat Royal and go big or go home.
Yeah, go big or go home. Loco said you definitely have it in you guys to beat them. Did you feel personally outclassed in that game versus Royal Club, or was it the team?
I wouldn't say any of us got personally outclassed. This is mostly how we came from the picking phase. We picked way different than we've done all the other games, and we're definitely looking to change that for the next game. I think we just need to reset and think that we had a bad plan going into the game and we had bad picks, and as soon as we can change that, we're going to do a lot better.
And that's the story we heard as well. Final question, I also asked Loco, what do you think is a growing margin for this TSM in this tournament? He said, not that big as of right now, but what for you personally? This is in the end your first World Championship, even though you're very experienced already.
Sorry?
Your growth margin, you can see yourself going if you face off against these best mid laners in the world.
I'd like to go as far as we can, obviously. I think White's probably one of the best teams here, maybe even the best team in the world, so I would love to face up against White in the finals. That's pretty much my dream for now.
All right, fantastic. Well, congratulations on locking in that spot. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, now we're going to kick it back over to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Shox. Congratulations to both Bjergsen, Team Solar Mid, and the Starhorn Royal Club. They both teams lock in their spots in the quarterfinals. I think before we talk about the quarterfinals, let's talk about this matchup first. Focus on how much more decisive TSM were. If you contrast how they beat TPA yesterday, dragged out that end game.
Yeah.
Today it was much clearer, and they punished once they got ahead.
I can just speak for the bottom lane. It seems like BB and J just didn't really learn the matchups correctly because they come from such an underdeveloped region. No offense to Southeast Asia, but just like if you pick Twitch blind and you know that they could potentially be picking Trist and Braum, which are the two hardest counters to Twitch. Braum because his shield blocks spray and pray, and Trist because she's impossible to pick, which is exactly what Twitch was looking for. It's just so hard.
One thing,
they didn't pick it blind.
They picked it into Trist and Braum.
It's even worse. They actually like,
why is it worse?
Well, I can see why Twitch is good in their composition and what they want to do with it, but you need to get out of laning phase with enough items and start making picks around the map. I know Monty wants to chime in here, so I'll just let him go and then I'll finish my point.
Yeah, it's just with this team composition too, there's always the possibility of a lane swap here because Lulu is being picked as a lane bully to Maokai because TSM can't play Nidalee, so it's still a very effective pick in the laning phase, so why you would enter into two losing lanes instead of lane swapping is a bit of a mystery.
Yeah, and actually I think this keeps kind of spilling into how TPA seem to not be on the right page strategically. Anytime you've got these many kills over like a red buff when you're already behind, it's like TPA is walking into unwarded areas or warded areas knowing they're going to die. Like, unless you're setting up Baron baits or sieges, like you shouldn't be fighting TSM.
Going back a little bit to the Twitch pick though, initially I watched the laning phase from like level 1 to 5 again, and I think TPA could have actually won the race to level 2, but they completely chickened out. That initially just gave TSM the freedom they needed with the Braum Trist lane. They kept pushing them in and in and in. And even later, Lustboy actually, I think, in my opinion, missed 2 kill opportunities on Twitch and lane, but it didn't matter because TSM chose for like safety, and they knew they were going to get it objective control based and teamfight based. But it kind of worries me for tomorrow because if you don't capitalize on those on those pick opportunities with Braum, then you might just get exploded in the lane again.
Well, I'm happy you talked about the objectives with team fights. Let's actually pull the first replay up on the screen. It is going to be a dragon fight where Jat praised TSM for the decisive peel to pick the fight with TPA. Monty, talk us through this play.
Sure. Well, let's just get it rolling right here. I mean, TSM's already grouped, so that's going to force the teleport coming in from Achi in the top lane. And pause here. Let's go for that. Oh, let's keep playing. Okay, there we go. So right here, you can see as soon as the teleport is seen, they immediately split down onto the bottom side, and that just gives them so many opportunities. And because Jay actually decided to go in for the hook right there, if we also look at Lustboy, he's already blocking the entirety of Spray and Pray on most of the squishy members of his team, and he's also going to get exhausted as soon as the shield goes down. Meanwhile, without Thresh there, he's already used all his cooldowns, he's going to die. The only further setup they have for a Yasuo ult is Arcane Smash from Maokai, and Yasuo just can't engage as quickly because he has to wait for the Maokai to get there.
In general, if you want to do a pincer, you need to make sure that your tanky side goes in first, and you need to make sure that you don't get engaged on from the side. If that means you have to drop Dragon, that means you have to drop Dragon. I think we can play the fight out and you can see what's going to happen. The exhaust comes in here as well. TSM is just moving right, and they're basically killing anything on their way. And by the time Maokai and Yasuo enter the fight, it's too late. Bjergsen still has his ulti. It's going to pop it right here on Maokai, and they're just going to clean up. And this is basically TSM reacting. They know if they stay on that dragon, they're going to get pincered. So they just want to move quickly to the right side, clean up the area, and then the remaining members coming in from TPA are just simply too late. And TPA just... yeah, they bit off more than they can chew on the right side of that play, so they should have held their pincer, tanky side goes in first, and then collapse, and it would have been a good play.
So let's move this conversation on a little bit. TSM, much more dominant than yesterday against TPA. They do seem to have strong signs of strength in this group stage at differing times. Two things I want to talk about quarterfinals. Number one, Nidalee. It is a champion that over the last 17 consecutive games has been banned while featuring TSM in the matchup. 16 times they have banned it, and once TPA did it against them. Massive mistake. Freak, care to comment on that before we move on to some of the positives?
This is the interesting thing because we've talked to Dyrus a couple of times in the NALCS desk, and he says the reason he is still on TSM, this is a team with many roster swaps almost every single year, is he says, I can adapt to the current game, I can keep myself relevant, and here's his very obvious example to the contrary, and I'm surprised by that because by his own admission, he says he's such an adaptive top laner.
Not to mention that his rise was really not very impressive either. So, I mean, these are going to be, as the tournament goes on, two very important picks as we head into best of fives and other scenarios in the quarterfinals. So it's a bit concerning, it is.
He had a strong rumble as well. Keep that in mind. Something that is showing may show through a little later. I just want to give some more props to Bjergsen as well. Between both groups, considering how heavy some of these victories and wins have been, he currently holds the highest CS at 10 and 20 minutes across both groups. Very strong champion pool. 4 champions played in 4 games. Definitely a shining light for the team. Doublelift, as TSM are looking forward, they can still place first or second in the group. First and second is still up for grabs in Group A. They don't know if they're facing Edward Gaming or Samsung White. Let's talk a little bit more about TSM before we move on.
I think definitely TSM's bottom lane has stepped up. I mean, Lustboy is doing extremely well in lane, and then Wild Turtle, you can see he does really well when his team offers him protection. So if TSM just runs that signature TSM comp, which to me is the double shield, Lulu Ori with Tristana, they can run whatever they want. They can run Nunu, they can run Kha'Zix, they can run Elise, whatever Amazing is comfortable on. But as long as they have that double shield comp, I don't see TSM really losing. So people just either need to ban that out or take it away from them.
Not even to Edward Gaming and Samsung White in the potential quarterfinals?
Yeah,
that's
Samsung White's a rough one, but EDG, it should be easy.
I don't know. I think both those teams will just pick smarter into what TSM is gonna pick. I really like the strategy TPA went with. Forcing Lustboy on obvious support picks. Having do you know what he's gonna play already by the second rotation in picks and bans? I just don't think the Twitch pick was just smart here.
Final thought from Double before we really have to move.
As smart as you pick against TSM, if you allow them to play what they're best at, then you're just putting yourself at such a big disadvantage. You should take away, if you want to beat TSM, you take away what they're best at. And to me, this comp just signifies that's TSM right now.
And I just want to close out and say that this is really a big achievement for TSM in North America. This is the first time since Season 1 that a North American team has made it out of the position they were seeded in, meaning if they were seeded into the quarters, they lost, and if they were seeded into groups, they lost. But TSM has made it through groups and advanced, and we haven't seen that from NA in a couple of years.
And what's going to be more interesting is exactly where they end up, because if they can channel some of the strength, they may give Starhorn Royal Club a run for their money tomorrow. Maybe not. We'll get to that. We have taken a little longer than we needed to. So, coming up on Game 5 of today's World Group Stage, let's take a look at where the teams stand thus far after completing 4 games. We already know that both Samsung White, Edward Gaming, Starhorn Royal Club, and Team Solo Mid are all guaranteed a spot in the quarterfinals. It's the seeding that will be determined today and tomorrow. Guys, we are going to step away for just a moment. When we return, Dark Passage will face Edward Gaming on the Rift. Actually, I've just done my math. If Edward Gaming win that, when they win that, they'll guarantee their spot. Guys, we'll be right back.
Straight in, Jay's going to be the target. Amazing gets on towards him. Doesn't quite get the kickoff, but it doesn't matter. The kill is there. And now it's going to be Morning. He finds Dyrus, but again, the Wild Ghost is strong enough. And Morning's now in trouble. He's going to get picked off. BB comes around. He's just not got the damage. Oh, wow, Turtle does.
Turtle's going to get the reset. Jumps out of Morning to make sure he can't get away. The Sapling's still trying to do what it can. Triple kill for the young Turtle.
They're going to be wondering just how far can they go in this group?
The last shot of it. What an amazing shockwave coming in.
Welcome back to the 2014 League of Legends World Championship. I'm here with SK Gaming's AD carry, Candy Panda. Now, Candy Panda, of course, not the best day for you guys. You guys got knocked out. What were the first reflections of your performance here?
Well, it's really sad and kind of embarrassing because we came here as like a really good team, or so we thought, but then it all went downhill and like it's just really depressing.
How much of that do you feel like you personally or the bottom lane was mechanically underperforming, or was it being outclassed?
Well, I'd like to say that we've just been underperforming, and like this year's Worlds really showed our weakness, but I think it also has a lot to do with the mindset, because if your mindset is not clear, then you're not going to perform as well either, because you're thinking about other things and you can't fully think about the game. So that has a lot to do with that as well.
So now it's actually the case to leave it all behind you and look ahead. What are your first thoughts knowing that you're back in the LCS, you have a clean slate coming back in next year?
Well, so last year I thought like my gaming career is going to an end because we got relegated and I was really not feeling so good. But this year we made a new team, we got to Worlds, and next year I'm just gonna try to play again and then see if it was just a fluke or like I can keep going up. But personally, like for me, I feel like I still have the spirit to keep playing and really improve. But yeah, next year will show.
Well, you did it once, you can do it again. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, I know you're ready for the next match, so let's send it back over to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Sharks. We are heading into Game 5, where the Turkish team Dark Passage will face off against China's Edward Gaming. First and foremost, I need to apologize and tell you that I fail at math, because for Dark Passage, they need to win 2 more games to guarantee their spot. They need to take down both Dark Passage and AHQ tomorrow. If AHQ manage to bounce back and pull off the impossible and win out, there could be a tiebreaker scenario, however unlikely that may be. So yes, EDG still technically not 100% guaranteed. Now that that math is off the table, Dark Passage have got a very big uphill battle, taking on this incredibly strong-looking squad from Group A. What do we take away from EDG in previous games?
I just think they looked really strong, and if you look at Dark Passage right now, they're not even looking to get their first win. They just want to get even closer to a win. They have had a couple a perfect game against them, and then an almost perfect game against them. They just want to look a little better. And honestly, if you're in this position, you just need to stay positive and just try and learn as much from the game as you can.
I actually managed to talk with Touch in the game a little bit. I've messaged him back and forth. I was like, so what's your plans coming into this game? And he said, not die. Wait. But he's smiling. He's actually being happy about it. And he's actually looking more forward to the fact that they can definitely battle AHQ. They can definitely get themselves a good performance in this tournament.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they can do. Care to comment on EDG?
Yeah, I just think it just depends on the way that Dark Passage handled the losses, right? So if they have a positive attitude and they're willing to adapt, maybe they can take something away from their losses to Samsung White and maybe play more aggressively, and they can miracle win lanes, get some good all-ins going, get some good team comps going. But yeah, honestly, it's a huge uphill battle, and EDG is just looking better and better every game.
Well, we can see how good EDG is looking. As we said, 2 more games and they guarantee themselves that spot. Let's start over to Demon and crew to take us into the game.
Thank you very much, Quickshot, and let's head into the starting lineups. Over on the blue side, it is going to be Turkey's Dark Passage. That means in the top lane, it is Fabulous, Crystal in the jungle, Naru in the mid lane, Holy Phoenix as the AD carry, and Touch on support.
And on the red side, of course, it is China's Edward Gaming. Core on the top lane, Clearlev in the jungle, Yu in mid lane, and then Name and FZZF, or ZZF, if you're Canadian, on support.
Ooh, or
English as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
It's just me. I just say Z.
Yeah, that's interesting, since his name is an acronym, FZZF. Technically, it's FZZF, unless he's just going for the phonetic sound.
I don't know how the Chinese say it, so I'm not going to go out on a limb on that one.
I'm going to keep doing FZZF.
Well, chase the wind on a windy day.
FZZF for you know, a couple of years now.
3
when he was
years.
back in WE, so we're going to stick with that one. WE will delete. That's another question right there, ladies and gentlemen. So, game's going to get underway as Trevor finally mentioned. EDG, if they do win this game, they will reach the quarterfinals. Got ahead of himself, but it's kind of expected because EDG need 2 more? No, I'm pretty sure it's just the 1.
EDG, they need to win this game, and then AHQ would need to lose a game.
Yes.
Or EDG wins 2 games in a row. But
even I got ahead of myself.
Yeah, their next game is going to be pretty important anyway. This one is still important. It's a should win if these guys drop a game to anyone who's not Samsung White, it's a big disappointment. This should be a quick and easy performance for EDG if they want to continue on in this World Championship.
Absolutely. Seeing Dark Passage already take out Clear Love there with the Rengar and the Orianna as well from you. It has indeed been unstoppable when he has it in his hands.
Absolutely. They've been fantastic. And for EDG, they're going to be basically using themselves as an advertising platform. We've seen Samsung White. They have destroyed everybody in this group, EDG included. And EDG themselves
very confident.
Need to sort of put themselves on the map right now. They want to feel, you know, put themselves a bit of a mental barrier to everybody else, you know, because obviously now they're looking likely to be the team to get to qualify. Will they be the number 2 team? And they want to be the team that people want to avoid. Everybody's looking to avoid Samsung White, but the fallback option is Edward Gaming.
Name needs to have a big game. I feel like he needs to have a big game for his confidence. I mean, the other rival AD carry in this group is Imp, who destroyed him in a 2v2 lane, has already picked up a pentakill, is just putting up these absurd numbers, and then Name has had these average to lackluster games where he should be dominating. So this would be a game for EDG to build their confidence.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, his Chinese counterpart Uzi is setting records right now as well. So, you know, there's a lot of pressure, I would say, probably on Name's shoulders.
A little bit of catching up to do on there. Zillion passing through on this one, so we'll see how Dark Passage answers to this. Focus on the mid lane allows that to go through, and we will see another game of Braum coming in. Fat Fabulous has already picked up Rise, looking a little late game here.
Yeah, so looking like, again, very standard picks for Dark Passage. I wonder what type of strategy they'll come into this game with. It's so difficult when you're a completely overmatched team in these situations to try and make good of the situations. Analyst Desk had that discussion earlier on in the day. You know, what kind of cheese strategy are they going to use? What kind of weird thing are they going to try and pull out? Let's be honest. At the world stage, that stuff probably doesn't work. So they're just going with whatever they know best, and they're still getting outclassed. We'll see if they can make something miraculous happen.
One thing we have seen throughout this tournament so far is some very impressive Aurelius. You know, who'd have thought Aurelius making that appearance all over again? And it looks like it may well be Koro going back to a champion he's had great success on in the past. I would say great success. He's 1 of 3 in the summer, but he's had great success here at Worlds on this champion so far.
Aurelia, as a champion, exploded in the LPL playoffs.
I lied. He's played Maokai 3 times.
You're just all over the place right now.
My stats are just wrong. I'm just getting pulled from pillar to post.
Well, I'm sure he's been practicing it well.
There you go.
Indeed he has.
It's in. So Name does have something that he can carry into the late game with. If Yu does not get something he wants, he's actually leaving that up, obviously, to counter pick. Man, this is still a fast picks and bans going through here. Dark Passage, they have been growing as a team so much throughout this tournament. We see them correcting things from game to game, but everybody's still able to find a way to the finish line on them. So far, looks like they're going to be locking in with 30 seconds left. They're going to do some fun hovers, and actually the Jace touch locking that in for the team.
Oh, that's the real fun, is the Jungle Pantheon. Yes. All right, so a couple nice things coming out. Finally, they're going to be doing a slightly different strategy here. We hear so much talk about mid lane Jace. Every mid laner, it seems, has dabbled in it, but they just never seem to find the right situation to pull it out. Here, they recognize they're going to be going against a mid lane Zillion, so the high amounts of burst AoE damage that Jace can do is actually one of the best things you can pick against Zillion strategically, because if you make everybody low, the ult has much less effectiveness, and generally when you're running Zillion, you have a very squishy team. So I really like the Jace pick in this contest.
Easily locking in that Thresh for the last, so Yu gets his Zillion. This is going to be a fantastic matchup. A lot of speed to come in on these fights with that gate going open. We'll see if Fat Fabulous can proc his ultimate and just fly right through and get those lockdowns that they need.
Yeah, for a second I thought they were going to try and do a last-second switch-up on us, but they were probably delaying the lock-in just so everyone could make sure they had the right Rune Master page down there. I actually do like this pick and ban from Dark Passage. However, we know they're very outclassed in this tournament, so they'll have to play miraculously to pull out a victory.
Yeah, I mean, Edward Gaming they got the double resets, they've got a lot of safety with the Lantern, and of course the Zillion ultimate, so there's a lot of in and out possibilities for them. Dark Passage are just looking to try and make an upset.
Dark Passage was able to get the first blood on EDG last time these guys played. It was a very nice play to the bot lane. Holy Phoenix has his Lucian, but the Thresh is really the combination they love to get something going with.
Yeah.
Get that Dark Lantern, Dark Passage again back to the backside and get those ganks coming in. So that's going to be a little bit fizzled. Can they still put the pressure on?
Well, that's the thing. They could have gone for it. Instead, they chose Braum first. So the Thresh option was available to them. Maybe they just fancy changing things up. I mean, the fact that they've got a Pantheon adjacent there says they're absolutely changing things up.
Yeah, Lucian Braum is much more aggressive, right? They get the double shot from Lucian. They can proc stuns very quickly, which will be necessary when Pantheon ultimately will try and gank that lane at level 6. So I do like the synergy they've been able to put together there.
Well, the match is about to begin, and we'd like you to turn your attention to Twitter and tell us who you think will see the victory screen. Tweet us hashtag DPWin or hashtag EDGWin at LOL Esports, and we'll be tallying up your responses. Of course, the Dark Passage fans have been strong out there in the last couple of votes.
Yeah, every time they have that vote, they're around 78%. It's like right when a dragon gets taken or they get a kill, we'll flash that vote up because, let's be honest, these fans are numerous, and they do believe.
Do believe indeed, and I believe we're into game. Dark Passage versus Edward Gaming. Coming out for the last game of the day here, day 3 at Worlds Group Stage. EDG trying to make a lot of moves here with a win, and then hopefully have an AHQ with a win as well. They'll be solidifying spot nicely.
Doesn't look like there's going to be too much fanciness coming out from either team. Doesn't seem there's going to be any early aggression. We have seen a couple of invades when teams have just rolling the dice and hoping that they can get something from a level 1 play. It seems that both Dark Passage and Edward Gaming are looking to start this one out fairly slowly. A little strange positioning though. It is Crystal running the mid lane. I think Touch and Crystal both doing a bit of taunting there.
We'll see where they can go with this. Last time these guys played, we had the deep wards going in that showed that it was Holy Phoenix and Touch that wanted the 2v2 versus Name and FCZF. They actually got the lane pretty late and still played it well. Like I said, they got the first blood. So if they can come out strong here, we have a nice, fun mid-game with this dragon.
Where you going, Crystal? Oh. Where you going? You're going straight into a hook, and I talked about level 1 plays. Thought he'd get a cheeky peek over at that blue. Not going to work out, though.
That is one of the worst things to happen to a Pantheon at level 1 is to have to burn your flash. One of the main reasons when Pantheon has seen play that he sees the play is for his level 2 or 3 gank in the mid lane, which very often is just a trade of flashes so they can give a quick advantage to his own mid lane. You flash stun on Pantheon, maybe try and get a kill, at the very least burn the flash. He can't do that anymore because he was trying to gain intelligence on where the enemy jungler was starting to avoid a counter gank. Now, it's just pointless.
Fizzled out a little bit there. I'm pretty sure we'll see him coming to lanes soon to get a little bit of help out. Push coming in here from Holy Phoenix and Touch. They try to get some light bringers to spark a little damage on FCZF, but he dodges out. Name's not going to have any trouble farm. Actually, no, he has explosive shot, so that's going to mess some things up.
They missed 3 CS on that first wave. Well, 2 CS. No, 3 CS on the first wave. Right. The Targon share, for those of you wondering, will show both CS since it is shared. So FCZF got one of those, which is credited to Name. So on the first wave, if they do 1 share, it should show as 7 CS if they got all of them, and they only got 4. So they missed 3 big CS on that first wave.
Good prevention on those tweets coming your way there.
Hey, we gotta protect ourselves.
Absolutely.
It's a dangerous world out there.
Every time we mention that one, everyone's like points it out and just like, you might want to look at the patch notes, guys. I'm just saying this is something that changed. So this bottom lane, we'll see now that they're both at level 2, nobody going overly aggressive towards one another. Mid lane, Naru versus Yu. It's going to be a tricky one to call for sure. Jace versus Azillion, definitely not a matchup we're used to seeing. We'll see how it develops for them. Rise up against Koro in this top lane, putting a little bit of pressure early on against Koro. Koro went 1 and 3 in the summer on Aurelia, as opposed to being successful like I suggested, and has yet to play it so far. Of course, his Chinese counterpart's the one that's been playing heavily in this top lane.
And speaking of tendencies in the top lane, Fabulous has almost always pushed in his opponent and then died. Is something we've seen pretty frequently here. You could see Clear Levels up there looking for a gank, and he's actually in a position where he would be gankable, but there's a big minion wave. He's got a Pantheon fairly close behind him, and he does have decent ward coverage up. He's just got to be careful not to die here before level 6, because that's been a pattern here at Worlds.
Safe with the flash, his ward did just die, and that rotation from Clear Love looks like it will be towards the north at this point, pushed up towards the turret. Fabulous says, wait, I'm a little low on mana, I might not want to stand so close.
Aggression coming out there, forcing Name to jump straight away. Touch getting deep on it, the hook lands on Holy Phoenix though, but instantly blocked out by Touch, nice work.
Yeah, and there was no rocket jump fall-off because Name had just used it to jump away. So some pretty aggro trading here going down from both these guys.
Nicely
They're gonna eat
done.
their health potions.
Oh yeah. Mana potion, or mana rather, in favor of Name on these trades. Holy Phoenix uses his mana to do damage, so they gotta watch out how far these fights go. Could be in favor of Name and FCZF quite soon.
Bit of back and forth between these. We'll keep our eye on it. We're talking about Name needing to go big on this one. He is up against the Lucian, so expect him to be under a little bit of pressure early on in the lane phase. Junglers, we're not seeing a great deal of them so far. Clearlove is making his way down towards this bottom lane though, so we may see him making the first appearance. Will the lantern be coming out from FCZF in just a moment?
Well, those summoner spells burned. However, Dark Passage has been playing very aggressively. I think EDG is trying to bait something here, but they're a little bit close to their turret to actually prompt some Dark Passage aggressive. They're just going hard.
There's the caster wave. They can get by it now, and there's the lantern coming in. That's going to be the hit up onto Holy Phoenix, and Touch is going to get locked in. A touch too much, and they are going to be able to pick up those kills in the bottom lane.
And that's exactly what EDG needed.
Oh no! Gets him.
Womp womp.
What the heck? What a late ignite there by Touch, ticking him down. Crystal trying to get a counter.
Oh, he's going to try and catch on towards him. Gets the stun just outside of the tower. Is it going to be enough damage? I think he's safe, and Koro walks away from that one without burning any summoner spells.
Oh, wow. Flashes onto Naru. He gets the gate, though, and he's able to get some speed out of that one. Does the slow come in? He gets himself over the wall, and it looks like he will be going down in this one. It's just a matter of time. Naru gets it up. Wait! The rest of the team, the bomb! Oh, it does take him down in the end. But Dark Passage is not getting anybody. Fabulous comes in on this one, and they're going to be able to lock down FCZF. Chrono Shift coming back up. Wait a minute. The flash. Okay, he's going.
What was EDG thinking right there? It's like, everybody flash over the wall. Just everyone burn your summoners. And the resurrections that happen from Dark Passage in their base, so they get the collapse in there after this dragon, going to have a lead over EDG 7 minutes in.
Crazy, crazy stuff there. So, dragon goes down. Dark Passage in the lead. We'll see how long it works out from EDG having a immaculate turnaround down that bottom, barring that one single ignite taking Name down. It has quickly turned around. We'll see how it progresses. Name versus Holy Phoenix. The battle continues.
For EDG, trying to build confidence going into the quarterfinals if they're able to win this game, even though they haven't clinched, this is not the performance you want to have early against a team that has been a punching bag to other teams in this group. To be struggling here at 7 minutes does not bode well for EDG throughout the rest of Worlds.
It does not, and like we've been saying, DP is learning more and more throughout these games. Their warding has gotten so much better to create opportunities for themselves. You can see now FCZF having to clear out this one, which DP just got Dragon off of.
I was just going to say, you think back to game 1, this is the exact same story. Dark Passage had a very good start, around about 10 to 12 minutes in. Then EDG finally turned it on. This time around, though, it's just misplays.
But Dark Passage building on potential confidence from the last time. However, this is that fabulous overextension.
That's the flash coming out. He's still got some applied slows coming in from both Clear Love and Koro, but he breaks them. He's good. Level 6 has to blow the ult for some movement speed. Oh no. Unstoppable. You think you're safe, but here comes Zillion around the outside. Is he wise enough to grab the kill? Yes, sir.
All right, so EDG gets something back, but they still had to invest a heavy amount of resources for that top lane kill. Dark Passage now gets to go in for the blue buff, and we have a game on our hands.
Absolutely. Blue Steel in there. Naru also put a lot of damage down on that tower, I believe. You can see him hammering away on that while they were pushing up towards the top lane. Clearlove now leaping in to try and steal away that blue. Naru does not want any of that. He's going to come around the corner, but he's going to be tricky to stop a smite from Clearlove, that's for sure. Will he force him away here? Goes aggressive, manages to not get in the way just in time. Clearlove steals it away with a smite, no problem.
You got a little bit of AoE damage when you lay down the hammer, but did not work. Crystal cleaning up mid lane here. He's got himself double buffs. Looks like they're going to be safe for now. Bottom lane, of aggression. Nicely dodged out there. No trouble coming in for Holy Phoenix to touch just yet. 2-1-1 for Holy Phoenix. The carry toward our Dark Passage.
I do have to commend Dark Passage here for putting up such a strong showing early on in this game, because it gets to you when the games they had against Samsung White had to be demoralizing. To come into this one and still be able to put up a performance, they have a very strong amount of mental fortitude right here. 9.5 minutes into the game, they are even in gold with the #1 team from the LPL.
Well, currently Fabulous no flash this time around. He's got to be careful he doesn't get baited in. He's got to realize that Koro is drawing him into that area. Clearlove ready and waiting, and Fabulous playing this one wisely. Now he realizes he's in trouble, gets caught by the Void Spikes, but he is safe.
Koro burned his Blade Surge so early right there. However, the wave is lost, and Fabulous is still very starved in items and experience. He has yet to complete his Catalyst already in the game, so he actually is in a large amount of trouble here.
Next you see Koro, as usual, trying to get that Sheen out first. The early damage to come in against Fabulous in that top lane. Just hasn't been able to create the recipe all the way just yet. Both junglers out of the base, back into the jungle to see if they can create more opportunities for their team. So far, Clearlove with 3 of those 4 kill participations.
We'll see how this one develops. Naru now with the Brutalizer complete. We'll see whether he starts to keep pressure on, because Yu's the one that's been roaming. He's been looking for those kills and helping out and getting them. He's kept up well ahead. Well ahead, he's close. Not too far. Holy Phoenix just walking straight up to Name and saying, what up? Now jumping on the top lane. Koro's going down here, or is he? Can he get away? Fabulous, one more hit's not enough. I don't think he can close the gap. The minions are walking him off. He goes invisible, gets the one down. You haven't got the range, surely. He's gone so deep. Oh
my gosh!
Oh, the potion!
That is why you always drink your health potions. Now what do you do with the dive?
It's gonna be big. Holy Phoenix trying to stay alive. Clearlove takes a bit of damage because he's the focus of the turret.
Whoa!
Is still in there. Chrono Shift coming up big for Clearlove. Beautifully done by the team. They are able to take down a kill in the bottom lane as Koro stays alive up top. They're creating pressure now.
Chase around the side though. That's a death bomb.
Boom, he's about to explode. Naru coming in, you're 4v1, buddy. What are you going? We're going to see the turbo from Fabulous. Make that death drop coming in from Crystal, but they are all so split apart here. Naru will go down, and then Fabulous goes in. Where are you running to, Fancies? Yes, going to put Chase on this one. The one cuts in, and EDG turn on the power.
I admire the courage of Dark Passage right there, trying to make plays 1v4 and 1v5. But sometimes you just have to say no, and you have to slow down.
Oh, this is going to be another one. This is where they start the stranglehold a little bit more. EDG finding what they want and getting that lead.
So I want to rewind briefly. That tower dive down the bottom. If Fabulous had not continued that chase and just simply forced him off the tower, he could have teleported down, made it a 3v4, and when there's a rise in a 3v4, it would absolutely make it a lot more tricky.
Yeah, I mean, imagine right now a Rise teleporting in on that turret the instant the dive starts. It suddenly doesn't seem quite so hopeless, but because the teleport was not available since he had to recall on low mana, easy dive, zillion ult saves under the turret. Holy Phoenix sticks around a little too long because they're waiting for the flank. They're trying to turn this one around, but remember, the timing is just so low right there. Fabulous is actually running towards the lane and only teleports when they see the counter teleport, just not the synchronicity or synergy they would need to counter a team like EDG diving as 5.
Very nicely played. We see you picking up a Magi's, trying to get a little bit of ability power and cooldown, and the full stackage. 21.2 to 17.4. A little bit of a back and forth here for the Dragon, but not enough contest to really put any damage down on it. Dark Passage loses out on that one, but it's 1 of 2, so each team has a Dragon with themselves now throughout the game. We are 13.5 minutes in, and EDG is starting to really turn up the heat here. Let's see if Dark Passage can re-answer that.
Yeah, it's the 12-minute mark that I talked about. Last time they came around, they hung around, it was pretty close, but now EDG just turned on the power. Indeed, Dark Passage in that last matchup, they just went in one by one. It was solo queue-esque, and as you said, the synergy wasn't quite there. They knew what they wanted to do, they just didn't commit to it.
I actually said the synchronicity wasn't there.
Well,
Thanks anyway.
you made a word up. That was nice.
Anyway, Dark Passage is definitely struggling now. I will say, though, that EDG, if they want to have a chance at winning the World Championship here, they have to clean up their early game.
Yeah.
Every single time they've struggled, they have not honestly looked that impressive. Name, for as much hype and respect he has gotten in the LPL, he has not shown up yet on the world stage. His early laning has been even at best most of the time. Yes, he can make some ganks happen, but it's not the jaw-dropping plays like we're seeing from Imp and Uzi so far at the Worlds here, and he needs to have that level of play in the group stage here.
Bit of time left in this game to show what Edward Gaming can do to close it out once they get a lead. Well, definitely could strike fear into the teams they may be facing if they get out of this group stage. It would be one of the things they could really put under their belts here. A long game will definitely show the other team's weaknesses in their play.
It's interesting. I wonder, I'm just casting back my mind that yourself and I would have been involved in, say, FPS games, the communities way back then with the group stages. Often the big favorites would come through group stages and be lackluster because, simply put, they're not focused on it. You know, we've obviously seen EDG make comments saying we're only focusing on the other teams. We're not really just, concentrating our stats and efforts onto this. We're looking towards the quarterfinals, the semifinals. They're looking ahead in the tournament. And have they just took their eye off the ball a little bit, maybe not completely 100% focused on these matches, which is why we're not quite seeing the big performances we're expecting.
Yeah, Naru gets caught out yet again. You can see EDG has taken control of this game now. The Soul Stealer, obviously, great for you. And I'll expand on that in a second, but Pantheon's jumping in.
And jumping out.
Yeah. It was good for the show. Could be some more love up to the top lane, though. We do have you bringing himself here as well.
Well, while this is all happening, Name is just in the mid lane, just saying, thanks, I'll take your turret. Should I come across? Do you need me? No, I'll keep on pushing them waves in. Why not? That's going to be the top turret going down for Edward Gaming. And while it was a slow start, they are absolutely dominant right now.
Yeah, I think actually the Zillion global experience had a lot to do with them being able to take small advantages. But to your point, actually, about EDG looking ahead and how that's potentially what they're doing here, I think there's a lot of validity to it, because if we look at their success in the LPL, they're hardly ever a dominant regular season team, but they are always a dominant playoff team, and they're always winning the regionals. So little missteps they're having in the group stage here are not completely unfounded, because they've shown missteps in games that don't have the ultimate importance in the past. What we do know about them is when pressure is on the line, the reliability of some of their play is what comes through. I mean, Name not making a bunch of plays in the group stage, while it is a little concerning, he's not a huge playmaking type player. He's more of a reliable player who will always come through in the end.
Well, speaking of going a little too far, maybe they've got a bit off more than they can chew. Crystal, though, he will get taken down. They do get themselves one kill, but look at that. The Zillion is there, the revive is on, and Dark Passage are dropping once again.
Crazy fights coming in. They have to remember, they haven't fought in a long time. The ultimate of you is going to be up. It's going to save somebody. They're not trying to fight within these windows, and the fights are not going their way. It's just too far in favor of Edward Gaming.
Check the Soul Watch, since you did initiate the Soul War. So he is currently at 3 stacks. He needs a few more. All right. Soul Stealer becomes gold efficient after 6 stacks, and quite honestly, there's been a reemergence of Soul Stealer recently.
I want clarification on this, because I've been told 5, 6, 8 different players tell me different things. I've had production telling me 5 the other day. I've had someone else telling me 8. I'm just like, I don't know what is going on right now.
You should get changes to it. Listen, gold efficiency differs depending on your baselines. So if you're using the amplifying tune for the base value of what 1 AP costs, then it's going to change than if you're using a needlessly large rod, right? So 6, 5, it's in that ballpark what is gold efficient, depending on your definitions.
It's close. We'll give it that.
3 is not gold efficient.
There you go.
That.
I should point out,
we have the over-under.
This is not the first time that we see this from Chinese teams as well. This is actually becoming an almost standard item in that mid lane on certain champions.
Yeah, I do want to talk about Soul Stealer a little bit. So I think it's a very strong item on supports, especially Janna, because she sits so far in the back and she can get those assists.
Hardly ever die.
And honestly, it's been a long time coming. At the very start of the season, supports were giving a lot of differing AP ratios because of increased gold influx. They've decided to spend that on wards instead. all the time.
Yep.
A lot of supports are buying like 2 or 3 pink wards every time they go back to base. EDG is just going to dive here, trying to get more soul stacks. But yeah, they'll end up getting a lot of that ability power just because you're getting the assists. And in the mid lane, for someone like Zilean, he's mainly scaling off of cooldown reduction and levels. If he can secure that, he'll get the ability power just because he's involved in so many fights. And with the Chrono Shift, he can prevent losing stacks much more than other champions. So I actually like it as a normal item as long as you're a little bit ahead on Zilean, since you do need to snowball the game anyway. Building a snowball item is actually very viable.
Especially when you're in the lead, and they are that so far right now. 10,000, just actually almost 11,000 gold here. Now starting to deny the resources in the jungle. EDG kind of running away with this one here. We did say that, you know, teams don't focus too much on others, but would be nice to see EDG kind of come through with the power that we see Samsung taking teams down with others as well, to show that they have that.
I mean, let's be completely fair here. Yes, they were even in gold at 7 minutes, but they have a 11,000 gold for 19 minutes. That type of lead,
that doesn't suck.
In any game I've seen, has never been surmounted. Actually, I was looking at a lot of 20-minute gold advantages across worldwide teams. The biggest comeback I saw was Samsung Blue was 7.1 thousand gold down on Samsung White, and they came back to win the game.
Oh, right, yeah.
That is much more. The biggest you'll usually see from teams in their entire splits is 3,500 or so at 20 minutes. Like, that's what is a winnable game. 11,000 is completely out of the ballpark of a potential comeback.
Oh, it is going to be Edward Gaming moving in. Koro going big on this one. He's happy. He's got the Zilean support, of course. He will just get revived back in there. And Yu is running through the team. There's a leap coming out from Nami. He gets himself the double touch. Will he get taken down? Nami wants it. He's going to have to take teammates out hits. Couldn't quite finish it off. Crystal will go down. That's going to be Koro. And that is a 4-for-0 as they turn and go towards Baron, while their AD carry takes down the inhibitor turrets.
These shots look like they hurt, and that might be because Name's level 13, he's shooting level 10s, level 8s and level 11s. That Zilean experience is so paying off.
Yeah, and speaking of paying off, Majai's Soul Stealer is gold efficient now, 10 stacks. They're going to be taking this Baron down 29 minutes in, making this game a completely one-sided one here for EDG. That about does it.
Closer to getting themselves out of the group stages. This is definitely confidence that they need. Probably a little shaken, like you said, in the beginning of this game. Not something that they wanted to see. And as I said before, something teams are going to know they can take advantage of.
I think that's the main thing. EDG getting a little bit exposed in certain elements of their game. And we have also been able to see some of their strengths. I mean, if we think back to the very first game here we saw at Worlds, they were 10,000 gold down against Samsung White and were able to be competitive, if not win, a few team fights in the mid game. We will be able to see that rematch at the end of tomorrow's games to probably decide first place in this group.
Well, strengths. I want to look towards that top lane, the Aurelia. I mean, it's a pick we've seen re-emerge once again. Always kind of comes around every time the World Championships is on.
Yeah.
And I know for a fact there's a certain top laner in Korea right now that is watching this, that will be smiling and thinking, yeah, my time to shine, ladies and gentlemen. I'm talking about Wicked, of course, for Alliance. And we've seen a couple of teams picking Aurelia at once again, mainly for the fact, obviously, there's been a lot of bans focused on that top lane, which is forcing her appearance.
Absolutely right. Whenever we see these kind of overly dominant top laners come in, Aurelia always feels like she can creep back in. Specifically for Chinese teams, they use her for strong mid-game power spikes. When you can max that first skill and hit the Trinity Force, she can very quickly shut down AD carries, which are known hugely in China. This is actually a different AD carry build than I'm used to seeing. Or sorry, different Aurelia build that I'm used to seeing out of teams from the LPL. I'll often see a Trinity Force followed by a Frozen Heart, and they will use the Aurelia around the mid-game as just someone to shut down the AD carry. I'm actually very surprised by the Hex Drinker here, just because maybe Rise was getting a little antsy, because they're against pretty much double AD in the mid lane. He's just so far ahead that it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. He really wanted to get his fights in that top lane, and he can with the magic resistance. Helps just a little bit. One of the last outer turret standing here for Dark Passage. It's going to be a hook onto touch. I don't know if they're going to go far into that one. They draw out the Fisher as he just gets the field goal with that one through the team. They're going to go ahead and take down the turret and slowly push in towards the base.
So just another thing that's building, while of course EDG continue to push on through. Name building towards that Bloodthirster, I feel, for third item. This is something we've seen starting to develop for Tristanas now.
It should be the third item when you're this far ahead, because you look at people that do not have armor, the Last Whisper is not required. And as far as trading, as far as pushing, as far as damage, the Bloodthirster is better in every single regard if the enemy doesn't have armor. So he's just building smart.
Trying to stop the siege, but it's just going to be too much. EDG too far ahead this game, and it seems like they know when they are ahead. Starting to close this one out. Goro puts himself on the front line. Going to be a lot of damage towards him. He wants to go down, but he actually keeps himself alive for a little bit longer. The Chrono Shift's not going to go down, and the Baron keeps him alive.
Oh man! Ooh, blocked off by FZZF, and they turn around. They try to get the hook back on towards Holy Phoenix. They've driven them out of the base for now, but it's only a matter of time before they come knocking back on that door. Giant wave in the bottom. That's where Edward heading towards. Not just Edward. You know, Eddie's back in his hometown right now. Sadly, he's not taking part in his World Championships. But this is going to be another inhibitor turret going down.
And you're going to get a teleport in just on the top side here.
What a job!
Uh-oh, DP going down. Crystal's going to get hit up. Goro comes from mid because he teleported back into the fight after being very low in that last engage. The inhibitor turret getting hit up. Nami feels like he can face tank that. Goro goes for a self-initiation. Gets stopped up by Room Prison, but it doesn't look like they're going to stop here. A bit more pressure towards the Nexus turret, and they're going to take down that last inhibitor.
Well, they've been attacking for so long that the cooldown's back from you, and they're going to jump straight in. They want to try and create some pressure. There it is once again. That ultimate is paying dividends right now from Zilean, and we've seen really why actually Zilean has been drawing a lot of bans throughout this World Championships. It looks like Edward Gaming is going to try and close this one out as fast as possible. 25.5 minutes gone. Dark Passage looking to just try and hold on towards their Nexus turret, but Name is just burning through the damage of all those hit points of Dark Passage. They are finally going to step away. The power buffer's worn off.
They needed the health regen. They are the slow, steady, reliable team in so many different ways. We've been actually mentioning the 1% crit rune that so many junglers and AD carries have been building in, especially junglers. Clearlove is pretty much the only jungler we've seen that doesn't build the crit rune. That's because EDG just as a team is all about reliability. Why would you want the 1% crit when your other 99 attacks can do 1 more damage every single time? I'm actually personally in that camp. I don't like the 1% crit runes. So, slow and steady usually wins the race for EDG.
This death squad coming out right now of EDG, or rather Hydra, with the Ghost Blade as well, just coming from Clearlove. Everybody getting items that they want and don't necessarily need, but they're doing the damage with you trying to start a fight by himself. Koro, again, going into a 3v1 situation. The spikes are going to go right through and take down Touch, and they're in the base for the win.
He gets the triple kill. He's going to go for the Quadra. Crystal gets down. There's the Quadra kill.
Go for
Will
it.
Naru give it up? Can they go on towards the Phantom? He's going to see Naru. He wants to go. Name takes it, and that is the game for Edward Gaming. Only the Quadra. We didn't quite get the second Penta, but Edward Gaming looking strong. It took them a little while to get going, but once they did, holy moly, they tore apart Dark Passage.
And it does look like they have a little bit of consideration that they're thinking about that game. We could have done this, we could have done that. Dark Passage coming out again. The little wins advances for them. They have had such an experience here on the stage and really have grown as a team. Absolutely, we've seen it.
Yeah, Dark Passage, 7 minutes into this game, was even in gold with the #1 team in China. So no matter what else happens, they can take that away when they go back to Turkey. But slow and steady for EDG. Ends up only being a 27-minute game. It's pretty fast, slow and steady with 27 kills. However, not being able to close in that pentakill. Samsung White got their pentakill. Right? They're thinking, why wasn't the top laner the one we left alive?
He's thinking, I bought this Hydra for a reason, guys. I wanted that pentakill. He almost got it. It wasn't to be. So Edward Gaming looking strong. They still need to get one more win, or AHQ need to take a loss to confirm that spot in the quarterfinals. But right now, they are a shoo-in.
It definitely seems that way. The group hasn't put up much of a fight. It has gone the way we thought it would.
Yeah.
When this draw happened, everyone was thinking, man, EDG and Samsung White, they were two of the strongest teams going into the entire World Championship. No one would want to be drawn into their groups, and it was just so unfortunate that it was an international wildcard team and the number 2 seed from the GPL that got dropped in there, creating a very lopsided spot in the group with some upset potential, but it just didn't really come through.
I mean, the fact that the groups went that way does have a counter. The fact that Group C and D are incredibly strong. Of course, that's Singapore next week. Tomorrow, big game's going to be happening. Edward Gaming will be facing Samsung White. That is the final game tomorrow as well. That's absolutely one people won't want to miss.
We still got one more today, though.
Yeah, we do indeed have one more today. We're going to head back over to Quickshot and the analyst crew for a closer look at that match.
Thank you very much, guys. And D-Man, sorry for failing the math and leading you to believe something wrong. So anyways, the match did go as expected. Edward Gaming came out, took control fairly early on, but I do think some credit needs to be given to Dark Passage. They have gotten better as the games have gone on, and they made some more aggressive plays, not necessarily the all-ins we were looking for, but they did go for some of those early dives and early chases and punished EDG when they made mistakes.
Yeah, EDG wasn't playing flawless early at all, and Dark Passage did a good job of trying to keep up, and that actually makes the battle for first place in Group B even more important. Like, if you can choose White or EDG at the start of the predictions, maybe we're like, yeah, maybe they're similar, maybe White's a level better, but how much? But looking at EDG now, like, the discrepancy is very, very big.
Yeah, and Jat was talking about how EDG is known for stepping up and being very consistent, but this is the World Championships. It's so hard to just say, yeah, they're going to step up when it actually matters. If they play, for example, Samsung White or Samsung Blue, it's just going to be ridiculous to say that their early game would shape up so quickly. I mean, they're making so many mistakes, especially against a weaker team. I just didn't expect that from China's best.
I agree completely. On one hand, you can say, well, they were playing a big underdog. They played a little bit recklessly, like Samsung White kind of was in their games, but of course, those guys made it look really clean. On the other hand, I, again, completely agree with you, because even in the Chinese regional final, you had Starhorn Royal Club take them to 3 games. In fact, they were leading early game most of those battles. So if Starhorn does take number 1 in Group B and Edward Gaming does fall to number 2, you could easily have that, that inter-country kill and Starhorn suddenly's top 4 in a very believable fashion. And so I agree. These guys need to shape up that early game and temper that aggression somewhat.
I mean, this is still a team that is based around that late game and the team fighting. And if you draw that comparison to Samsung Blue or something like that, well, you could say, oh, well, Samsung Blue often falls behind in the early game as well. They've done it to many teams, and yet they've only lost 1 best of 5 in like 9 months. So I'm not as convinced that EDG's early game is as big of a problem as people seem to think it is. Obviously, against Dark Passage, more questions arise, but I think they're going to get it together and do just fine.
2 things, I'm going to quote you on that at a later date. And number 2, I think it's time to slide this one along. Earlier today, we asked you guys to get onto Twitter and tell us who has been the most outstanding player in the Taipei group stage and why. And we're going to talk about some of your selections. From SJ Danois, supports rarely get the playmaking credit they deserve. Not on this desk. Mata is changing that and has come out huge during the group stage. Crepo, as a fellow support player, I think you're going to agree.
I just think the way the support metagame has changed just over the course of like the entire season, I do think playmaking supports have a better place in the metagame, and they do actually get a lot of credit. But then Mata takes it up to another step. He's just flawless in almost every aspect of his play. And yeah, if we ever mention supports, he's the one we're going to be mentioning first.
He's the faker of supports. All right, next one. At Demon Zyod, BB really impressed me with his mechanics in their game against Starhorn Royal Club. He was basically 1v5ing faker style. BB definitely has looked good.
Yeah.
Not great.
I do have a lot of respect for BB still as an individual player. Also, he's taken the shot calling role for Taipei Assassins. That can be a lot to focus on. Ultimately, though, his bot lane synergy with Jay I found to be a bit weak, and so he's looking, I would say, worse than he probably should, because a player of his skill actually should be putting up a little bit better numbers with that.
Yeah, to me, BB will always be a legend because he won the Season 2 World Championships in a spectacular fashion, but you can't really see him shine so much because the game now is so dictated by laning phase, and he doesn't have great synergy with Jay, so he doesn't get to shine as much, and then when he does get to that mid-late game, when he's actually even, and he's not super far behind, he does get to play very well.
All right, and the next one comes to us from @JoshLol1 or Lolly. Definitely Uzi. His tryst was incredible versus TSM. It seemed like getting caught was part of his plan. I'm not sure I agree with that so much, but hey, if it works out, it works out. Don't you think, Monte Cristo?
I guess.
Guys, thank you.
Support Kale.
Well, thank you for sending those in, and of course, we'd love to hear more. Join the conversation throughout all of Worlds by tweeting to us @LOL Esports. Make sure you use that hashtag Worlds. Guys, we'll need to take one final break, and then we'll be back with the last match of the day, featuring SK Gaming versus the Taipei Assassins. Don't miss it.
And it looks like he will be going down in this one. It's just a matter of time. Naru gets it up. Wait! The rest of the team! The bomb! Oh, it does take him down in the end. But FCZF not getting anybody. Fat Atlas comes in on this one, and they're going to be able to lock down FCZF.
It is going to be Edward Gaming moving in. Koro going big on this one. He's happy. He's got the Zillion support, of course. He will just get revived back in there.
Koro, again, going into a 3v1 situation. The Spikes are going to go right through and take down Touch, and they're in the base for the win.
Lamia. I used to play for Fnatic in Season 1 and 2 and picked up the Season 1 World Championship title in Season 1. Yeah, that was really awesome. And I'm back here now to watch Season 4. It's good to be back here watching Season 4 Worlds and just being a fan and enjoying the show. Back in Season 1 it was really small. It was nice, but just really small. Now it's gigantic. So many people are here, so many fans. The atmosphere is nice. The players are more pro than they were back then, I think. When I came here for the first time, I just fell in love with the country and I met a lot of nice people. I got a girlfriend, so I came coming back here. And I also learned the language a bit. The people here are so friendly. Even if you can't speak the language and maybe the shop owner won't be able to speak English with you, but they will still like try to help you choose your dish and choose the food you want to eat. I like the weather even though it's really hot. Yeah, but the most important thing about Taiwan are the people. It's quite humbling that actually many people here remember me and some people come up to me and want to take a picture. And I haven't signed autographs, but people come and want to take a picture, which is really sweet. 台湾朋友们你好，我很喜欢在台湾看到世界比赛，希望你们跟我一起喜欢看到世界比赛。
Welcome back, everybody. It is fantastic to hear from Lamia as the fans enjoying watching some games with him and hanging out with him. I will never forget him for his Ashe play from Season 1 and 2. I'm still adamant he's got more Ashe pentakills than anybody else on the planet. Anyways, as you can hear from his former teammate FLICKR, next Wednesday on our Singapore Group Stage Worlds preview show, which will start at 10 p.m. Central European Summertime, 1 p.m. Pacific. There's some cool surprises in store for that one. All right, we have arrived at the final match of the day. It's been a long one. SK Gaming will be facing off against the Taipei Assassins. At this point, neither of these teams can make the quarterfinals, so this is a battle that is going to be for both third place in the group and for pride. Let's break it down. SK looked lost versus Royal Club earlier today. I would say they look worse than they did yesterday with their sub. Sven had little to no impact, and TPA, they struggled versus TSM also worse than yesterday. Why have these teams struggled more today than the day before, Double Lift?
I think it's kind of unfair to say Sven had little impact because honestly he did control topside. He worked really well with Freddy because before I would see Freddy would do really well in his lane, but it wouldn't be snowballed to the extreme. And I saw Sven, at least he saw that Freddy was the best player, best performing player so far at Worlds, and he tried his best to dive top lane and to control the enemy red buff. So he was definitely doing the right moves. It's just it seemed like Jesus and Candy Pen and Rated just kind of fell a little bit too far behind. So it was kind of an unsalvageable game.
The other side of the coin, of course, TPA Monte Cristo coming into this game also after a fairly heavy-handed loss to TSM.
Yeah, I think that the key is just to keep wins off of Lee Sin, and then he really neutralizes a lot of TPA's playmaking ability, and coupled with their rather lackluster late-game shot calling, it makes a lot of problems for them. And SK, another reason too is that if we remember the first game when they had their substitute jungler, they looked a little shaky, then they got better, kind of got more adjusted to his style. I think we'll see the same thing here with SK.
Freak.
Yeah, ultimately I feel like as far as a matchup is concerned, these two teams, a lot of SK's weaknesses go away when they fight Taipei Assassins. Their bot lane synergy again has been pretty weak. Morning is a little bit passive as long as you remove Syndra from him, and again you ban at Lee Sin and suddenly Wins isn't up in your face either. And so all those early game issues all those early game issues from SK all go away, my throat notwithstanding. But for Taipei Assassins, yeah, it's like find another early game jungle that Wins can play that's not Lee Sin, and then maybe they have something going for them.
Final point before we go to predictions, Double Lift.
Well, I just want to say, when I saw Candy Pen get interviewed by Shox, frankly, he looked depressed. He looked like his confidence had been shattered, and he was super disappointed in himself. But Worlds isn't over for him, so I really hope that SK doesn't have their mental game so broken. I don't know how TPA is faring. It seemed like they were still okay. They're still smiling after a loss. So
they're the home crowd at the end of the day. You can't take that away from them. Crippo, we haven't heard from you yet, so I'm going to put you on the spot for the prediction. I think this is quite a difficult one to call. If SK have found some synergy, who's going to win it and why?
It's honestly very hard for me to call, but I'm going to side with SK Gaming here. I just think they're just... all their problems, as we said before, they're going to disappear, and it's still very close to that point. I just have a hunch that SK is going to come out on top.
We'll see if that hunch is correct. Double Lifts?
You're a smart man, Krepa. I'm also going with SK. Even though their confidence might be shattered, their play just seems a lot more solid all around.
We'll see if it works out down the line.
I'm with SK as well. I really agree with what Freak was saying in terms of the matchups in top and mid, and so I think they'll come out on top.
I've learned my lesson from trying to predict against everyone else here since TSM beat TPA, but I also am going to go SK Gaming. I think they are going to continue to look a lot stronger as they, as you said, Money Cristo, as they gel once again with Svenskeren, and I think they just are a very strong team as 5.
I think player to watch is going to be Freddy again. I think he will be the one player that can actually break this matchup open completely. And maybe Svenskeren, if he gets on a comfortable champion, actually gets his ganks off before level 6.
Well, we'll see if that can work. You guys at home have been voting over on lolesports.com, and the fan vote is similar to what, opposite of what our analysts are saying. 75% of you think that the hometown team will actually take the win in this match. So maybe faith at home is broken for SK as well. Anyways, let's hand it over to the casters for the final match of the day. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. So let's check out the starting lineups without further ado. Over in the blue corner, it is SK Gaming from the European LCS. We'll see if they can meet the predictions. In the top lane, it is Freddy122. Svenskeren is in the jungle. Jez is in the mid lane. Candy Panda is AD carry and rated on support.
And in the red corner is the GPL's Taipei Assassins. That's in the top lane. Achi wins in the jungle. Morning in mid. BB at AD carry, and Jay on support.
Yeah, personally I was a little surprised there by the analyst desk all voting for SK. I know they have their reasoning, but it's an 0-4 team, we have to remember. Neither of these guys can make it out of the group, but it's still Worlds, right? SK does not want to go winless, and TPA does not want to go 1-5 in front of their home crowd. These teams are still going to be playing pretty hard for this one.
Yeah, there's one thing that absolutely is for sure. We obviously heard from Candy Panda earlier in the interview. Pride is a big, big thing right now. These guys feel disappointed in themselves, you know, as a team, as a whole. They feel that like you've wasted a whole year on turning up here and not picking up a win. So I feel that they may well be throwing everything at this match. We even said beforehand, even looking at this group from the very beginning, we thought this was one of the crunch games, and now it's really a matter of pride for these guys, and it really is. Taipei Assassins, we got a little peek into what they were doing there. We'll see how these pick and bans go.
Yeah, so both these teams are coming in very disappointed, as you said, and it's because they've had some really close games. If you look at the records in this group, it looks, you know, very formulaic, like TSM and Starhorn are just dominating the group. But watching the games, these guys had really close games against Royal Club, and they're going to want to pick up these wins right now.
Definitely a lot of strength needs to come from the bottom lane of SK. Been quite a liability with Freddy playing out of his mind lately for SK while calling the shots. Svenskeren back on the lineup now for the past few games. They have been showing a lot of promise.
Yeah, I'd say I'm a little interested in these bans. 2 mid lane bans coming out. Arguably 3 with that Zillion. However, that's a pretty big thing to let through Freddy.
Yeah. We'll see how it works out for him. The Alistair pick coming through. It does, of course, mean that Maokai potentially will go on towards the other side. Of course, when there is so much focus on the unorthodox Aatrox ban, it is literally the only team that will happen against, I think, throughout the Worlds. But Freddy's not allowed on him.
It's like the only team in Worlds that actually plays Aatrox.
Yeah.
No other region. This is the craziest thing. Europe is a region across the summer split and playoffs. The second most played top laner was Aatrox.
Yeah.
If you look at the LPL, the GPL, NALCS, and OGN, Aatrox wasn't picked a single time or banned throughout the entire season for everyone else. So pretty crazy stuff there. Everyone does ban it against it because no one else has played against it.
I mean, the big thing for Alistair, for Freddy, is the fact that he hasn't played it in the summer. He did not play that champion. He always deferred to Maokai in
Alistair,
that top lane. Yeah, he just simply hasn't played Alistair in there. He did play it early on, I believe. I'm trying to think of against Star on Royal Club. Memory serves, but it's been a long day.
So
it's
been a lot of
games. It's pretty late at night here.
So as far as top laners picking up Alistair, he is a fairly instinctual champion for these guys to pick up because the actual mechanics of headbutting and punching someone afterwards in lane are pretty quick to learn, and he's mainly about zoning theory in team fights and getting in the right position and having cooldown discipline. Aatrox is another champion that actually has a fair amount of cooldown discipline, needing to go into the right times, so it should transition fairly well to Freddy's playstyle.
You see Achi picking up the Rise. He did play that last time these two came together, but wins, gets that Lee Sin this time. He was wreaking havoc on that.
Yeah, also what is big is Svenskeren finally actually going towards Kha'Zix. While Lee Sin is his favorite champion, played 11 times throughout the summer, he's got a much better record on Kha'Zix, 6-1 throughout the summer on the Kha'Zix. We'll see, but again, as you mentioned, wins on Lee Sin. We've already seen what he can do.
And those Kha'Zix games were majority in the playoffs when the things mattered the most for them. Of course, though, they're going against a ton of knock-up synergy with the Yasuo on the other side. I wonder how Jess's Zed would fare.
Oh, N-Rated maybe finally falling back onto a champion that he is actually good on, and it is Morgana. It is a champion he has had a lot of success on. Orianna for Jez's as well. This is a safe SK game in team comp here, I feel, which would match exactly what Taipei Assassins are doing.
And it would match what SK had succeeded with all year as well. BB going with an old fan favorite right here in Ezreal. That should be a nice, fun lane with Jen.
See what they can do. Definitely have a lot of fight potential coming out of this with the disengage of Janna. Interested about that N-rated pick, though. We've seen him have a bit of crescendos being missed. The skill shots have kind of been a little problem for him. See if he can bring that one around and lock it down this game. He's definitely going to have to be firing those at a flying winds and a flying morning.
It is the most played champion he had throughout the summer. So while he was only 9-6, played 15 games, it is a champion. Maybe this is the time to fall back on a safety pick. Maybe the time was already. I mean, he played Sona twice. He's the only person in the entire championship so far that has played Sona. So maybe everybody's just getting comfort picks and hoping that they can get that one Pride win.
I definitely feel like N-Rated has had maybe one of the worst world championships of players on SK, just because even his Sona plays, the crescendos were very, very missy. And at least with Morgana, you have a lot more setup time. You don't really reactively try to throw the dark bannings. It's more of a pre-planned thing, which is something N-Rated is very good at.
Keep them dictionaries ready, ladies and gentlemen. He's making words up every game.
You're allowed to make words.
Every step of the way. So the two teams have picked their champions. Who do you think will take this matchup? Send your choices using the hashtag SKWin or TPAWin to LOL Esports. And of course, we'll be checking your answers soon. We've seen what the analysts think. Now that the champions are locked in, how are we swinging with this one?
Yeah, it definitely seems like these teams have switched things up. Both teams going for a certain level of comfort. Kha'Zix, Morgana, very comfortable for SK. And of course, that Janna and Lee Sin for TPA.
We always mention morning. Yasuo only a few plays in the regular season, but he's like to bring it out here. And needless to say, he's only got a few things to knock that up. If Jay can get him into range or Wins can get that kickoff, they'll be ready and raring to go for a fight. We'll see what everybody does here as they create their line of scrimmage to start off the game. Our final one of the day here in day 3 of the group stages. We'll see SK versus the Taipei Assassins.
BB will get the early aggression down. Candy Panda taking a good burst. He's going to be down to fit points if BB could have followed through, but they didn't have that vision ward to continue that aggression. N-Rated, of course, up towards the top area, given the coverage. Svenskeren versus Wins this time around. We'll see how this battle works out. Of course, Wins has the advantage because there is a Typhoon bearing down on Taipei right now, so got to feel there's something behind him.
Well, good thing they have Janna to control the wind. That's the most important thing.
Wow, guys. All right, let's see what we have here for the beginning of the game. Consumables for Freddy in the top lane. Obviously, he's going to be a happy cow. And we'll see what Achi can do with another Rise Blade coming into this matchup. Wards, holding hands all around the map. Got to have friends in wards. And we'll see what these teams do. They looks like they're giving each other space.
Wow, lane swap.
Lane swap. This is the first time SK have done it. And we talked about, they were very vocal in the fact that they needed Svenskeren to be on the team to create this lane swap opportunity. And we do see N-Rated and Candy Panda. They actually did try it before against Starhorn Royal Club, but they actually got fooled.
They did not scout the wards properly. They thought they had the right thing. And that was the face check game, actually.
Yeah.
When Candy Panda and N-Rated walked straight in, ended up giving up first blood very early on in the game.
Definitely not something that they wanted. That Triss Sona was actually first picked by them as well, so it's something they wanted to run very strongly throughout that game here. Definitely a safer start in the 2v1. Freddy looking to soak up some experience from hugging the side there, but they don't let him.
I think he was trying to play peekaboo around the side there.
He's got big horns, you can't hide.
Well, he's going to be in trouble pretty soon here. This lane could shove back away from him, so he either needs to go to the jungle or get some help.
Be interesting. We haven't seen too many of the junglers in their pathing with another top laner, so he's going to be hurting here. He's definitely not going into the jungle. He's trying to use that consumable right now, the flask.
That is some fantastic harass from TP early on. If they're if they're going to do a lane swap, they either need to be able to get the wave shoving towards them, because right now TPA has a textbook freeze on Freddy, and he has no reliable way to get much experience. He did get enough for level 2, which might be okay for him, but he's got to go Roman now.
This is the thing, you know, obviously the buddy system going on for TPA. We've had Archie running around the ring. This time, he's found himself a bush to stand in. He's still using that max range experience to level himself up.
That's really clever.
It's working. You can see his experience bar going up each time.
We have two completely different philosophies here on 2v1 lanes. Oh, TPA is trying to set up a 2v0, and in the top lane, they're doing a fast push / dive.
Oh, Svenskaren's found them. They're jumping in. Archie's going to get locked up. Has to flash away. The Dark Binding does not land from N-Rated. And SK, in all intents and purposes, do not get themselves a kill, but they certainly got a lot of flashes.
Quite honestly, TPA has failed in the execution right here, because when they had the 2v1, even though they had a freeze, they were not adequately denying experience from Freddy. So now, when the fast push happens in the top lane, and Jay goes up there as a support that is required, Freddy can actually battle BB because he has enough experience on Alistair to take that fight.
See how the pressure in the top lane continues. Something Svenskeren has been doing since he's been back on the Rift is creating something pressure that puts it on the plate at TPA, and now they have to wonder, what are they going to do with Archie? His flash is down. Going to have to be roaming a little bit more and play safe, but wins. He's making his way to the bottom lane. Freddy not looking too safe. The headbutt away. No. Does he get it? No. He does not get away, and Wins comes up with first blood.
The home crowd wants to keep SK winless right here at the World Championships, and Wins' Lee Sin is rather explosive. That was a nice gank timing. BB needed to be able to continue to deny Freddy, and that's definitely going to help.
Oh, they're going to collapse on towards him. They know that he's around there. Svenskeren has found him, and it's just allowed the void spikes. They're collapsing every angle. Wins is going to have to flash through it towards the Dragon, but instead he lands the Sonic Wave on towards Jess's. Jess's with no mana could not follow this one up, and Wins will walk away from this one without burning a Summoners.
Says thank you very much. It's not over yet though. Jez has got himself in a bad spot. Morning doesn't have the vision to keep going, and knew Svenskeren was there, but not good right now for SK.
Wins is ridiculously good on Lee Sin. It would be great if he could pick up more champions at that level, because when he's on Lee Sin, this team is ridiculously threatening.
Everybody just seems like they have that much more confidence. We saw after that kill, BB with a smile on his face in the bottom lane. He's the one calling these shots along with Wins in the early game. His pathing impeccable right now, and they have wards to make sure bottom lane is safe to be pushed. TPA is getting everything they want right now. Little advantage in each lane.
Jez is meanwhile trying to collect the farm, just about getting it on the tower, missing a couple, and that is starting to begin a bit of a gap. Morning to get that advantage in terms of CS over an Orianna. That's not a good sign.
Yeah, this is not one of the better laning phases for SK. Surprisingly, actually, their laning phases have been even or better in most games, which wasn't a normal thing for SK. During the regular season, you would expect them to have better teamfight transitions, but it just hasn't been. So now, when they haven't been transitioning even lanes, what are they going to do with losing lanes?
You know, I think back to when I saw a very successful Morgana. It was a certain crepo for Evil Geniuses in the final Super Week. I remember the crowd egging him on every time he landed one. He finally realized during the game that it was happening, but I haven't seen N-Rated actually hit one yet, which is a bit of a problem and may well prove why he hasn't played this champion throughout the tournament so far. Freddy finally getting himself some CS in this bottom lane and keeping up with Archie. BB, I should say, getting a lot of free farm.
And the environment that N-Rated has picked Morg into is not the best one. There's a very shifty team if we look across the board. Ezreal, Yasuo, Lee Sin, very hard to get with findings.
Good point.
And even the Janna and the Ryze are very fast. As long as they're close, they can have a lot of juking potential for those dark bindings. So N-Rated will basically have to use the Fog of War and Surprise, because if he tries to actually throw one out in the open, the mechanics of these TPA players and the champions they're playing will allow them to dodge almost every single one.
Make it hard to get these initiations in somewhat as well. We'll see how they come to that as they get to the objectives.
Bit of a lane swap coming through here. Svenskeren takes that red buff. We do see Freddy now going one-on-one with Archie in the top lane. It does mean, of course, that we now have Candy Panda unrated down up against BB. BB had just used his ultimate actually there on Candy Panda. I think he sidestepped it.
BB has to shop. He's down an entire brutalizer to Candy Panda right now. So whatever SK do, even if they're missing the bindings, they would probably win all ins.
SK warding out the brush, telling Svenskeren he cannot move into the forward brush.
Whoa! That's a nice one.
Will he fall? Could get it. Lightbringer, nice damage on the backside. Yeah, forced to absolutely back now. True Shot Barrage is down, so he's not going to be able to grab that CS.
Hadn't hit level 6, didn't have the culling available, which could have been crucial in that one. Jezza's continuing to put some pressure on towards Morning, who throws out a good wind wall, blocks off any of the damage. Wins going to get spotted out by that ward here. If he comes around, BB is making his way down lane. I don't think there's going to be too much aggression.
BB locking in that tier as well. Sheen to start off the lane.
This is the Blue Ezreal.
Haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah.
The return of Blue Ezreal, actually. So BB, not going to have much damage for a while, actually.
A little bit of a plateau.
He's got to take this one a little bit late, and then just try and use it to kite around a whole bunch.
Well, it looks like they're going to give him that chance. He's going to go over and hatch this pink ward in the bottom lane. I think the team alerts him of it, and they say, we should probably prep this a little bit more. Make sure you don't lose too much CS in the mid lane, and they back off there. Achi knows that game sense wins on the backside as well, and this could be big.
Yeah, that's a tricky dive. Diving horizons, tricky at the best of times, and when Wins is waiting off the side there. There we go, Morning going aggressive, but that's the ultimate on towards Jesus, who replies with the shockwave, but the exhaust locks down a lot of that damage. Morning will manage to come out on top, or will he? Jesus now, Wins chases on towards him, keeps him to safety, and Wins gets himself the second kill of the game.
Just nice timing there by Wins. A couple of things in that fight. Morning's exhaust just dropped right time. And Wins is just going to keep going.
Oh my gosh, keeping himself in range. That was very close. Svenskeren gets himself to that experience, but great plays again coming from Wins.
Yeah, and Morning honestly set most of that up. Using the exhaust on the shockwave was perfect timing, and it basically just allowed Wins to beat Svenskeren to the spot.
Well, currently SK Gaming putting pressure back down on towards the bottom lane this time around. Svenskeren now looking to see if he can push something. Jay, very low on health this time, caught by the Dark Binding. The Monsoon not going to be enough, or is it? Candy Bandit taken low, BB goes in, gets himself the kill. It's a back and forth fight, and Raiden trying to dodge around from the damage, but it is BB that comes out on top.
Really good binding there by Rated, but if he couldn't get the tether to stick onto Jay, they're just going to end up trading kills. The fact that it's actually BB who is still alive is just going to exacerbate that experience gap that already exists in that lane. It's level 8 Ezreal to a level 6 Lucian.
Svenskeren looking for the damage. Shockwave just off, coming up. Wins again with a return to the mid lane. No flashes here except for Morning. Gets himself in. Svenskeren very low, has to use his ultimate. Freddy comes in with the teleport, and it could be big. Trying to clean this one up. He's going to need a little bit more help. He does throw down the ultimate. Oh no, he root presses the minion. Wow.
Achi, no. But the damage reduction's gone on Freddy.
Freddy has to flash away. He's gone out. There's the Howling Gale. And Wins, doesn't quite get the kill on towards him. Svenskeren, he was caught up by the ultimate of Morning without even knowing it.
Yeah, that was just wrong place, wrong time for Svenskeren. He thought he was planned for the counter gank, but Wins just had the perfect kick somehow. It ends up being heavily in the favor of TPA.
That is the way the cookie crumbles for that one. 5-2 now with a 2,000 gold. Let's see this one more time.
Because it's not like, okay, he was on the ward, so it was completely intentional there by Wins. Beautiful kick.
Well, not amazing, Wins, but
yeah,
get it.
Definitely Wins in this one. What a play there by TPA. They're surviving just long enough. Obviously, Freddy has his ultimate here. A slight misplay, actually, by Achi. They would have been able to try and pick up all the kills. They were obviously ignoring Alistair because of his ultimate at that time, but all credit to Wins with that Lee Sin kick.
Well, so often SK come out of the laning phase behind, and there's no difference here. TPA looking strong early on. 5 kills to 2. Morning continuing to look for them, but it is all about Wins. Give him Lee Sin, and he goes aggressive, and we're seeing some serious wind coming out of Morning there.
It is a team of wind, actually. This is a very thematic thing for TPA, but honestly,
it's true.
I'm thinking back to the pick and ban phase. SK banned Syndra and Nami as 2 of their bans. Why, actually, are they doing that? John has been just as effective, if not more effective, than Nami in this World Championship, and Wins' Lee Sin has been the reason that people haven't, that they've been beating TPA because you keep it away from him. SK, I think, a pretty big failure in bans, as we're seeing in this game.
That Lee Sin consistently showing for TPA. I don't think it's going to go. Oh dear. Achi could be getting hit up here. Nope. Got to wait too long on the cooldowns to get that extra damage in. But this may be drawing up wins now. You already see him moving through the jungle. Red buff's going to be on. It's going to be hard for Freddy to get out of this one. No flash for him either. Oh, baby. That's a kick in. There's the room prison. It's not going down on a minion. And he's saying, we're going to try to milk these.
Well, I don't think he's going to get out of this one. It's only a matter of time.
Oh, wait a minute.
Archie will go down, and now Win's in trouble. Svenskeren fancies this one. He's going to have to tower dive. It's going to be a tricky maneuver. He takes 1 tower hit, 2 tower hits, 3 tower hits. He's going to get away. But the minions, they're doing a hell of a lot of damage. He needs to just turn around and use the Void Spice to get the life steal. He should clear him out. There we go. And he is safe for now.
Svenskeren strike back right there. You can see as far as combat effectiveness, because they both had the Spirit of the Lizard Elder. When he arrived in that fight, he could turn the tides. Wins had so much mobility, but because the gank took quite some time to develop, Svenskeren was able to catch up and turn that one around.
What a great Dark Binding. He actually shifted with that one on him. They were able to get a little extra damage down as he used the ultimate, so they are perfectly using their windows to get a little bit back. Gold's only 500 apart right now. Morning, he's having a little bit of free time with the turret in the mid lane, but Freddy's here.
Freddy coming up, getting himself a little bit of rampage damage on towards those minions. So, Trinity Force being built up by Freddy in that top lane. I think we're going to see the Triforce. See if the Static Shift comes out as well after the Randians. Maybe. We'll see which way he builds that one. We've been seeing a lot of differences. Of course, the Rod of Ages has been the standard so far throughout this tournament of the few Alistairs that we have seen. Svenskeren is going to give the blue across to Jesus, who, as of yet, has had little to no impact in that mid lane.
No, he has been very, very much struggling. Wins has had huge presence in that mid lane as well, and obviously the combination of Yasuo and Lee Sin is devastating. I do want to talk a little bit about BB, though. Being able to keep up and farm, despite having that tier, and he's starting to move out of that weak phase. If that mana can actually complete, he's finished the mana immune, and it's only 322 of 750, so it's still got a fair bit of time. A lot of stacking mechanics on this TPA team, so they do have a pretty good late game insurance policy.
Hold it on tight, making sure everything goes their way for now. A slight gold lead kind of gives that to them, but any moves can be made. A lot of pressure comes out of that Orion in the objective team fights, as well as N-rated. We'll have to see how they utilize that. More pressure to the top lane. They want to shut down Achi, getting to that Rod of Ages. They want to shut down quite a bit here, but it's always Wins on the backside, trying to do the damage to Svenskeren. They kick him away, and Morning has already rotated up. They finally take down Achi, but they're now going to take down the cow. They get him, and Svenskeren will be able to get out. A nice jump on the last few. Oh, he connects the resonating strike, and they are going to connect with the kill. The burn will not come through. He gets a little bit of life steal as well.
Wow. And again, you've got to question why Jesus did not follow up towards the top lane. Meanwhile, Dark Binding goes down along with the Soul Shackles. Jay caught out. He gets dropped. Candy Panda lands that one. Dark Binding miles wide on this.
Wow.
But they do get the tower mid. That's why Jesus didn't roam.
Some crazy mechanical moves coming out here, and across the board, despite the plays there by TPA, SK comes out ahead. The turret destruction that just happened, it's 3 turrets to 0 actually for SK. It's amazing that they were losing the laning phase, yet they have recently pressured the turrets enough to kill all 3 nearly simultaneously.
Absolutely. I thought the explosion would come at the objective fight, but they do it solely within their lanes across the board. Dragon is still up as well, and we're seeing quite a bit of ultimates on each side, at least the junglers and the mids for now. And Jay does have a bit of disengage. Everybody's moving towards that zone. We're going to get our first big team fight coming up.
Well, Achi does have teleport available if he wants to join this one, but Dragon started out. I'm not too sure TPA want to get involved in this one.
I guess not.
SK will take this, and that's 3 towers and a Dragon, which will give them a 1,000 gold lead. Teleport to top, Freddy's going to protect it. No towers for TPA yet.
It's almost like everything is back to normal for SK. As soon as they were losing the laning phase, they're like, you know what? We're used to this. Now we can play normal. They were able to turn it around, get the Dragon, play their objective game, and now they're going to just hopefully make some team plays. When BB went for that blue Ezreal build, they lost a lot of lane pressure and presence. They've been pushed back despite him being able to keep up his CS. It's unlocked SK to take a lot of stuff around the map.
Oh, this was a wild, wild ride last time they faced each other. Of course, Gilius was playing and made that double face palm mistake. And as he jumped in there. Tell a lie, that was the previous matchup, but there was a wild game. Back and forth, the Baron play. Achi in trouble here, getting stomped on. He will go down. Wind is going to come around the side. Jay is with him, and we can see also the claps from Morning. Freddy may well be locked out of position here, but while this is all happening, he's drawing all of the attention. SK Gaming are just pushing the inner turrets.
So much play around and off of the ball right now.
They burned 2 ultimates to finish a target that was already dead to rights. That's going to make it so they have less threat on a collapsed mid lane.
Great job by SK to continue pushing forward. They're kind of just making TPA reactive to what they're doing, and they're acting on all the wrong things right now. Turrets still falling in favor of SK.
There are so many parallels between this game and the first game they played. SK with the lead. Remember, they were actually 5,000 gold up on TPA at one point in the late game, and they got completely outmaneuvered around the Baron pit. This time, though, SK is trying to take much more control of the map. They're the ones making the faster rotations, and Freddy is a monster in that top lane.
Yeah, there's been a few games that have happened throughout this World Championships where things get a little bit crazy and kills become the focus of attention, and SK have maybe reset their mind and thought, you know what, it's all about objectives. That's what we've been doing all season long, ignoring the kills, ignoring the fights, and continuing those objectives. So far, they are way ahead in that term. 4 towers to 0, the only dragon of the game, and that is why they are now, despite being down on kills, 2,000 gold ahead.
They're playing much better as a team. We saw the 10-minute mark of their dragon fight between this game where they fought it without Jez's last time. Everybody's doing it as a group right now. TPA making their way to the mid lane, but the death squad of SK still moving around, power in numbers.
And TPA went on pretty big tilt the last time they lost that game as well. Once they started losing, they had a big advantage here. They were behind. The next few minutes will probably decide the game.
Some tricky play here. SK will get spotted. They realize there's 4 members. In the mid lane, Candy Panda's keeping that tower secure. He has the culling. He's just used it to wipe the wave out and actually put a little bit of pressure on towards Morning, who blocked it off with a wind wall. This top lane turret, they're collapsing. They're moving in towards them. SK are going to respond. You can see mirror match coming up the side there. Winds tries to sneak around the side. Morning is there. This fight could be crucial, but everybody is playing it very cautiously. Good ward coverage from both sides. They see the movement.
Definitely reconsidered.
Little bit touch and go. Freddy, though, finds some friends. That's an Alistair ultimate down, and a disengage was successful. That's actually a huge win for TPA.
See if they can keep this moving. They're going to now try and know they can go for mid lane without too much pressure. Going to be able to drop the first turret of their game. This will definitely help them get more deeper wards in and stop SK from just pushing them into their own base.
And Rated almost took the wrong path there. Last second adjustment.
Safe, though.
But this does open up the top lane, and I believe Archie, despite the fact he's on a rise, he's not exactly the strongest of tower pushers. It buys him a fair amount of time to squeeze in.
And as far as rises are concerned, he's actually really underfarmed. 125 CS, continually getting pressured by Freddy. I mean, Freddy's a 3-5-2 Alistair, but has still been a absolute force, taking on 2 or 3 people at a time. TPA needs to kind of weather this storm. I actually think Alistair falls off a fair bit after this point if they can find a way to not have him as such a force in lane. He's still going to be a couple cooldowns in a team fight. BB will be able to disengage him to reduce the threat of him while he has his ultimate running, and TP has a lot of re-engage potential. Also remember, there are 2 tier stacking champions on TPA. If they can get both of those fully stacked, it'll almost make up for their gold disadvantage later on.
A huge benefit to that as well as Morning's not taking that blue buff. It's always going to BB, so he's going to get there so much faster, and he's going to be able to shut down Freddy on those chases if he does get that slow.
So Dragon's up in around about a minute time, and SK are the one that are starting to place those wards out. There's not a single ward down towards around that Dragon Pit area from the Type A Assassins, so they are completely blind to it so far. There's the couple of them. CB&J trying to keep Jez zoned away from that tower. Instead, he will just rotate around and defend that one. So, Type A Assassins, they really need to try and force something because they have no vision at all around that area. The entire blue area, the entire half of the map.
Dropping a turret would definitely help.
That's what happens when you're down 4 turrets to 0.
Slowly back and forth. Like you said, Jat, very touch and go, especially when SK is getting into these jungle engages.
Freddy making his way down. He's left the top lane. Tried to sneak around the backside of BB and J. They did actually spot him. They had that pink ward over at the red, which gave them that prior warning. Dragon up in 3 seconds, and Taipei Assassins not even close to contesting this one.
No, they need more time to stack up. This is the mid-game point in the game where they really can't fight SK. They need to just try and... They're trying for a steal. They need to get these lanes pushing. If they could just get a single turret down, it would do wonders for their map control. But for now, they're just trying to set up pink wards in their own jungle and continue to farm the lanes without dying.
It's not doing much damage. Maybe BB could be using that True Shot Barrage to keep the outer lanes pushed and give them more of an advantage to take one of these outers down. Maybe focus in the mid lane here. A nice Black Shield coming out onto N-rated. He's able to get himself out safely, taking the ults.
That's one way of stopping Lee Sin, is to get the shield down. That's the second counter, actually. SK knows the first counter is to flash away before it kicks you. Yeah. That one didn't work. So this time they bring the Black Shield. Having better luck.
See how it continues for them. Freddy back in the top lane. Stops Achi pushing in once again on towards that turret. BB picks himself up the red buff.
BB's build is just taking so long to turn on.
Yeah.
His power spike is just so far away. He needs to have the Manamune converted into a Mermana. He needs to have that Sheen turned into Iceborne Gauntlets. He needs cooldown boots. He needs Blade of the Ruin King finish. He just needs so many things. He's partway there. Now he at least has some utility. Before that, he was nothing on the map for 24 minutes.
That's going to help in both ways if they need to get away from the cow or keep everyone in range for an Achi Rune Prison and then the rest of the fight. Definitely a different game from the beginning. Wins has been shut down a little bit after going 4-1-4. He's not able to make too many plays now. They've been trying. They're coming up empty-handed, and SK has just started to take control of the map. 25 minutes in, and they still have not lost a turret.
Yeah, they're pushing every lane so far into Taipei Assassins, doing exactly what they need to do, just grinding out that advantage. And Rated, though, he's caught out a little bit there. Black Shield once again working. Burns the flash, but successfully gets away. Just trying to get some of those deep wards down, and it's bought time for Freddy to shove a wave entirely onto the inhibitor turret. Nobody's anywhere near to stop him at the moment. You can see Achi's coming across, and he's got that static shield and Triforce. He can do a lot of damage to towers.
He shoves pretty quick too, and if Achi goes in there by himself, he may just get soloed under the turret. So you can see TP has to move more of their team towards this spot. Burn the ultimate, now they have to disengage and get back to some turret defense. I think they lose turret number 5 for that.
Yeah, he's simply delay tactics working out from Freddy there. They're trying to hold time for the rest of SK. Wins trying to get around the backside, doesn't land it. Instead, he gets caught out. The kick works out still. They try and get the damage down, but Morning just does not have enough. Sven Skeren gets away with a tick of his life. So low. Freddy Candy Panda trying to work them away. BB fancies this one. He sees a triple kill in the mist, but does not have the ultimate available. And SK disengaged with the kill on Morning.
BB needed to be way more aggressive right there. He has the Iceborne Gauntlets for a reason. They need to be able to close those fights out. They had such a near great escape. Wind Splash in the combo with Morning, they almost turned that one around. Instead, they get a kill. They get killed and get nothing in return.
I was so surprised, yeah. You talked about it earlier. There's a lot of over the wall, a lot of disengage, hopping around from TPA, and Morning was the only one that went over on that. There was so much potential for that as everybody was in the air to add extra damage. TPA loses out on a great opportunity there, but SK capitalizes, takes down no, they didn't take down the turret, sorry, but they come up big.
Yeah, BB just seems to be waiting for more power. It was very odd for me to see him not go in there. Just after watching him during this group stage, he's been so aggressive, especially when he plays Lucian, dashing in to try and assassinate the enemy he carries. We'll see though, TPA still in this one, only 4,000 gold down, despite having such limited map control.
But it is slowly growing. Jez is the one that's going to get focused on. Force the flash away. Sonic Wave still lands. Oh, Zonya's, that's not going to work out. And Rated comes around the side. Doesn't want to get too involved in this one. Shockwave pulls off. Now finding lands, but it's not enough. There goes the Soul Shackles. And Rated gets chopped down by Morning. The rest of SK going piece by piece. And they are splintered right now. They have to focus on Morning. They get him down. Now they turn their attention to Wins. Candy Panda may have the chase on him.
Quite scary of a fight. Yeah, the safeguard gets him into range, or out of range, I should say, and a nice Howling Gale to pop up Candy Panda and Sven Skeren. Wait a minute. Whoop. Dodging through. BB, there's that aggression. And it looks like they're not going to be able to get the relentless pursuit off of Candy Panda.
Yeah, he finished up that Muramana though.
Yeah.
So he is doing a whole bunch of damage. If that ultimate landed, he may well have assassinated him right there. So really good catches by TPA. That's kind of the game they're going to have to be playing as they work slowly towards getting map control. It is a stall game. Whenever they can get catches and little fights like that, they create a longer match.
Well, a little warning shot, I feel, to SK Gaming there.
Yep.
A little overconfident, and we were talking about TPA's lack of warding. They have fantastic warding right now, littered down the river. They give themselves the opportunity to take their first tower of the game here. What? The warning signs are there, and that's why the wards were bought. They realized they're getting cut off by SK.
Yeah, very nicely done. It's exactly what they're supposed to do. Those wards paid off. Not using as many pinks that they can't cover in the forward ward, so they're buying a lot of greens. You can see 2 right now on Morning, and 2 as well on BB. These guys are just trying to keep the vision up and deny the sweepers over on the side of SK.
And amongst all this, actually, the key for SK is to get Jesses going. At the moment, TPA is building really heavy armor because they're not respecting the damage of Jesses. They've been able to shut him down time and time again, and it's really working to the benefit of TPA.
Well, you see Freddy coming down, preparing for this dragon. He has to. That teleport is down. Achi back to the base, so he's going to be coming out, gets himself some consumables, and finishes up that Frozen Heart.
It looks like they want to fight for this one. They've given up the last 2 dragons without any contest.
Yeah.
It seems that they have that one time where they can get in, and that's a good hit.
It's really all about the poke
Oh,
BB here.
wow.
One after the other, and they can potentially fight.
Shielded off quite a bit there from Jesses. Not the nuke you were looking for from the True Shot Barrage, but they are going to get themselves in the pit. Not too scary for BB. He can always shift out, but they pull it out just a little bit more. Got to keep an eye on that ball. Command Shockwave could really change a fight here. Freddy wants to try to come out big, but the disengage is there from Jay.
Keep in mind, TPA never wants to be trapped in a fight while Freddy can ult and stick in the middle of them. That's why they're poking and poking. They're trying to get the Alistair ultimate down and still be ready to disengage. But if they land enough poke elsewhere, they can just take the dragon outright.
Look at Wins. He's trying to flank around the side. He may get caught out here. He wants to get in, land that kick, and SK got to be so careful they don't group up, because if Morning catches him with that ultimate, it will devastate them. And that is why it is very much a game of cat and mouse right now between the two.
See who can make the first mistake. That's pretty much what it's going to come down to. Nobody wants to initiate on this.
Freddy with a high ping trying to flank around, but he is spotted by TPA. However, if they continue this flank, it won't leave much for SK to run to. It's really all about the poke, and as long as one... I think they're just going to stop thinking about the dragon and start pushing lanes.
This dragon fight is real respect you're seeing between these two teams. That first move is going to be the one that makes the difference. First turret going down for TPA against SK, and it looks like SK is going to make them walk to the beat of their drum.
Candy Panda rushing straight up the mid lane right now. They've got a big wave with them. BB has to try and get around the side, but they're going to get a lot of damage on towards this inhibitor turret. There's no flanking maneuver. SK Gaming, they pulled a great move on TPA, just like TPA did on SK Game 1.
Oh, Wins behind them.
Oh, a double kick up Jesses. His Lasagna's on the way down. Svenskaren's definitely hit up on this one. No, he gets out alive somehow. Freddy coming up big for the team again, trying to be the front line. Candy Panda, relentless pursuit right to Wins, but he stays alive. And Rated misses the flash, and it's too far away for the Dark Binding. They still could have eyes on the inhibitor turret, but BB throwing out big damage, low on mana.
Got to be very careful what spells he uses here. SK wants to stick around because they know the threat is low from BB, but there's the home guard for Wins.
Wins coming steaming through. No, not going to land the Sonic Wave. Freddy, the man taking the hits in the back. BB does manage to get the slowdown. BB Wins tries to flank around the side once again. Goes in. Pulverize goes down. Actually takes the damage, but the Colling's not enough. The Candy Panther gets caught by the Earthguards. Can they catch on towards him? The Dark Binding. BB wants it. BB will get it because Candy Panther's going down here. Can he take anyone with him? No! The captain comes through once again.
Some big kills from TPA there. Their base is about as bent as it can be without breaking. They still have that inhibitor up, and they're still on the chase.
This is absolutely crazy. Can they not see that Freddy did the headbutt pulverize so they could get out alive? N-Rated and Candy Panda stayed for the fight, and they are paying with their lives. Can SK make any moves off of this? We see Jesses is actually trying to get himself around here. N-Rated now creating a lot of chaos, though.
N-Rated actually created more pain than benefit right there, because the kill now goes to Rise, which is better gold scaling than on Lee Sin. Plus now they have to deal with this death timer instead of when they were all dead anyway.
They're spotted. They're going to try and take the blue, but BB had gone back to base. Dragon was taken. No, I tell a lie. They backed off it.
Yep.
The threat of Jesus was enough to keep them away, and it does mean SK will pick up the Dragon. So despite the kills not go in their favor there, they will keep the gold advantage. It's only 2,000 gold, and while that was, of course, all happening in the top lane, Morning snuck through and took down that second turret of the game for Taipei Assassins.
What a fantastic set of play we have going on here for our last match of the day in Day 3, I should say, in the group stages.
Yeah.
Everybody's playing top notch on this one. We're seeing Wins and the rest of the team trying to take it to SK now. They're finally grabbing the turrets that they need. They're trying to close that gold gap. And we're getting BB to that point where he can start to carry with the poke he's providing.
He's sitting at 35% CDR now as well, so he can throw out those Iceborne Gauntlet and powered Qs again and again. We saw the effectiveness there in the extended fights. As long as TPA can keep fighting in those really spread out ways and making the fights longer than 7 seconds long is basically the key, because they do not want Freddy's ultimate to have that big of an impact on fights.
And you know, we heard a lot about Wins pre-tournament. Of course, we saw him with the Gamma Bears last year, but didn't really put a show on that he required. This time around at 617, once again on Lee Sin. As I sing his praises, he gets caught by the Dark Binding. The commentator's curse is real, ladies.
That is a really critical catch right there, but they still have yet to deal with this poke from BB. They're going to try and push down some waves now the Wins is gone and the initiation threat is lowered.
Something that SK has been able to do is get these forward wards in. TPA is getting the kills, but they're not able to move on the side of SK, and SK continues to come back stronger each time here. Now, again, to the front side of TPA's base. They're going to back off and get the fights that they want. They're doing this very methodically.
This is tricky. It looks like a Baron bait. Are they going to go straight into Baron?
Well, no Wins isn't there. They don't kill it remarkably fast. Scrying Orb does spot them, and the poke from TPA is really high, so unless SK did that completely unscouted, there's no way they take that Baron.
Danger indeed. They sense it. Gonna get some ward clearing here. Freddy actually walks out over that one, looking to see if he can deter any of the backs and just be a nuisance. Not getting much. Candy Panda, that was the ultimate into the wind wall, so they do not have the culling right now.
Wins is back up. Remember, there is a naked inhibitor in this mid lane, which is what they tried to bully out. There's a gigantic minion wave getting swept out by Achi with that ultimate, but the rest of SK, they could tank this one through. Instead, TPA react fast. They're in the right position at the right time, and again, Wins looking for that flanking maneuver, looking for that sonic wave. Very, very close to landing on Candy Panda there as he rode the Howling Gale.
Pushed up to their base. This is all that TPA has left now. They're going to try to find a fight here unless they can find SK making a mistake at Baron. Everybody's got the items they need to make the impact in the fight. Like you were saying, Jad, if TPA can wait 7 seconds, that fight becomes so much easier.
And it's very important that SK can find a fight in somewhat closed quarters. One thing that kind of snuck up on everyone here is the fact that Candy Panda is way ahead of BB. If we look at the gold, actually, it's almost 15,000 gold to just 11,000 on BB. It's like a 3.6k gold lead, actually. So for as far as Jess's is behind, it's not even close to compared to how far ahead Candy Panda is from BB. Yes, the Iceborne Gauntlet is utility, but that's about it from BB right now. He needs about 15,000 gold to make that Blue Ezreal really work well, and they're just not there yet.
Well, 15,000 gold just hit right now by Candy Panda. A little bit of that armor pen definitely coming through on BB with the Brutalizer and the rest, and you can see the gold lead a little bit in TPA for the beginning, but SK has just taken hold.
We haven't touched on Sven Skeren's build either. He is full damage. Yeah. No doubt about it. Not a single tanky item in there.
Jeez.
Is that an Infinity Edge he's building?
Infinity Edge?
Yeah, it is.
You could do a few other things. Technically, he could build the pickaxe into Tiamat and then make the BF sword a scimitar. But those are definitely Infinity Edge components. It's not a very good Calyx item, though. I think he's just trying to mass AD right now.
Well, it's working out. He's definitely buying the right items. Maybe they were on sale. Who knows? We'll see what TPA can do to answer back. We see BB just trying to continuously poke out. Not been able to do much with that and control the fights. But SK has been doing a great job at disengaging. A game where they have not tried to take too much. A turret and back, a turret and back.
So, in SK not trying to take too much, they may take too little Yes, they've taken
Very
7
true.
turrets, but it's taken them 37 minutes. And there's now that GA on Morning. There's also a GA on Candy Panda. He decided to opt against the damage for more defensive utility. He showed those minions with calling.
Yeah, he did. It's a quick cooldown. It's going to be back up, but the question is, will they get it in time? Because SK are looking to engage here. Possibly not the right move when your main AD carry just used his ultimate on a wave. BB with the rest of his team going to get caught out by the Void Spikes, but every single time, a single one of those Mystic shots. No, tell a lie, it's been a while since I saw an Ezreal.
No, I think you got it.
Essence Flux?
Mystic shot.
I was right.
Yeah, the Q.
I was right.
Always believe in yourself. But seriously, I like the fact that TPA has double GA right now. Because they're just trying to create long fights where they can then chase people down thanks to the Janna Ezreal. They're trying to reset fights. As soon as Freddy uses his ultimate, they need to be able to have that second life. So having 2 GAs works tremendously towards that goal. And I think SK is actually in a little bit of trouble if TPA finds that right fight.
So much cooldown for BB. If he's not using the Scrying Orb, he's using the True Shot Barrage for Vision. With that down, they're going to try to start this Baron up.
That's going
do
quick.
Have a bit more damage now with the
Vision lost, and they
Scarin
the scout.
locks it in. Good job by Candy Panda locking that one down, and we'll see what SK can do after this. Does this just make them the team to push through the base, or are they still going to hesitate and take it slow?
They need to back fast because SK are just running straight down this mid lane.
Oh, wow.
Ronnie's going to try and keep them away. Everybody's back into base, but they're going to be onto the inhibitor just as they get back.
Yeah.
Look at FLICKR. Don't forget all the damage items he has. He's going to cleave great big chunks out of that inhibitor, and it will go down fast.
TPA giving up a lot of stuff right there just because of lackluster vision control, but it's been an exposed inhibitor. As long as they clean that mid wave, they can still hold it. It's the second inhibitor that would really break their back. They're still keeping this game close, not wanting to take the wrong fight because they know that would end the game.
Well, TPA are going to try and rush down mid here. They're going to try and take something for nothing. Dragon will go down. They will get themselves a tower because they can see SK running down towards the bottom lane. If SK don't react quick enough to this one, they may, just maybe able to break through.
It's definitely one. It's the second one that'll be the question. The home guards, how quickly can they make there? And how willing is TPA to actually take that risk? Because when they push like this, it's a long way from their base. And it is a Baroned up SK team.
Yeah, it's half-hearted push. I don't think they're going to get enough on it, and they realized it already. They do step away. So SK return. Quarter chunk of damage. Svenskeren, and you can see just how much damage BB does have, but once that build is complete, if you can land it and slow the right target, they still may just have a chance of winning the fight.
Okay, so I'm sold on the Infinity Edge for Svenskeren now because Freddy's building one.
So for Freddy, it's actually a really good item. He gets so much attack damage from his ultimate. Now that he's level 18, actually, rank 3 of Unbreakable Will, outside of the fact that it gives him 70% damage reduction, gives him an extra 90 attack damage.
Yeah.
So you get 1 Infinity Edge crit on that, and you basically pop somebody, which could very well turn this game if they get it at the right time.
So Taipei Assassins, the hometown favorites and champions of the Korea Premier League, are looking like they may give SK Gaming their first win of the group, and that would actually tie them at the bottom of the table, or third place, whichever way you'd like to look at it. Of course, both will have one more game to play. That will come tomorrow, the final day here in Taiwan. The question is, who will come out victorious on this final matchup? Candy Panda uses the Cullen, doesn't really find its target. TPA, bit of the wave, keeping them at bay for a little bit longer.
Well, it's been an absolutely fantastic match to finalize the day. Nothing taken there for Morning. A little too much of a gap to be closed by the rest of the team, but it was a great pop-up. SK is standing here confidently and ready to enter the base.
It's getting to the breaking point here for TPA. They're having trouble clearing the minions in mid lane, and that could be the start of something big. There goes their fight reset.
Jay gets hit up. That's the shockwave. They haven't used the big AoEs on too many. Wow. Single target's getting focused out. Morning's going to be hit up. He tries to go into the fight. They get Jez's quite well. He throws down the Zanya's. The true shot barrage passes through, and SK might be retreating.
They're trying to keep them at bay here. Morning went down so fast. I don't think he got the chance to use anything of that ultimate, but TPA hold off.
Thank God for his GA right there. After he resurrected, they popped the ultimate really quick to get his shield, then he could still flash away. It's the long fights they want. They just got it, actually. They might side, trying to chase down the rest of SK here slowly but surely.
BB trying to be aggressive, got caught by the void spikes, but it was enough to slow him down. He's going to continue. There's the kick, the Sonic Wave lands, but he can't get inside. A good catch from Jesus once again. They disengage well. BB trying his best to keep up on them, but it looks like they can't chase them down quick enough.
Jay's flying through. This could be a nice Howling Gale to pop them up and continue the fight. He's going to throw it. It's diagonally. No, it goes up instead of across the trees.
Sven right the side.
Sven's coming in from the back there. Very nicely done. Morning gets hit up through everybody because of Freddy, and they're able to take him down near 70 seconds on these Death Chamber clocks.
Super Minions doing damage to that Nexus turret, but SK Gaming disengaged well. Oh, BB sniped out Sven's in the bush just for the end there. That's going to hold things for a few moments.
Explosive.
Just poking and prodding for TPA as they're trying to keep this game going. They didn't break there. Honestly, that was a very good hold by them, and you can see the potential. Unfortunately, the Guardian Angel from Yasuo is down, so they won't have that one left. Nice snipe. Right on his fence, Garen as well. So yeah, Bloodthirster actually for his BF sword. Sitting on that pickaxe.
He did it. What a joke.
However, Freddy's got that Infinity Edge now. So there's that.
Does indeed. 561. Yep, that looks like it hurts.
Yeah, and when he's going to be under Unbreakable Will,
right,
it's going to get much higher.
Really giving himself some options. The rest of the team on the side of TPA have their options as well. They are all near full items here. 44 minutes in the game. We're getting very close to that point. The Brutalizer just to be finished up by BB. He'll be done with his build as well. These fights, this is the point that's my favorite because the items are just the items now. It's how well you can play the champion you brought to the table.
Yeah, that Baron's going to be up in 90 seconds time along with the Dragon in 75. I wonder whether SK Gaming are even thinking about them or whether they just want to push straight on through. They've held on for a while, but every time they keep on trying to push through, TPA have an answer and they just hang on in there. We talked about how they needed to make just that one little incy-wincy play, and BB seems to have the answer every single time they go through. Once again, the exposed inhibitor is the focus, and BB's trying to sneak around, trying to get those angles. But Candy Panda has his GA back up. Morning does not.
Yeah, that's a big one. Yasuo has to play much more cautious. However, they still have that Rise GA. I just heard a Ghost Blade get popped by Candy Panda. Yeah, that is not the most critical cooldown. It comes back in 45 seconds. And it's really hard to push into this TPA team after what happened last time as well.
Where is Wins going? He's coming around the side. He's trying to flank them.
He's got to watch his kick here. They saw that ward come from behind. That's going to be a call that Freddy makes. We need to be careful.
You'd have to make sure not to get black shielded as well. That's the most critical thing.
Good football there. Immediately blocks it off. Testy on this one. Candy Panda, half the hit point shredded off him. And again, TPA pushed them back. The Baron about to spawn.
BB did expend about half of his mana pool in that last fight, though, which means it would not be good for an extended fight. Plus, Rise is up there. This Baron's going down fast. TPA has to act immediately.
Wins is not close enough.
Not close enough indeed. Oh, the two-shot barrage. About 1,000 HP too soon. Nice try coming out of BB. He's been making plays. That one just misses. Freddy can't get too close. He's getting chilled out there coming through the mid lane, and they are going to be forced to walk this one back in slow with the Baron this time.
Yeah, SK can't get cold feet here. They have to go straight for the inhibitor, and then probably, if they get that without using Unbreakable Will, head for the top lane turret.
We'll see whether they get through on towards that one. They get a couple of shots on towards it. The inhibitor slowly rocking down. Actually desperately trying to get in close enough. They still haven't taken the inhib now. That culling not doing a great deal of damage. And Taipei Assassins, well, despite losing that inhibitor, they hold on and they get themselves a turret of their own with the Winions.
Archie using his ultimate on that one to kind of deter it. SK wasn't having any of it. They're going to go ahead now, push the top lane. Losing that bottom one should reset soon, actually, with the next wave coming out. And the turret as it reaches that minion wave. 77,000 to 70,000. We're at 147 combined right now. Everybody's playing out of their minds, especially BB for TPA, really keeping them in this game.
Just so annoying to play against a full item Blue Ezreal.
Yeah.
However, that turret's very low, and the Baron buff makes the fight something SK can use for their benefit.
Freddy headbutts wins into SK, and SK leap back in surprise along with Rivington, by the way. They do manage to take down the inhibitor turret along with the inhib, and it seems that SK may well have just cracked that nut wide open that they've been desperately trying to work through for Taipei Assassins.
It's definitely a storm that TPA has been trying to weather for quite some time, finally breaking through the outer walls here. 2 inhibitors down. TPA doesn't really have the greatest of wave clear, and SK will just keep going all the way around. They've definitely worked their way into this position, but they are in position to win now.
Absolutely. Only 4 turrets allowed for TPA to be taken down. And there's about 5 that stand, or rather 3 that stand, I'm sorry, on the rest of the map. Coming in for SK. Looks like they want to drop everyone as they go through. They only have 1 inhibitor. TPA, I like the moves they're making. They're trying to get deep wards in, and they're trying to get some picks so they can make a move.
They want to catch somebody out here, but SK Gaming have been up against teams that have tried this many, many times before.
This is TPA's favorite spot. I feel like every time they fall behind, they wait there and try to get a pick.
They're going for Freddy.
They're going for Freddy, but I think they know they're going to find a crossfire of SK on the way through, and that's what they're waiting for. Another great shield coming in from N-Rated. He's locking down the shield. Will he be able to lock down the Soul Shackles? No, he does not. They are going to grab Achi. Can they recuperate on this as he comes up from the Guardian Angel? It's just too much chaos, and Freddy joins the fight.
Achi's teleport goes straight into the team. BB gets away, but no help. Wynn's going to get chased down. He gets hooked up. BB, the last man. Can he keep them at bay? Tries to force up, fires up the ultimate. Morning now, coming around the side. Can he create a play? Gets on towards N-Rated, takes down 1. BB continues to kite them backwards in towards the base. The rest of SK chase on through. Morning has to back fast.
How slow can BB make SK? Morning's on his way. It is a 2v5 trying to defend these Nexus turrets, but those super minions do not go down easy.
Gonna lower that armor. They're gonna drop these turrets. Headbutted right out. Freddy says, I'm the front line. You gotta go through me. They drop it down. 1 for Candy Panda, and that's gonna be 1 for Jesses. They drop the turrets. They're looking at the Nexus, and SK Gaming takes down the Taipei Assassins.
SK Gaming, a 50-minute brawl right there with TPA. Down in kills by the end of it, but ahead in the overall game. They get their first win of the World Championships.
Fantastic matchup we just had here to close out day 3 of group stages. Amazing play from both teams. A shutout early game from SK, which shows the strength that they would have loved to have coming in to Worlds right off the bat.
It's been a long way coming, that's for sure.
Yeah.
They've been waiting for that 1 victory, and it took SK Gaming to fall back onto a couple of comfort champions, honestly, that made them work. And you just saw Chris on N-Rated, on Morgana, finally getting that black shield off, and it just stopped Win so many times. He fell for it, went for the kick. Not going to work when that black shield is on, and he fell for it 3 times running.
Stop the TPA initiation in most of the games. Black shield is better than Flash against Lee Sin, I think, is one thing we definitely learned today. However, that was a very strange game. Obviously, I could see where they were going with the Blue Ezreal, trying to use it to keep the fights going long, chase people down, but their absolute lack of in-fight damage was really telling. They just had to concede so many objectives that eventually it was a little bit too much to bear. They had to try and make a desperate play when they were down 2 inhibitors, and that's eventually what led to the end of the game. If they wouldn't have went for that aggressive play, they would have lost anyway.
Also, the Blue Ezreal coming out for BB. Nice to see here in Worlds. You always get to see a change in style and play. It worked out quite well in the beginning, and the idea was perfect for stopping Freddy, slowing him down. But Freddy, unstoppable, unbelievable play once again from champion to champion. He can always carry this team when the time comes.
Absolutely. You know, it's been very hard to shut down the shot caller despite all the bans going towards him. And if it wasn't for wins potentially in the early game where it was just shutting them down left and right, 6-1-7 at one point he was.
Yeah.
SK Gaming, we've said it so many times, slow in lane phase. Once they get out of it, Freddy can be that. I'm trying to think of the word for it. He's basically the leader of the orchestra. What's the damn man?
The conductor?
Conductor, that's the word.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I would have
just thought of Monte Cristo. Why did I not think of that?
I just would have made up a word if I was looking for one.
Well, you would have. That's
We'll write a book someday, guys. Absolutely.
Nonetheless, fantastic play. SK Gaming finally get themselves that one Pride win. For now, though, we're going to send it over to Quickshot and the guys for more info about that game.
Thank you very much, guys. Very, very interesting game, the way it played out. Despite SK's map control, they never really were in control of the entire game. Let's go back to picks and bans. Some weird and wonderful picks. We saw Ezreal coming out for the first time here at Worlds. We also saw Enrater going back to a champion that is more successful than Sona. Let's start with Ezreal first and your take on the blue build at Double F.
Can I just say, why would you ever pick Ezreal when Tristana's up and they already picked Lucian? I'm just like Tristana almost always wins so far in Worlds, right? And it just seems really natural that you would pick Tristana, very good in lane versus Lucian, also outscales. This game went 50 minutes. If they just had Tristana, it would have been an auto win. It also has amazing synergy with Yasuo, which was also on their team. I'm just so mind blown.
Yeah, just in terms of bans as well, you see a blue side Nami ban. I don't really know if many people are, fishy business for sure, are that afraid of Jay's Nami, especially when we look at what happened when they gave Win's Lee Sin again, which is something that pretty much every other team has been not doing against TPA. But it's just, at the same time, if you can let them have Nami, you get the Braum, then you lane swap, because they lane swapped anyway.
Or you just lane. You can lane
or you learn how to play against the champion.
I don't know.
Let's look at some of the positives. It was a difficult game to play. SK came out. They did get map control. No one can deny that. They had a tower advantage throughout the majority of the game. However, they didn't stamp their authority. It felt like TPA found opportunities and ways to keep the game going. What's your take?
A couple positive points, because we don't have to be negative all the time. I think Enrated showed up in terms of binds. Yeah, I'm actually very negative. But yeah, I think his Black Shields needed work, a lot of work. They were better towards the end of the game, but his bindings in the early to mid game were good, helped solidify that laning phase. Freddy is a rock. He is basically winning those games. At one point, TPA was sending 3 or 4 people top, and they lost 2 towers. I don't know why. I don't know what talent Alistar has in the game.
You get an Infinity Edge. Like, what more of a taunt do you need?
Freddy was like, get off it.
Well, that was
just like, kill him.
Come at me, bro.
It was Taipei Assassins in general, though. You saw them chase around the Morgana for like 7 minutes, and then Dragon's still up, by the way. And then they recall back to base, and Sven's like, wait, do you want to just like, kill Dragon real quick? And they like just duo it like at 45 minutes in, just like for no reason. Yeah,
well, let's get to the replay. Let's get to the replay. It actually exemplifies a little bit of the slop of play. Pull the replay up onto your screens. And just before I give it to Crepo, take note of the mini-map. SK are really far down. At this stage, I think they had 6 towers to 1, as it were, if not 0. Anyways, Crepo, all yours.
So what prefaces this play is basically there was a Dragon standoff for way too long, and then SK finally figured out they could run to mid, and TPA reacted really slowly, but they did a smart thing. They knew their tower was going down anyways, so instead of all basing and then losing potentially like a Baron rotation, they actually wanted to flank. So if we roll that clip right now, we can see, the tower's going down. They're trying to stall in mid, and Wins does this really well. He jumps, fakes the Black Shield on the rated, then flashes, gets a good kick. Kha'Zix gets cancelled, double Yasuo ulti. That's a solid combo.
Yeah, that was pretty dirty. And also, take note, this is Jay's probably best ulti right here, where you kind of split up SK's team a lot, but it just
wasn't enough.
Yeah, it wasn't enough. Actually, SK ended up getting chased down here only because they overcommitted for the inhibitor after. If they had just backed off here, it would have been a pretty decent win, in my opinion. They got the inhib tower, that's all they need.
Well, the inhib play in general, I mean, we're going to take a look at the rest of this, though, is like they kept baiting Baron when they could have gone for the inhibitors anyway. And with the blue build Ezreal here, with the Iceborne Gauntlet, you do get those slows coming in, so you can actually get the kiting. And Enrated misses a Q right there.
One of the things I want to ask is SK Gaming sticking around for the greedy inhibitor play.
Yeah,
this is something that I was highlighting. They didn't really close the game in a safe way, despite having what could have been absolute map control. Vision, another lacking thing in SK's game.
Yeah, absolutely. And what you're saying is they went for the inhibitor at the wrong time and then didn't go for it at the right time either. It was pretty messy.
I think both teams showed why they're fighting for the 3rd spot in this group.
Yeah.
It's strong, but it's true.
No, it is true. Yeah, you've had both teams, match up with their fairly weak laning phases of really awkward ganks, and like you've seen every single one of these pay out, and we actually see why teams so rarely heavily gank top lane all the time. SK did a good job, for what it's worth, of capitalizing on that, but TP is a living example of why you the really good teams don't do that.
I think the best player in this game was still Freddy, though.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
So many bans
I
targeted
think Wins as well. It was the only reason that TPA was able to even come back in some of these situations. Wins played really well.
He did carry that.
Let's slide our things on just a little bit. I want to bounce off what Crepo said. You're talking about how these teams are fighting for third place because after 18 matches played, the first group stage is only 1 day away from being wrapped up. Let's take a look at the standings as they are after 3 days worth of games. We're going to look on the left-hand side of the bracket first. Samsung White and Edward Gaming, 5-0, 3-1. Once Edward Gaming either beat AHQ tomorrow, or if AHQ lose to Dark Passage, Edward Gaming is in 100% locked in their group.
Yep.
I don't think everybody is too surprised by those results, and we're going to talk a little bit about Group B. As we've said, SK Gaming TPA fighting for that third place spot. Team Solar Mid and Starhorn Royal Club, they're battling for the number 1 and 2 seeds.
My prediction of TSM coming out on top can still happen, so I'm rooting for TSM.
Do you think it will happen?
It might, actually.
And they play Starhorn Royal Club first thing tomorrow morning. Just to remind everybody, while we had that on the table, if the teams who are tied at the bottom of the table are in 3rd and 4th, they will simply share a joint 3rd place seed. Yep. Whereas if there are any tiebreakers, you look at head-to-heads. So there's a lot of people asking, but TSM and TPA could still tie. Yes, but because of the 2-0 head-to-head record, TSM automatically advance. I want to briefly ask you guys about the TSM versus Starhorn Royal Club matchup tomorrow, because it's going to be an interesting one after how good TSM looked and Starhorn Royal Club little sketchy around the edges. Very quickly, do you really think TSM can take it, will take it, might take it?
If TSM on their side lanes can survive, Bjergsen can get big enough and get an advantage in mid, and then Amazing can find some pressure in the early game, then Bjergsen could carry that game.
I think Starhorn Royal Club's dive-heavy kind of style, where they want to team fight and just really get in there, is naturally countered by TSM's team comp, where they have double shields and a hyper carry to protect. It's very simple for them to just peel back and do as much damage as possible. So if Starhorn Royal Club's picks go wrong and they give TSM what they want, it could be a very easy win for TSM.
Just before we move on to Thank you very much, I have one last question. Briefly, Edward Gaming versus Samsung White. I said I was going to quote you, and I'm going to. Edward Gaming's weak early game, perceived weak early game, is it going to cost them against Samsung White at the end of the day tomorrow?
Absolutely. I mean, we're talking about Samsung White here. They're on like the other level, right? So I don't think that's really.
And is there no way Edward Gaming steps up to challenge him to take a win?
I can't say it's a 0% chance. I would put it at 20%, you know?
Okay, it's bigger than I
would say a little bit higher than that. I think there is a very real chance. Again, you call them Baby Blue. This is the kryptonite of the team, is this style where maybe the lanes aren't great, but they certainly play the map better than you do. And I think that's still true. I think Edward Gaming plays the map better than White. Just don't screw up your lane so darn hard, and then maybe you get into the mid game.
Well, we will find out. Of course, tomorrow's games are going to be about that seeding more than anything else. All right, it is time to take a look at some of the dapper crowd of carnivorous junglers. That's right, it is time once again for Thank you very much. Right, so first and foremost, Svenskeren actually dodged a ward to set this play up. Anyone care to comment?
Yeah, I mean, he comes out of vision here, but the beauty was indeed, he knew there was a ward, backed out, then jumped over the Baron pit, snuck in on the right side, and yeah, they didn't see this coming. Too bad a sapling didn't take it for epic style points.
Indeed.
He actually lands his Qs really well. We've seen a lot of Lee Sins miss their Qs after kicks. He did not.
This was a great counter gank in the mid lane, but Wins, what a good setup to get it started.
Amazing. And Morning, too, with the patience, too. He didn't go immediately in on the kick that we see a lot of Yasuo's do, so basically the target doesn't move on the Dragon's Rage. Very patient ult, really nicely played.
Yeah, really unfortunate that this Rune Prison catches that unfortunate melee minion. Not working out. All right, double lift. This is a very good gank for first blood.
Yeah, I think that's just a standard Thresh Lantern back into a flash play. There's almost nothing that you can do in this situation. You just have to respect the fact that you could have gotten flash flayed. Because here it's just like, yeah, Braum can flash and Lucian can flash, but as soon as you get flayed and Kha'Zix is on you, you're dead.
And it doesn't matter how good you are when you're playing against Thresh. What do you think, Freak?
It's true. It's really impressive down in the bottom lane here. This I just love. The fact that he actually lines up the edges perfectly, and he has to shoot it backwards. So he has to entirely understand the hitbox so darn well.
And he flashed the traps as soon as the animation started also.
Yeah.
It's mind-boggling. It really, really is. Anyways, guys, of course, tomorrow is the final day for the first group stage of the World Championship here in Taipei. And we do have 6 matches remaining as teams fight for that final spot in the quarterfinals. That'll be in Group A. The action will begin with Team Solovid versus Starhorn Royal Club, and the games will conclude with Samsung White taking on Edward Gaming. Those could both determine first and second seeds. Reminder, those games will begin Sunday at 11 a.m. Central European Summer Time. It's 2 a.m. Pacific. Until then, I'd like to thank all of our special guest analysts, Crepo, Double F, Monte Cristo, as well as Freak down at the end. And along for the entire World's broadcast team, thank you for watching. We will see you all tomorrow.
There is Lupa diving in. They're going to go straight on top of this one. Touch falling low. There's a dive into the bottom. Oh, can I get him? He survives with the monsoon. They're all very low here at Royal Club, but they're going to try and turn it around. And Rayan will be the first one. Shockwave goes down. Pawn in the back going to get exhausted. What's he going to do? He's on towards Green Tea. Dandy will dive over. It's reset city for Samsung White.
Things have changed for Team Solo Mid since the boot camp in Korea, and so far they are showing results.
And now it's going to be Morning. He finds Dyrus, but again, the wild growth is strong enough, and Morning's now in trouble. He's going to get picked up. BB comes around. He's just not got the damage a Wild Turtle does.
Koro again going into a 3v1 situation. The spikes are going to go right through and take down Touch, and they're in the base for the win.
Straight into the team. BB gets away with no help. Win's going to get chased down. He gets hooked up.
And an absolutely fantastic match to finalize the day.